this is stuff that
We're live.
that bugs me.
No,
Don't get me started.
Hey, we got some good topics for you today, guys. We didn't even start the stream. We were already talking about the topics before we even started the stream. We're so worked up over.
Oh man, yeah, I got wound up this week.
No, this will be good.
You.
No, wound up auxiliary is a good auxiliary. We like a little wound up in our aux.
Yeah.
Let me see.
We'll wait a little bit before we get too much into it.
Yeah. No, we'll let people come in. How's everybody doing? I got the chat window open. Looks like we got Chris B as the official first. We got Whippy Killer in here with the hell. Oh, Pele, man. Pele never misses a stream.
I think he's just here all the time.
I think he just lives in chat.
Yeah.
Do you think he just has the speakers cranked up when he hears us talking in the background? Like every week, it just comes on automatically in the background tab, and he's like, "Oh my god, my bros are talking. My bros are talking." By the way, I am well rested by TikTok standards. I slept 5 hours before TikTok. Usually, I sleep no more than 2 hours. Sometimes it's as little as 0 hours, like it was last week. Dude, it was wild. So I had another skip day this week where basically I just didn't go to sleep. I just stayed up through the whole night, through the whole next day, and then went to bed at my normal, like a normal bedtime. Well, normal being for me like 3 a.m. For me that's normal.
Yeah, right.
But what's sadly become normal is like 9 a.m., 10 a.m., which isn't good because then I sleep through the day, right? Mm-hmm. So I've been trying to readjust, and I couldn't do it backing up, so I decided to push the other direction. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna stay up, on a just caffeine and amphetamine rager, and get through the next day, and then go to sleep and reset my clock. And I slept for 9 hours. This is a couple days ago. I slept for 9 hours, and I woke up and I still felt just absolutely knackered. Like you can. Oh, thank you, Matthew Riley. Appreciate that. So, no, freaking wild. I noticed that, like, if you skip a day, your brain will force you to get that 8 hours back somehow.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So, like, I slept 8 hours the next day thinking, oh, okay, I'll be back on track. It's like, no, I woke up and that only fixed, like, half the sleep. Like, my brain wanted more. So I ended up having to nap throughout the day, but I just napped, like, an hour at a time, just setting an alarm, just a little nap. And it got me caught up. And then last night, I got really tired. I want to say I was sleeping by... what was it, 5:30 a.m. or something like that is when I went to sleep. And honestly, for me, that's good because, before I skipped the day, I was going to sleep at like 10 a.m., 11 a.m. That's not good.
Oof.
That's not good. I was having to run myself to absolute exhaustion to get to sleep because of the pain. And by the way, yesterday I went to the pain doctor. They want to fucking MRI me. I don't have the money for an MRI. I don't have the money for the treatment. If the MRI finds anything, they think that my lumbar is all fucked up because I've got a new symptom now where my sciatic nerve that goes down the back of my back and into my leg. Now it's radiating all the way down to my calf muscle. And so they said that they think my lumbar is messed up. They think that I either have a bone spur on my lumbar, or I have the same problem in my lumbar that I do on my hip, where it's like the hole is too small for the nerve to go through. So the nerve is just lapping the bone. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, if you guys do find something on the MRI, how do you treat it? They're like, oh, steroid injections. Oh, so now I need $1,400 a month worth of steroid injections instead of just $700 for the hip, which I haven't had for a year because I stopped paying for them because I can't afford them. So it's like, it's beating a dead horse. It's like, okay, so I go get an MRI, it tells me I'm broken, but I can't afford to fix it. So what's the point? Like, it's almost like, would you want to know? Well, actually, no, that'd be a bad, because I would want to know. I would want to know, like, if I was going to try to compare it to like cancer, right? Would you want to know if you had cancer if there was if there was a treatment available, but you just couldn't afford it? Like, there's a treatment that can 100% fix you, or let's say 99% fix you, but there's no way for you to afford it, so you can't even entertain the idea. Wouldn't you find that like a cruel type of torture? Because if it's like, okay, you have cancer, it's terminal, you can't survive. That's one thing, because then it's like, that there's nothing, but money doesn't come into it in any way, right? So it's like you can kind of make peace with it, but it's a lot harder to make peace with something when there's a solution, but it's outside of your reach. So I'd almost rather not know. Like if I've got something that's like really, really bad and I can't afford to fix it and there's a fix for it, I would honestly rather not know, because if I do know about it, then I'm just going to be really, really pissed off that I don't have a fix for it, that I can't afford the fix. And it's like dangling the infinite carrot you can never reach, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's almost like, I guess that comes down to the whole blissful ignorance thing, right? It's like I would value blissful ignorance in that situation. But then the other side of me is I have bad OCD, so I would like not knowing would be like a cruel and unusual punishment. So I don't know. That's a hard one for me, but I'll tell you what, man, our health insurance system isn't going to be getting any better. So, I got to just brace for and just accept that, I'm not going to get fixed. Like, it's not happening. Not in this lifetime anyways. So just got to deal. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like, okay, we have 50p. Oh, yeah, this time, you know what I'll do? Since I didn't do it last week, I actually didn't tell anybody we were streaming last week through the entire show. That was kind of a big oopsie doopsie on my part. So here, let me copy the stream link here, and let me go and send that out to the masses so that they know that we're alive. So here, TikTok is live. And then we'll do a little dash, put in the little topics. Well, let me find my little topic window here. There it is. X is weird. It handles pastes different than every other site on the internet.
Yeah.
Every other place you go to, it's like if you copy from the box with emojis and you paste somewhere else, they're still Unicode, so they become emojis. You copy from X, you post anywhere else, now the emojis become : name of emoji : and it's like nobody uses that standard. Who the fuck's doing that? Like, why? What is the point? All right, so gaming community inclusivity, what constitutes a spoiler, and is creation a social act? All right, we got some good topics today. Oh, boy. Courtesy of Aux. Aux came up with all 3 topics today, by the way, guys. He took up the entire title. We couldn't even put anything else in. You know what?
I told him he didn't have to. I told him he didn't have to put all this stuff in there. No, he
didn't. He said, if you don't do it, I will come over there and stab your fat ass and eat your soul. That's what he said.
Right, because I'm going to drive like 2.5 hours to go to your house.
Hey, who are they going to believe? You or me? You or the red shirt? Who are they going to believe? You or the red shirt?
I'm gonna leave this beautiful ranch that I have my cabin in, to go all the way up there. I don't.
Yeah, it looks like. Are you at the Colorado ranch with the cows that have rigor mortis?
This one's in Natchez, actually, just on the other side of the mountains.
Oh, is that your picture? Is that your picture, or did you use somebody else's?
No,
picture?
This is like Gemini or something.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
It's inspired by the winter cabin background that I had.
Tell everybody what you're using to do that compositing. You're not using a green screen.
No, this is broadcast, Nvidia broadcast.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Like, I have to say that's cool. I know that a lot of people hate on Nvidia for a lot of really good reasons, but the broadcast software is decent. Like, the broadcast software is legitimately decent. Like,
it's really nice.
It's a lot more stable than it used to be. It's so GPU heavy that like your CPU really doesn't even get touched hardly at all to do the compositing.
And even this is very lightweight. Like the graphics card is hardly. It's when you start getting into some of the other stuff.
I'll tell you what, the 40 series card. You're rocking a 40 series, right, or a 30 series?
3080 Ti.
So I had a 30.
Yeah, my GPU's at 10%, 12%. It's hard. It's barely doing anything.
Like right now, compositing. So I'm using 12% of my GPU to fully composite the show, compress it with the video encoder, and push. And so that's like not bad at all. And it's using, and you can even break it down in Windows. Like 6% of it is 3D, meaning 3D computation, which means like using floating point, using the tensor cores. And then like 1% of it is copy operations, meaning just using the GPU to put, pull and push memory and VRAM. Video encoding though is the bulk majority of it. And then there's a slight video decoding, and I'm guessing the slight video decoding probably has to do with Video Ninja, because I'm having to decode your stream on Video Ninja, and then I'm picking up and re-encoding it and putting it back into OBS. But yeah, it's crazy, and I'm using. However, I will say I was watching a YouTube video last night with what's it, Mudahar or whatever. I think most people know who Mudahar is. He was doing some testing of playing Cyberpunk on a Linux box.
Sure.
And playing it on a Windows machine. And on the Linux box, using like all the latest drivers on both sides, all the same graphics settings, everything. It was apples to apples. And just by running Linux, he gained an extra 12 frames per second.
Makes sense.
But it was like the difference between 60 and like 72 FPS. Like, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's like, that's like approaching like 20, like 20% or something increase in frame rate. That's wild. Like what in the hell is happening in Windows that is taking that much overhead on the GPU? That's what I'm wondering.
All the telemetry, I imagine, or the arrow thing, something to do with the just
some ordinary gamers is the name of the channel.
OS,
yeah, yep. Right? So but to me, I was like, that is not a small result. Yeah, that is a massive result, and I was like, damn. So when I saw that, I was like, maybe I should, maybe I should consider next time I'm reinstalling my box, throwing on like a dual boot of Linux and Windows. I'm like 2 years behind. I got to update my BIOS. I should reinstall. I got to update to 11 at some point. I've just been slacker puss, right? I've been thinking of going either two routes. One,
There's a script you can do called Tiny 11
I've seen
Builder.
That. Yep.
Tiny 11 Builder, and it still uses the DSIM stuff. It's all built-in tools and stuff to strip out a lot of the extra, goofy stuff like notes and all the extra weird shit that's built into fucking Windows.
God, there's a million projects that do it.
Yeah. And it's either that or there's a Linux distro called Bazite.
Yep, that's what he was running. He was running Bazite when he did the test.
That's deliberately built to basically be like SteamOS sort of a deal.
It looks a lot like Windows. Like if you know Windows, you'll know where stuff is. It's more of like a.
And I bet it would be perfectly fine for me, honestly, because most of what I do on my computer is gaming. There's a little bit of stuff like with the 3D printing software and things like that. But if that isn't Linux compatible, then okay, I'll have a secondary drive or dual boot partition to get a tiny 11 build to get whatever is incompatible. Like, yeah.
I mean, I mostly use my computer right now for like coding and AI tasks. Yeah. And local AI, like actually running locally, which I would benefit from Linux greatly, because the local AI stuff, there is so much more code that runs on Linux than there is on Windows, surprisingly. It's the exact opposite of like the gaming world. Like everybody's like, oh, Windows has the most compatibility of anything. No, it turns out that when it comes to software development, most stuff is more compatible with Linux than it is Windows. And a great example of this is if you're into Python, it's very rare to find a Python library that's Windows only, but it's like super common to find Python libraries that are Linux only. They just never get ported over to Windows. And there's a lot of Linux code that you can't even build in Windows. Like Windows doesn't even allow the low level of access that's needed to like modules and communicating with hardware. I have to say Linux has a really clean way of accessing hardware and like bringing everything together for a developer. In Windows, you have to talk to devices using an entire API set designed just to talk to device drivers. Like that, and not only that, there's subcategories of device driver API that are designed for working with specific classes of hardware. In Linux, they're just like, fuck that noise. In Linux, you can just open everything as a file. Everything's a data stream. And that makes sense because everything is a data stream if you think about it. Like everything is just a stream of ones and zeros. It doesn't matter if you're sending something through a network card. It doesn't matter if you're playing something through a sound card. It doesn't matter if you're showing something on the screen through a video card. At the end of the day, it's just streaming data to something, and then that data is interpreted by the hardware using the firmware. So Linux was like, well, let's just do that. So in Linux, they still have the higher level APIs that people build on top of that so that, you still have the ease of programming that you do in Windows for a lot of stuff. But then if you want to take it low level, you can. Whereas there's places in Windows where it's like you just cannot gain the level of access that you need to achieve what you want. And Windows Microsoft has changed a lot of that in the coming years. Like you used to not be able to get a raw socket. Like you couldn't just, so in WinSock, the protocol that's used in Windows for TCP, UDP, and all network traffic, really, you're protocol agnostic. You would create a connection to like a web page, right? And you'd send your data using the APIs inside of the WinSock set. But what if you want to send a raw packet? What if you just want to say, hey, network card, just send this indiscriminate stream of bits somewhere? It doesn't have to be proper. The header can be malformed. The data could be fucked up. Just do it. Like, don't question me. Just send this as is. Don't add anything to the top. Don't verify. Don't do any checksum shit. Just do it. In Linux, that is the easiest thing in the world to do, and it always has been, right? Because you have the low-level access to the network stack. You can do whatever the hell you want. And Windows used to not be able to do that. There was a time in Windows where straight up there was no way to do that. Like you had to run Linux to do it. Now, luckily, you can do that because they added a set of APIs. I shouldn't say APIs, but they added flags for the APIs at a low level that allow you to do a raw socket now. But there was a time where you couldn't do that. Linux is like raw socket for everything. It's like if you want to just open your graphics card and just send a stream of random bits to it until the computer crashes, you can do that. Like Linux will let you do it. If you want to just open up, C8000 or whatever for the graphics memory and just start dumping random numbers in there and your screen turns to fucking like snow, you can do that. Like that's what I like about Linux and like the appealing reason I want to go to it. That and because a lot of the stuff I do is in Python, like most cross-platform programming languages just seem to do better under Linux, and the AI stuff infinitely is better under Linux. But I still prefer the comfort of Windows just because of the familiarity. Yeah, the familiarity is what always brings me back to it. And it's like I feel like that's just me being lazy, not wanting to learn, not wanting to learn something new. Cause it's like, yeah, in Windows, I'm a rock star, but in Linux, I feel like I'm a newbie, right? It's like everything happens slower. I'm having to look stuff up a lot more. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think I need to stop looking at that as, oh, this is a bad thing that slows me down, especially when I have AI that can handhold me. Like, let's be honest. AI has gotten so good to the point now where you can just talk to a computer with English. Like, it doesn't matter if you want to run PowerShell scripts. It doesn't matter if you want to run Python. It doesn't matter if you want to write C# applications. It doesn't matter if you want to write like web interfaces or drivers, whatever you want to, or just figure out how to change the volume of your microphone. All of these things now are just normal language transactions, which I think is amazing. Now, the thing I don't think is amazing about it is that like everybody that's invested so much time, like myself, and learning these operating systems quirks and learning the command lines and like learning all the back channel stuff to impress people, like when you're dropping the command line, they're like, wow, you're a hacker, Harry. All that is kind of sweeping away now, because it's like, if I give you an LLM that's capable, like Claude, DeepSeek, I even hate to say it, but Grok 3, if I give you any of these LLMs and I'm like, okay, here's a list of 10 things I want you to do, low-level things I want you to achieve on Windows or Linux or whatever, and I hand the list to the person with the AI and the list to myself, who's like a adamant computer user, low-level computer user, I would wager a bet that those two people wouldn't be as far off from completing the tasks. Because while I'm sitting there trying to figure out little things and like going through my process of, oh, if I don't know how to do that, I can just run this command. I can run man and look at the manual and I can go through and find that. The other person can just go to AI and say, here's a list of my 10 things I want to do. Give me the most efficient order of operations. Literally assume I'm an idiot. And one by one step, label them 1, 2, step 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell me exactly what to do to achieve all these goals. And then all they're doing basically is just cut and pasting commands and hitting enter. And then if something happens that looks like an error, like something pops up that's red on the screen or the thing doesn't do what it's supposed to, they just copy that into AI and hit enter. And it's like, oh, I see what you did there wrong. And it uses its training from other people that have hit that type of scenario to advise you. And I feel like that just keeps getting better and better and better to the point where I even find myself now, like, even though I know the path I would normally use, like, oh, okay, I need to know about an API. I'm using Python. I'm calling a function that I've never called before. Normally, I would just go to, python.org or whatever and look through the manual for standardized API, or go to like one of this like GitHub or whatever, right? And go start reading code and figuring it out. Now I find myself just going to AI for everything. Like, I'll just go to AI and just be like, hey, tell me how to do this with this function. One of the best examples I could give you just of recent, because I use it every day. I use AI for like everything now. It's absolutely disgusting how dependent I've become on AI. And just because it's so much faster to get to where I want to go. But I just had a massive brain fart. What was the thing? I just did it. Oh yeah, FFmpeg. Have you used FFmpeg before?
It sounds familiar. It's like a encoder, right?
Yeah,
it's
like
Handbrake or something.
Most common open source encoder. Yeah. Everything like Handbrake, Super, all those programs use it. Even like Adobe Premiere, I think in the background like uses that shit. Like everybody uses it. It's really popular. But so FFmpeg is a standalone application. It's an API set that you can use in Python and other languages, but it's basically a fully featured open source like video encoding suite, right? Encoding and decoding. And it can do just wild shit, like beyond your imagination. This shit is badass, right? So I was like, I need to figure out how to extract the dialogue from a video into text, and then that text that comes out of the video, I want to rename the file to something that matches the content of the file, like what's said in the video.
Yeah.
Because I had all these videos from vacations that were in a folder I found on my NAS, just thousands and thousands and thousands, like these little video clips that are like DSCN4389.mp4. And there's nothing descriptive on there. But I open them up and most of them are like me talking to camera or like little micro vlogging and stuff like that. So I was like, I want to write something that renames these. But then I was looking up the command for FFmpeg to like extract the audio from a video in a very specific format. And then I was like, oh, you got to use these arguments and then pass this and pass this. And it was like, I was just like, fuck this. I was like, I just went to AI and I said, write me a Python script that will, and I didn't even tell it to use FFmpeg, right? I didn't even go that low level. I just said, hey, write me a Python script that will take the text, the spoken dialogue from the video, and convert it to text, and then pass that text to my local AI running under LM Studio and ask it what a good file name would be that fits Windows file naming convention. And I said, and then I want you to rename the file to that name. And it took 4 attempts of going. There's my little bugs here and there because I think I was using Grok to do it. And it's not the best. Claude is actually the best. Claude 3.7 is amazing for coding. So anyways, it creates the program. I run it, and no shit, it opens up the file, uses FFmpeg with a huge command line to extract the text in like the clearest format, and it even did like some amplification shit. And then it took it out of that. Then it ran it through another thing that I didn't even know existed that like stripped out the background noise and just kept the dialogue. Then it ran that dialogue through another Python script called Whisper that then extracted the text using a neural network. So now I've got a complete closed caption for my video that I didn't download from YouTube like a separate closed caption. Like I actually created these closed captions directly from the video itself. And then it runs the thing that sends it to the AI, and then the AI responds with the suggested name, and it renames it to the name, and it's all in one atomic operation. So then I just say for each file in this folder, run this, and just let it run overnight because it was kind of slow, right? The AI was the bottleneck. And sure enough, I come back in the morning, I look at the file, and it's like Disney, Disney, Jerry family trip, merry-go-round, Disney Wilderness Lodge, and then some of them had dates, some of them had times, some of them had places. But the names were descriptive. Like the names actually matched what was going on in the video, and I thought that was amazing. Like I was like, so once I perfect the script, I'm probably gonna upload it to GitHub because I think that's something useful that people would use when they just like me have huge dump folders full of these DSCN files, and there's no metadata. Like there's no your camera doesn't add a lot. I mean, it'll add like location, right? But then the cool thing about AI is normally if I wanted to add a feature, let's say I want to add a feature where it goes through the metadata and it also adds that and gives it a higher priority than the text itself. For the naming convention, right? Because who knows? Yeah. Maybe it has like the GPS coordinates and it can go look at Google Maps API and be like, oh, that's Disney World. So let's put Disney World somewhere in the name of the video, right? That'd be great. Now to add that normally as a developer, I'd have to go study Google API. I'd have to go and, figure out what API I need to call, what I need to get back from it. I need to figure out how to do all the commands and APIs to parse it into the format that I need and then pass it over and then include it in the operation. But with AI, I just go back to the exact same conversation I was having that wrote the first script. And I just said, hey, can you look at the metadata in the file too? And if there's anything in there that's significant, can you give that higher priority in the naming convention? And then boom, it just does it and it's there. It's like this AI is going to make developers so goddamn lazy, man. They used to think like, shit like MSDN would make people lazy. It's like, no. We're on a whole new level of lazy. But then I feel like it's going to end the same way that GPS did. I think, I almost guarantee it is. Where people are going to become so dependent on needing a GPS just to get home or to get to the grocery store because they used it so much they don't remember, right? We used to be forced to remember how to go places. Like when I was a kid and I got a teen and I got my license, right? I remembered how to go everywhere. Like if I went to a place once, I could always get back there. Like my brain knew if you didn't remember how you got there and how you got home, you're going to be fucked. So your brain gave it a higher priority. Then I get my first GPS, which is a TomTom years later. As soon as I get the TomTom, I'm like an idiot. I went to some places like 4 or 5 times and still couldn't find my way back there without the GPS. Just because I'd become so dependent on it being there, my brain didn't give any priority, any priority allocation to it. Because it's like, well, you've already got a tool that tells you how to get there, so why waste the bandwidth, right? So yeah, shit like that is crazy. I think the AI is going to basically make us stupid, like Idiocracy, where we're going to become so dependent on it that we have a hard time creating new data for the AI to train on. Because we're dependent on the data that it already has. So we effectively create the same problem that AI already has where they try to train AI using AI. We're just going to be the AI, right? Because we're just going to be regurgitating the same thing because we don't know anything new. And we don't learn anything new because we're lazy and we just depend on what the AI has. So if the AI doesn't give us anything new to do, we just don't do anything new. And I think that could be like, that could be an interesting ending to humanity. If you think about it, everybody thinks about like, is it going to end with like nuclear winter and us blowing ourselves up in war and stuff? It's like, no, you could just as easily kill the civilization by us just being too dumb to take care of ourselves. Oh, is that the link to the Linux distribution?
Yeah, gaming Matty Rocks was talking about maybe switching from Windows 11 to SteamOS, and I was recommending not SteamOS particularly. Oh. The hardware support for SteamOS is very limited right now. They're getting better. Valve does want to get to a point where they have broader hardware support. Like I think they're trying to get back into like the Steambox sort of thing, but basically somebody else. But you can build your own hardware. You can just install SteamOS and it'll work. Yep. But I would look more at like something like Bazite, which has a broader hardware compatibility. They actually even have like a list. I'll post a link to that too.
I would not use SteamOS for anything but gaming. Honestly,
well, not just gaming, but only for the specific hardware that they say supports it. The Steam Deck, the Asus ROG thing, and the LG one. Those are the only officially supported ones that I know of at the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong. That operate SteamOS.
What distribution does SteamOS? What is the foundation of SteamOS? Do you know what distribution they use?
I don't know. I know it's like a custom. They've fucked with it themselves.
Because there's no way they wrote a ground up Linux like from scratch.
No,
right?
it's a tweak on
what Linux distro does stream?
Primarily Arc. It's based on Arc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and it features the KDE Plasma desktop environment.
Is it Arc or is it Arch? Because I've heard people say Arch before. But I haven't heard it called
probably Arch. It's probably Arch because of the H. That's my bad.
Yeah, because I've used Arch Linux
would be
before.
without the H.
Got it.
That's my bad.
So it says, but here, Steam Deck works with various distributions, including Ubuntu, Fedora, Arch, and OpenSUSE, or SUSE, some people say. If you're looking to set up a Stream Deck on Linux, you might need to install additional dependencies and configure permissions manually. For example, on Ubuntu, users have successfully set it up using Stream Deck UI alongside Python libraries. So, and that's one thing I don't like about Linux. Like, if you want to get me into like the pros and cons of Linux for me personally, is I like that Windows is Windows. Windows is just Windows. Like everywhere you go, if it's Windows 11 here, Windows 11 here, it's like, you know how to use it. It's Windows. You know its limitations. You know what its capabilities are. Linux is very different. Like every distro, some of the stuff's built into the kernel in one distro. Some of the stuff's loaded as modules externally in the other distro. One distro has this UI. This distro has this other UI. And it's like, so it's really difficult to go between all the Linux distributions and just know how to use the user interface, like, and find stuff. The only common ground is like the command prompt. Like every Linux distro, if you can drop out to like a bash shell or whatever, then you can do everything if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
But I don't like that and the argument can be made that that diversity is what makes it cool, right? The ability to have any UI that you possibly want, and it's infinitely configurable. And I will argue that yes, that is very configurable and amazing. But just like when it comes to stuff like smartphones, like why do I use an iPhone instead of an Android? Well, it's because the iPhone is really good at just doing phone things, the things I use my phone for. And they're like, oh, but with a Android phone, you can, connect it to your computer and it's a console and you can hook your keyboard and mouse up to it and have it as, a development environment, stream into your TV. And I'm like, that's all cool, but I don't ever use my phone for that. It's like what I have a laptop for, right? That's like, I'm not comfortable using my phone for that. Like all I want my phone to do is phone things. And so, and the trade-off there is on, iOS, it's like, one click to do this, one click to do this, 2 clicks to do this. Whereas with Android, it's like an infinitely deep well of settings and things like that. And there's no way to have both of those things be true. Like you either have the complexity and the diversity of options, or you have this is just the best overall thing that everybody wants for this specific thing. And so, and also I think I'm kind of defeating myself on this argument too, because I do want to move to Android, like just full disclosure. My next phone will most likely be Android. I've been stuck in the iOS infrastructure for far too long because my son's on an iPad. My wife prefers using iOS, but my wife moved from a Mac to a PC laptop and she loves it, right?
Yeah, sure.
And my son now, he's doing more stuff on PC. He's got a laptop now. So I feel like there's enough of a break there now from the iOS walled garden that I could successfully move to Android. Now, I'm not going to be doing it for a while because I'm broke as shit right now. So my next phone isn't going to happen for probably another like 2 or 3 years. But when it does, I am probably going to go with the Android because I don't really like what Apple's doing anymore. I don't trust Apple anymore. Like Apple used to be one of the most trustworthy companies when it came to privacy, if you can believe it. Like that's the thing. It doesn't. If you told that to somebody, they'd be like, whatever. But no, the data doesn't lie. Apple has a really good track record for privacy. Compared, I should say, relative compared to the others. It's not like if you look at them as a standalone company, they still use your data for all kinds of shit. But compared to like Android. Way more privacy, arguably more secure because it's not an open source operating system. Just being an open source operating system inherently makes you more insecure because everybody can see the code. Yeah. And especially when you have AI is really great because if you haven't tried it, you can go to GitHub, take a project, just start dumping code into it and say, find potential vulnerabilities. And Claude will be like, oh, you could technically create a packet with, this at the end of it. And if it, doesn't get checked, it doesn't get checked and stopped before it gets to this and it runs, it'll crash the program. And you're like, oh, do. There you go. And now you found a bug. So for people that are bug hunting and stuff that have access to source code, AI is really, really good tool for finding bugs because it turns out that most bugs that people write in code are not unique to them. Like race conditions and stuff like that with threading. writing to memory that you don't own, dumping memory before you're done with it. All these are common mistakes that developers make all the time at a low level. So that means that a lot of the code of those happening and the fixes for those happenings is trained into most models, especially if they've looked at GitHub. And I'm convinced that at this point they've all looked at GitHub. Like I thought it was Microsoft at first because Microsoft owns GitHub, but no, other AIs have definitely trained on GitHub because a lot of the stuff that you ask ends up returning GitHub projects and dependencies, which it wouldn't do that if it wasn't training on it. But yeah, it's wild, what AI can do. And I think the biggest limitation of AI right now is that people don't think to ask it. Like I think that's one of the biggest problems is that
surface level stuff. Yeah,
because people are like, oh, I can ask it to write me a program, but it's like, did you know you can ask it to just write a single function? Did you know you can ask it to just give you 20 different ways to do the exact same thing and give you a pros and cons breakdown of each way? Like, did you know that you can use it to reverse engineer a piece of code? Did you know you can take your old code that you wrote like a bajillion years ago and just throw it through it and say, find the bugs, refactor it, optimize it? Like, I took an old script that I had that was really slow. I had this script that was really, really slow that would slog through every file on the computer and create a checksum. And it was like stupid slow because I wrote it back in the day. I just wasn't really thinking about optimizing it. So my loops and everything were highly unoptimized. I was opening the file more than I needed to. I was seeking in the file more than I needed to. It was poor code. It was like, this is really old. This is like a 20-year-old like C# thing that I wrote, right? Not quite 20 years, but it was old. And so just for shits and giggles, it wasn't a very long program. It was like 150, 200 lines. So I copied it and I dropped it into Claude and I said, please optimize this program as much as humanly possible and give me a list of the optimizations and why you did it. And I said, also fix any bugs that you encounter. And then it spits out the code, and the code that it spits out is like, instead of 150 lines, I want to say it was like 200 lines. It was a little bit bigger. But it was fully annotated. The comments were in line with the code, exactly saying why the decisions were made. It gave me a list, numbered list, bulleted list or whatever of like all the changes it made, why the changes make it faster or more secure, or like it gave a justification for every change. So then when it was done, I reran it and it ran exactly the same as the other script did, but it was like thousands of % faster. Like, I mean, we're not talking like a little bit. It was like an operation that took 8 hours now takes like 3 minutes. Like, it was that fast. So whatever I was doing in the previous code was just gargling up resources it didn't need and just a lot of wasteful compute. And it found a way to do it a hell of a lot faster. And I was like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. But here's the problem. Just like with GPS, we become dependent on it. And then once you become dependent on it, you stop code reviewing it because these APIs that are being called, you don't know them well. You haven't interacted with them a lot, like from a core basis. You haven't read the documentation on these APIs. You're trusting the AI to do a good job. But realize that the same AI that knows how to fix those things or knows a different way to do it also could help somebody exploit those vulnerabilities in somebody who didn't use that same AI to fix their code. Yeah. And that becomes a problem. Hey, thank you, Blue Varo. Woo! Woo! Please thank Blue Varo for gifting those 5 memberships, guys.
No,
you do it. God damn it, do it.
Can't make me.
Oh, also Matthew Riley. Sorry, Matthew. I think earlier I said thank you, but I want to say thank you again. He gifted 10 memberships. That's fucking awesome, dude. Matthew, don't you Matthew Riley. I'll come over there to 10. Colorado and kick your ass. 10. Only 10. Sorry, I chased off all the whales. It turns out the whales really like that crypto coin that Trump's scamming.
Just kidding.
Fucking crypto, man. God. I got out of crypto and now I'm going to be forced to be drugged back into it just to survive. It's driving me nuts, man. It's driving me nuts. Let's see what's going on in chat over here.
So there's something though. So not. I mean, I guess it's crypto adjacent. The NFT thing.
Yeah. No. That's still crypto in a way. Yeah.
No, but in a different way. And I wonder if there's an application. I kind of like the idea of. So this is sort of fuzzy thing. This is something I don't have a lot of knowledge on. But I like the idea sort of. And maybe there's a better implementation than blockchain or like the whole crypto space or whatever to accomplish this. But I like the idea of there being like a uniqueness to especially in the context of video games, a uniqueness to items. Let's say
the non-fungibility, if you will.
I guess, right? So like one of the inherent problems with like say MMOs is you get hyperinflation. because there's no when monsters drop currency in a game, and there's not enough of a money sink to remove that currency from the system, you get hyperinflation, right? Like I played EverQuest back in the day. After about 5 years or so, or 10 years or so, you're selling things for thousands and thousands of platinum, which is like the highest level of currency was platinum, and you find a balance eventually because like certain items are very rare or nearly unique. Like there's the drop rates in the tenths of a percent and stuff for some things. And so, but even still, the currency is so devalued because everything drops currency. But what if one, there's like different angles to this. Like what if the currency was finite, right? That's the ideal in an economic system, is that there's a finite amount of currency, and so that like
to work, yeah,
or within some wiggle room. Again, I'm not very knowledgeable in economics. I know that that within the United States they want somewhere around like a 2% inflation rate and stuff like that's supposed to be healthy. Or that's an interesting angle too. Gentlestone, an NFT token for reselling digital games. That'd be interesting because then you have like a unique copy of that game, right? That's
actually not a bad idea.
Then you could sell it. You could sell it, and that would help with like piracy and stuff too. You have a unique whatever. There's a ledger, and you compare it against the chain or whatever. Like it can't be changed, and so there's only so many or whatever. But within the system of a video game or something, like you could have a one of one item, and like that like. Or, I feel like
NFTs are like an open source version of CS:GO skins, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's
in a sense,
yeah.
And so, like I said, there might be a better, more efficient implementation of it, where like you do have only a finite, sort of closed system, and you have to just operate within that. And I think that'd be kind of interesting.
What I don't like about NFTs, though, is in crypto in general, not just NFTs. Is that in a distributed system, because there's pros and cons to both, having a centralized and a decentralized system. So a centralized system is usually heavily funded, and when it's a monetary system, it's supported by the government, right? You have the weight of the government behind it. You have the weight of law behind it.
Sure.
The problem that you have with the distributed stuff, which is also a pro, is one, it's out of the government's hands. Anybody can do whatever they want with it. The community gets to decide what happens. Like, it's literally a democracy. If you want to change the code to devalue tokens or kick somebody out of the blockchain or something like that, technically if 51% of the people that are running the algorithm decide that they like that, then it happens. Like that it's a completely democratized process. However, what I don't like about that is that because it's a democratized process, you have places like China that can just buy up 11 gabillion computers, throw them on the blockchain, grab 51% of the control, and then start changing shit that fucks over everybody. So they get way too the power isn't equally distributed. It's whoever has the most money again can become the but once it gets to a certain size like Bitcoin, that's really difficult to do, because once you have that many coins in distribution, you have that many people running the algorithm and doing the verification of transactions and mining, right? All over the world, then it makes it harder and harder for somebody to scrap together enough power to usurp the network. But it is possible. The other problem is the opposite side of that, which is when people lose interest and stop running the algorithm. If it doesn't remain profitable enough, people will stop mining. If people stop mining, then there's less transaction verification. If there's less transaction verification, then it takes longer to verify stuff. It takes longer to add stuff to the blockchain. So those things slow down. And then if everybody decides one day that they're just going to stop doing it, they move to the big shiny, that blockchain is now effectively dead. Unless you have a copy of it on your computer, nobody's running it, so there's nowhere to go and get your copy. And so sadly, and that's what most cryptos do. At the end of the day, there's like 1,000 new cryptos created every day, and then they just drop into obscurity. Everybody mines and verifies on them for a very finite amount of time. They aggressively trade the tokens. The whales at the top get all the money and rug pull everybody else, and the people that got in late to the game get screwed. It's like a slot machine, right?
Yeah.
And so, and then once everybody stops mining those tokens, they are effectively dead. Like, there is nothing more those things can do. There is no place to go get a copy of the blockchain.
Sure.
There is no place to, there's no nodes to talk to agree on what are real transactions and what are fake transactions. So because of that, it does present a risk that you don't have with you don't have as much of with a centralized system. Now, people could argue, a centralized system could just go down. But again, the centralized system is heavily supported. Like, for instance, our currency. Our currency isn't just going to disappear tomorrow. Like, we've had currency for, since the beginning.
Like the
And
concept of currency,
like fiat, like our dollars and $5 bills and everything. Like having an actual government
could
currency
go away. The dollar could collapse, but the concept of currency, I think, will always exist.
I think the idea, actually, you know what? I tend to agree with you on that. That the concept of money will exist, but the physical handing or transaction of something representative of money isn't going to be the same. Like you're not going to hand something that whoever holds that, it's like a bearer bond, right? That's what money is now. I think in the future, money's going to be you tap your phones together and I digitally transfer my shit to your shit, and it's just one big global bank.
I do think we will get to a point where it'll be some sort of universal currency like credits or something, right? Like in a sci-fi aspect. But I still think that there would be a physical way of transferring those things in a similar sense of like a cold wallet, right? Like I could download a certain amount of credits onto a stick of some sort and hand that to you, and it's anonymous enough, because there's just no way that you're ever going to build a system that doesn't have some way of anonymously transferring value from one person to another.
I honestly think it's
that's why we still have cash.
Anonymously transfer money.
I think that's why we still operate with cash. That's why we haven't fully moved over to a cashless society. We could tomorrow. Dollars don't exist. Coins don't exist. We could, but we don't, because there has to be a way, because a lot of money gets moved around.
Is cash really anonymous at the end of the day, though?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let me ask you this then. So let me ask you this. If you go and buy something cash, and I notice that you no longer possess the ability to buy a thing that you could have bought before. So you obviously lost money. Money has gone away. If I tortured you, could I get you to tell me who you gave that money to? Could I put out a public notice saying, hey, did anybody buy shit from this guy? And then they come forward, I'll give you a reward. So I'm saying, is there really, as long as there's some, especially with all the cameras around nowadays too, right?
Yeah.
It's like, is it possible to conduct a truly anonymous transaction where there is absolutely no way to ever find the source of that money?
I suppose not, in the same way that there's no possible way of like securing a home 100% against like breaking into, right?
Exactly. Like somebody's determined to have the resources.
You do put enough layers, because like, dude, there's how much dark money, how much money gets laundered around in just business alone.
Have you seen all the people getting popped?
And all this stuff?
Have you seen all the people getting popped with crypto now because they can reverse engineer all of the, dude, they can reverse engineer like they had these services that were called oh God, chat, help me out here. Where they launder money, basically, like crypto laundering things, where they basically break down the money, move it off chain to another like 10 currencies, jumble it around, throwing it into tons of anonymous wallets, laundering. And then it brings it back together and dumps it back in another centralized wallet that's yours, right? And then it just looks like that money came from like 1,000 people in tiny little transactions. So there's no way to trace it back to the source. Yeah. But the thing is, there is a way to trace it back to the source. And again, now computers are fast enough. The government's like, hey, if we want to track cryptocurrency to find people that are like selling drugs and stuff, they're like, why don't we just create a huge data center that has every single conceivable blockchain for every single crypto that's traded on every single market? Let's just have them all running on our data center, right? And then let's create an algorithm that goes through every single one of the blockchains and traces every single transaction through. It could be 1 million obfuscated limbs, and it can go through all of them and trace them back to the source with 100% accuracy. Yeah. Unless that currency like jumps off chain into physical cash, but even then the bank is going to have a record of who came in and got that cash, right? So maybe. And then if that person redeposits it or hands it off, that might create a slight break in the chain. But if they put that money back in that same exact amount, right?
Imagine how much cash a guy like El Chapo had available to him.
Oh, that dude could build houses out of cash.
Do you think all of that, or even a significant percentage of that, could be traced back to the exact bank it was withdrawn from originally? I don't think so. I would even if you had the serial number, I think it would be so incredibly all
money starts at a bank, right? All money starts at a bank, which means that the serial numbers are recorded, and they would know who that money went to. Today,
to an extent, because like I guess you could find it where it would pop up here and there and that kind of a thing, but like again, the amount of labor involved to try and trace it would be very, very
because the anti-money laundering stuff. Yeah, have you seen the anti-money laundering stuff? When you go to the bank, remember I used to go to the bank and they'd pay you cash. They just open the drawer, pull out bills, and just go like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like, there you go, there's your cash. Yeah. Now what they do is they go around the back and they just come out with the exact amount and give it to you. You know why? Because in the back they're putting it in a machine, and that machine goes and it counts all the serial numbers, like photographs all the elements, verifies the bills, and then associates that with you.
I've seen it where they've, and this was decades ago because I barely deal with cash anymore. I said, oh hey, I need to withdraw X amount, and there was just like a slot in the desk or whatever in the the tabletop that I'm working on, and okay, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. And then you'd hear a like the ATM, and then it just slides out of a slot in the desk, and they pull it out and they count it back to you, make sure that the machine did it right. But and I guarantee, it's recording somewhere. It's recording those serial numbers and all that stuff. And it was me on that transaction with these bills in this amount.
Yep.
And 100%.
There used to be a public version of that too. I remember back when I was doing like geocaching back in the day. God, does anybody remember geocaching? Does anybody do that anymore?
That's still a big thing. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude, I loved it when I did it.
It's fun.
It's a lot of fun. It really is. And some of the places people got really creative with the geocaches where you just find them in the strangest ass places just completely by accident.
You gotta you pull the cap off of some fence. Metal fence post, and it's like down in there, and then there's like a key or something. You got to go over to the other the mailbox and open that.
I was riding my bike. I was riding my bike up in Snoqualmie along this ridge on this old train track trail, and I'm driving by a rock, and it's like a climbing rock, and there's just a bunch of holes in this climbing rock. And as I'm driving by, I see a thing in the rock. I could just notice in this hole there's like a thing in there. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll go over there. And I pulled out, and it was a Ziploc bag that had a note in it, a little pencil, and a Matchbox card. It said, it said, take whatever items in this bag and leave an item. Oh, cool. So I took the car out, and I put a dollar bill in the bag, and I sealed it up, and I put it back in there, and then I wrote my name, and I said, left a dollar bill. And there must have been 50 people on that piece of paper that had found and swapped out items on that thing.
That's cool.
And as far as I know, I didn't see it in any online geocaches. This was just one people were just stumbling across because they'd see the same glimmer off the bag as they're riding by, and it's like, oh, what the hell is that? So I thought that was pretty cool. Now you could argue that could be one of the most anonymous transactions, right? If you just leave something out in the woods and some random guy finds it, then there's no chain of custody, and no matter how much you torture somebody, they're not going to be able to trace it back. So, but I can't see huge amounts of transactions being predicated, because once it's anonymous, then how do you know the value is transferred to the right person? So I would argue that any time that value needs to be transferred to something in exchange for something, there's really no way to do that anonymously. Because you now have the thing that person has, and that person now has the thing that you had. Therefore, there's an inherent match there.
To a certain extent, yes. That it wouldn't be purely 100% anonymous, but there is a what's the word or phrase I'm looking for? Diminishing returns, right? Sure. How much effort is somebody really going to put into trying to trace? And so at some point,
that's actually the same argument that can be made for piracy. A lot of people get really scared about piracy because it's designed to do that. When they say, oh, $500,000 fine and 10 years in jail, right? Go look at how many people have had a $500,000 fine and been sent to jail for possessing pirated software. The answer, as far as I know, is still zero today. It's unless you're distributing it, that's the one that they really nail you for. Because when you're distributing it, you're giving it to thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. When you're just possessing it, you've done nothing because you don't have it anyways. You didn't buy that software. You got it from that person. You're not redistributing it. Therefore, you're not creating any new people that have it.
Even the people who got the big headliners who got in big trouble for it ended up hardly being punished.
Almost every remember back when was the DMCA or what was the name of the organization that would go after the people that download MP3s? It was
MPAA.
MPAA. That was remember when they went after that 13-year-old girl or whatever and tried to make an example out of her, and they fined her. I think it was $10 million or something like that based on every song she had in her library. Every single one. Yeah, because she was running some software like LimeWire or Kazaa or BearShare, or one of those weird peer-to-peer things back in the day. And so she was sharing, but she didn't know she was sharing because the peer-to-peer thing, it's you just install it. And as an act of you downloading things off the network, you're also sending
the RIAA. Sorry, the MPAA is for movies and TV shows. Anyways, the RIAA is music.
They sue this 13-year-old girl. Her family's we had no idea. She didn't even know. She was 13. She's all my friends at school do it. We didn't think we were doing anything wrong. And so anyway, she goes to court. They wanted to make a huge example of her, and it backfired so bad. The community came back and just raged on the RIAA, saying that they're picking on kids and shit.
Frankly, it's cruel and unusual punishment. You're not going to slap somebody with $25,000 fine for every single instance. Get the fuck out of here.
They had to pay her millions of dollars because not only they dismissed the case, they countersued the RIAA for attacking a child and publicly ruining her life. Because of course now she's all they didn't use her name, but they gave enough information that it was clear who it was. Like people were, her classmates knew exactly who it was. And so she got harassed, and her life was in danger after that. So the RIA, anyways, after they got steamrolled on that, they just basically stopped going after shit. So usually for piracy, the worst you'll get for like downloading something that I've seen personally is you get a letter.
A sternly worded email from your ISP.
That's like, if you do that, you could go to jail, or we're going to turn your internet off. And then, the 20th time that,
Okay, you're going to lose out on my subscription fee because you're not, the ISP's not going to get in trouble for it. Like,
are you really going to give up my $20 I get, or my $80 I give you every month just to help out this corporation over here?
No.
When it changes nothing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right?
It's fucking dumb.
So it's stupid dumb. But here's the thing is that they try to use a heavy penalty, like $500,000 and 10 years in jail, because it scares you. It's scary, right? So you're like, oh man, I really don't want to do that. But it's like, there are so many people that pirate everything, like, and have been forever. And it's like, can you think of a single person that has pirated something that wasn't like sharing it? Again, that's the big thing. Sharing it, that puts you in a whole different class, right? It's like the difference between possessing drugs and selling drugs, right? It's like, if you possess drugs and it's only enough for personal use in most areas in the United States, you get a slap on the wrist, right?
Yeah.
You start selling the drugs to other people, giving the drugs to other people, then it goes up, right?
Yeah.
And distribution for free is like up there, but distribution for money, it goes through the roof, right? Then at that point, then they really will throw your ass in jail for 10 years. But it's the fear tactic, right? The idea is to create the fear tactic so it becomes a self-regulating thing, because one, there's no way they could enforce it. Like, think about it. Like, I would argue that 1 out of 3 people like pirates on a regular basis. Like, whether it be movies, whether it be music. I don't think they're all pirating everything. But I do think, by definition of piracy, everybody is either knowingly or unknowingly pirating something at some point every single day of their lives, right? And 1 out of 3 is probably doing it intentionally, knowing what they're doing, but just not redistributing or whatever. And so imagine if the RIAA or something had to enforce that law. They would effectively kill their entire buyer base. Like, there would be no money left for anybody to buy any of the software, because you're effectively punishing the person for one transaction and making them unable of buying anything else again, and you've now taken them out of the capitalism game.
Honestly, it all was a freaking ridiculous moot point anyway, because people don't mind paying for things. Okay?
No, and arguably, did you know they did a study?
Make it easier. You have to make it easier for people to buy the thing they want.
If it's easier to steal it, you're going to steal it.
About this before.
If I can grab a car and not buy it and not get in any trouble for it, why would I not do that? Like, if I could just copy a car, push a button, and a copy of a car appears next to it, and I can just drive it everywhere, why would I go and buy it? Like, it's got to be easier to buy it.
Old guys who were running these record companies didn't want to move away from CDs and selling full albums. And so they were trying to punish people because they didn't understand how, like, the actual audience, well, it's worked since the 80s, so why are we going to change now? And people just wanted to buy their one song. Like, even now, I bet iTunes revenue for selling music has like dropped off a cliff, because streaming, nobody wants to fucking curate and build all this and store their fucking 1,000 songs in their pocket stuff. They don't want to do that anymore. I guarantee Spotify has decimated iTunes, like, or purchasing of the individual songs.
Yeah.
And like, it's just crazy. Like, or Steam, I guarantee, had a humongous effect on pirating of video games.
Plus, because you enjoy things more that you purchase?
Yes, of course. Because there's an accomplishment sort of thing to it, right? Like it's just make it easier to buy the thing, and people will buy the thing.
If a Lamborghini was mass produced and cost as much as a Honda Civic and everybody had them, then nobody would place the value on them that they do. At the end of the day, it's just a fast car. You can make 1,000 horsepower Honda Civic for like 20 grand. Right? Like, you don't need, it'll kick the shit out of any Lamborghini. So the reason you get the Lamborghini is because of its scarcity, and its scarcity is because of how much it costs.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you buy that, it becomes an achievement that you're like, I can own something that most people can't. And it's rarity because I've achieved so much and have so much money, right? Yeah. Money becomes a scoring system. But they did a study even for like low, like cheap purchased items. And one of the things specifically I remember was movies, pirated movies. People enjoyed movies far more going to a movie theater and purchasing the ticket and sitting down than watching a pirated version of the movie at home. And you could argue that, because it's a theater experience, it's not apples to apples, and it's more of a communal experience when you're at the theater versus being by yourself at home or with less people. There are variables there, but the idea being is that when you go to the theater, you're like, I achieved enough to be able to treat myself to this experience. I can buy a $20 bucket of popcorn and a $15 movie, and I can sit in this chair amongst these people, and it's like I've earned this. Whereas if you can just do it as much as you want and watch the movie 10 times in a day, you just don't get the same value out of it, right? You pay more attention when you only get to watch it once, right?
Sure.
No, you have to pay it. Well, and I've noticed that too. Like when I watch a movie at home, I won't even pause it. I just get up, go to the bathroom, come back, miss a chunk, and watch it again later. Yeah. And it's like in a theater, it's like you're holding your piss shaking because you're like, I can't miss the good part. So there's this inherent thing where it's like when you buy something, you do tend to enjoy it more. They also said that there was other effects too, like things that you buy, you tend to take better care of. Yeah, like for instance, if you get something for free, you usually don't treat it with the same level of respect that you would had you had to pay for it. Unless it's a gift from Kevlar. I treat those gifts very well. More, I treat them better than the things that I've purchased for myself. I'll tell you that right now. So I talked to Adam yesterday, and I was a little upset. I have to say, I was a little upset when he told me something about you.
What?
And it kind of pissed me off a little bit. It turns out, we always get the same shit. Like he gets me something, he gets you something, then he gets you something, he gets me something. That's why we have the same microphones, same PS5s, all that stuff.
Well, something, I guess.
Well, he got you a $1,400 UPS. We were talking about when Tech Talk, crashed out and you lost your USB last week because the GPU power thing. Yeah. He got you a $1,400 UPS, and I only have the measly, shitty $700 version.
Okay.
He only got me the $700 version for my CPAP, and you're rocking the $1,400 version.
I mean, I imagine you got yours before me, right?
I did.
So maybe they didn't have. Maybe that wasn't an option at the time.
I'm sorry
that I just happened to get the nicer one because that's what was available.
To be fair, I have two. No. So I own one PS5. The other two PS5s I have. In the
right.
PS5
I only have one PS5.
See, and two PSVR2s that he bought. So
so
I can't talk.
It all comes out in the wash.
I'm just saying, I was a little jealous when I heard that you had like the big dick $1,400.
You know what's gonna drive you up the wall even more?
Yeah, give it to me. I got to take it.
I haven't even taken that UPS out of the box.
You know what's gonna suck is Adam's gonna watch this because he watches every one of these Tech Talks, and he's gonna see that and he's gonna call you. And he's gonna call. And the reason he's gonna call you is because he literally thought you were using the UPS, and that's why, like last week or whatever, it didn't crash everything.
So to be fair here too, the only reason that issue happened was the GFI in the garage popped, and I don't think having it hooked up to the UPS would have really made any difference.
Fair enough. I got a little spanking myself too though, because I was supposed to set up. He gave me a bunch of security cameras. And I only have one of the security cameras set up yet, and I got to set up the other one. So he's like, did you set up that last camera? Because he brought me another. I haven't even installed the other cameras. He already brought me another camera. This is wireless one, and so I told him to hassle me if it's not up by Monday. So literally all I have to do with this camera is plug it into USB-C power, point it somewhere. The Unify shit will just automatically detect it because it's a Unify camera. It'll just add it. It's like I don't have to do anything but just plug it into power and it'll work. And so I felt really embarrassed that I hadn't taken it out of the box and done that yet because it's been a couple of weeks, and I was like, oh no. When he asked about it. However, did he get you an Nvidia Shield yet? He loves those Nvidia Shields, man.
I don't need that. Although I'm, and this is something I want to kind of get on my own. I really want the PlayStation Portal.
Oh, is that the handheld thing?
They've been doing a bunch of updates to it where like you don't have to. So originally it was basically just like a remote screen for your PlayStation, right?
Yep.
You'd be on the internet and your PlayStation would be on at home, and you're basically just streaming the video from to the thing. Now they've released some updates and stuff, and you don't even have to. It doesn't have to connect to your PlayStation anymore. You can. I think it's fairly limited right now, but there are some games that you can just stream directly to the portal. It doesn't. Your PlayStation doesn't have to turn on at all.
You know who would love this is my son. He plays everything. Like he has a Wii U. Has anybody even heard of the Wii U? Like
that's the big chunk.
Yeah, they sold like 3 of these things. It's basically. Think of like a console that broadcasts itself just like this. It's basically this. Yeah. It's a PlayStation Portable. You have the screen with the controllers and everything on it, but the video is transmitted like over the air to the thing, right? So it's like you take it off the dock and you play it like it's a handheld, but you have to stay within like 20 feet of the unit because it's not over the network. It's like broadcasting the video over the air with its own proprietary protocol. and he loves that thing. He plays it. He actually plays that more than he plays his a Switch, his Nintendo Switch.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna say I love my Steam Deck. I love that freaking thing, dude.
He
it's
loves
awesome.
his Wii U so much. And I was just thinking, if he had this
thing.
PlayStation Portable, he could sit on the couch and just play the PlayStation that's in his bedroom, or connect to my PlayStation in the bedroom that has like my games on my PlayStation Network and log into my account and play my games.
Yep.
And so he'd freaking love something like this because he's a portable kid. I don't know what it is, but I've noticed this generation of kids don't seem to have the same value of screen size that we did. Like when we got big screens and big TVs and stuff, like it was a huge achievement, right? Because we grew up with all these tiny screens everywhere. And so the bigger the screen was, the more prestigious and the better the experience. I've noticed it's gone the opposite direction with kids using phones and kids using tablets. It's like they're more complacent with the portability over the size.
Even PC. Like I see a bunch of people using like 24-inch screens. I'm like, bro, I do not. I have a 32-inch monitor right in front of me now. My previous monitor is a 42 old LG TV.
Yep.
I'm not going any smaller than 32. Period.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Like, this to me is the perfect size. I don't. It's enough to sort of, and I'm kind of being sold on the idea of a curved monitor. I've been kind of against them.
I was too, and I'm coming around on it.
Getting sold on the idea.
I'm kind of wishing I had done curved displays back when I had the chance.
Because like I think this Samsung here that I'm using might be starting to go on its way out. Because the other day I was getting this weird, like white sort of like vibration. It was really weird. It was funny because it was sort of flickering to the in time with the refresh rate. I turned it on.
You were getting the 60 hertz thing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, oh no, it's dying out. Like something about the backlight or something. Because it was like a weird sort of like arc of like just flickery whiteness. A little bit of. I'm like, oh no, and I'm like, I didn't smush the screen or nothing. It's gone now. Like it's gone away. But I'm like, oh, this is a sign. Like this is the first step on its death, right? Yep. So I'm starting to investigate other newer, because this is an old monitor. This thing's like from 2017 or something. This old monitor.
Dude, do we think Pele for the 250 sexes?
No.
Pele, brother.
I did ask him about the beer he was drinking, though.
Sitting here listening and watching my favorite and enjoying a cold beer. Have a great day. Pele, thank you. We appreciate it. Pele is here every single week. He's been a supporter forever, dude. Michael R. Media, same deal. Thank you for the $5, dude. He said,
man,
what do
you gotta check this out too.
Go ahead.
So this is like a, I don't know, a VR thing. It's like a VR or XR.
I love VR.
Like
I wish more people would try VR.
Goggly things. Like here, I'll put the link into the chat here.
Guys, I have to stress this. If you have not tried VR again in the last 5 years, it is completely
highly
changed.
Recommend it.
100% changed. Even if you got sick, even if you couldn't stand it, even if it was just like you, try it again, please. Yeah. And if you have eye problems, like you need glasses, get a VR headset that you can wear glasses with, or get a VR headset that has the corrective lenses. Most of them support them now. Yeah. So, because it is such a great experience.
So check this thing out. It's super cyberpunk.
It's super expensive too. These things are fucking way expensive.
Yeah, this is like $1,000. So this is like $1,000.
And keep in mind, it's not $1,000. This is where they get you, because the headset is $1,000, but you can't do anything with it without the HD Steam tracking towers, which are $200 each, and you need the Knuckles controllers, which are another like $300.
What are you talking about?
To use this headset, the Big Screen Beyond?
Really?
So yeah, it doesn't have internal tracking. You have to use the lighthouses. You have to use lighthouses. You have to use Knuckles controllers. Yep.
No.
It uses the same hardware as the Valve Index. So if you already have a Valve Index, then you just use your same hardware. But no, you have to buy, and those things are expensive. Like,
you do? Yeah. That's poopy. It runs on Steam VR and requires base stations for tracking.
So check this out. Watch this. So Steam.
That drops it hard for me. I was like, this is fucking rad.
You have to have V2 base stations. Guess how much they? Oh my fucking god! Guess how much they are. Guess how much they are.
Went from rad to whack. Probably $400 a piece.
No, $200 a piece, but you need two of them to get any kind of good tracking. Three is ideal, right?
Damn it.
So you can do one. If you're just doing a racing simulator, you just put one in front of you, because you're never going to turn your head more than that. But you optimally need two if you're going to be turning around, right? You need one in each corner.
Because I was like, man, I might save up for something like this, but not if I need fucking.
I luckily have the stuff, so if I could get this, it'd be amazing. Like, I have the Knuckles controllers and the trackers.
Because it looks so rad. It looks really freaking cool. I love how slim it looks super cyberpunk, like some kind of fucking futuristic thing. It's really neat. But I don't want that. Dude, a bunch of extra hardware too. That's poop, man.
You know how much the controllers are? $229 each. So you spend
So we're talking $2,000
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least.
two grand with taxes, over $2,000 with taxes to do the Steam to do that.
No, never mind.
Nope. So it kind of breaks it, and plus the screen. Did you see the big screen? That was the base model. If you want the one that has eye tracking, which comes standard on the PSVR 2, $200 extra. So
well, that was a neat
bucks.
thing that I noticed when I was playing with that PSVR thing. Like first putting the thing on, because it came with, what was it? It's a Horizon something mountain climbing thing. I don't know. First thing loading up into this thing, I noticed that like I was looking around and the little dot like it was like a mouse cursor essentially was like going around. Oh, I was like, oh my gosh, blew my mind. I was like, oh wow, it's they got little cameras in there looking at my face. That's so freaking cool.
So yeah, no, because if you notice, if you play any VR game on PSVR 2, if you look in your peripheral vision, if you force yourself to look to the left, but then monitor your peripheral vision out of your right, you'll see it get pixelated. But you have to look for it. You have to look for it. Otherwise, your brain just completely ignores it. And it allows them. So what's nice about it is it allows the PSVR, like they call it foveated rendering. So it's only rendering in high resolution where your pupil's pointing. Everything else falls off in resolution out to the edge, and your brain completely ignores it unless you focus. You have to focus really hard to see it. And it's neat because it makes such a massive difference. You can render like 4K per eye using foveated rendering and get like 90 frames per second, whereas if you had to render the full frame at full resolution like you would on a monitor, it would be like a third or a quarter of the frame rate.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I dig it because like why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you need to render it on full res when your eyeball is only going to see like 120 degrees or whatever?
Bro, think about the algorithm to be able to take that picture, right? It's photographing. Sorry. It's taking that picture in the video buffer. It's looking at what needs to be drawn. It's looking at where your eye is pointing, which means the camera is recording your eye, and it is a camera. It's not a special sensor. It's just an IR camera. It's picking out your pupil, running an algorithm to figure out exactly where you're looking at the lens, and then going and rendering that frame and sending it to you with no perceivable lag.
Yeah.
Considering that the human brain can recognize anything over, I think it's 10 milliseconds. I think 10 milliseconds is the barrier where we really start noticing things. Okay. It has to do that in under 10 milliseconds for every single frame 120 times a second. That, to me, is mind-blowing that foveated rendering even works. Like, it just blows my mind to even think about that process. Cool. It's like a camera is recording me, and it's a fairly low-resolution image, but it has to send it to the computer. Or sorry, it doesn't send it to the computer. It processes it in the headset to figure out where your pupil's pointing. It sends those coordinates to the computer, and then the rendering engine says, render this spot of the screen at full resolution, fall off. And it's able to do that without any perceivable lag. I'm so like, cool. Dude, this is just blowing my mind. And yet Windows can't, do audio loop back without like a half a second of lag. Like, I'll never understand it ever. Hey, Putch, what's up, my man?
What up?
It's good to see you. We really appreciate you being here, man. He's here every week too, seriously.
Oh, right on.
But yeah, if you haven't tried VR in a long time, please give VR another chance.
Give it a shot, dude. It's like, it's way better.
I feel like so many people are missing out on what VR can deliver. And the reason I know is because everybody I show it to, even my friends, they come over. I don't even think about it because everybody's tried VR, right? Graham came over and he hadn't used VR in a very long time. Like he tried it back when it was in its infancy. Sure. I put on which headset did we use? I think I showed him the Vario Aero, which is a really high resolution HMD for the PC only. And I put it on him and I opened up a video and like a full 180 degree, you can move stereoscopic video with full 3D and everything and spatial sound. And he was like, holy shit. And then we went over to Flight Simulator. We were playing Flight Simulator and I stuck him in there in VR. And instantly he was doing better. Like you're able to pick your landing point. You're able to judge distance better. Yeah. It is so amazing. And you don't really get sick as long as you have a fan blowing at you. Like if you suffer from motion sickness, try this tactic. Wherever you're standing or wherever you're sitting, point a fan. It doesn't matter the angle either. It really doesn't. For racing, I like to do it from the front just to give it realism. But as long as you have an airflow blowing at you that your brain can register it coming from a direction, your motion sickness gets like halved or quartered. Like it really, really knocks it down. And so when I'm playing long sessions of Gran Turismo, we're talking like 4 or 5 hours in VR with only piss breaks. I have a fan pointing at me. If I don't use the fan, I'll start getting like weird motion artifacts after about the first hour and a half. But with that, I can take the headset off after 4 hours of use, and it's like I never did it. Like there's no effects whatsoever. It's the same at the end as it was at the beginning. So give it a try. If you guys do struggle with VR, you've thrown your VR headset in the closet because it made you sick once. Give it another shot. Like in modern headsets, they've already figured out what made people sick and corrected most of it. Yeah. So like for instance, the old Valve indexes used to make everybody sick. Like it was 50-50 chance you were going to get sick with it. Luckily, I was one of the ones that didn't. But a lot of people got sick with that headset. And the reason being is because it had really bad ghosting. When you moved your eyes, you didn't really notice it. It wasn't so perceivable. Okay. But what was happening is you'd move and there'd be a persistence of vision between the frame. It wouldn't be like a black frame insertion, right? It'd just be like, so you'd get this minor ghosting, but you didn't notice it. Like your brain didn't really process, or your eyes didn't notice it, but your brain did. And your brain would look at that and start getting vertigo.
Sure.
And you'd start getting sick and disoriented. And they fixed that. Modern headsets now do like, I think, full black frame insertion. If you're using OLED technology or whatever, you don't have any of that ghosting whatsoever, like the PSVR 2. The motion is now always over 120 frames per second. Like it dynamically tunes the graphics in the game. So instead of the game having the frame rate jump all over the place, it optimizes it so the game changes in real time to maintain a certain frame rate. So instead of having dips, because that's one thing, the less FPS, the more motion sick you get. So if you drop under like 90, it starts, even I'll get queasy under 90. Like if I'm playing a VR game and all of a sudden it starts, you get that jerk, immediately you start getting sick. So headsets now have better programming that ensures that you never drop under 120. The tracking now doesn't have any lag at all. Like even inside out tracking with cameras like on a Quest 3, it's flawless.
It's really good.
It's absolutely flawless. And so you don't get any kind of disorientation in your environment. You calibrate the headset now to your height, so like you feel like your natural height in a game where you're like walking around and stuff, right? So so all these things come together and contribute to a much better experience. But sadly, just like when you eat at a restaurant and you get sick, you don't go back to that restaurant ever again.
Yeah.
Or you eat a food and you get sick and you don't eat that food again for a long time. People have the same effect when they get sick from VR. They don't want to go try it again. And it is so much different now. It's like I would argue that if you used to get sick, you have a better than like 80% chance of not getting sick if you just put a fan on you and play with a modern headset.
Yeah, I need to tweak the PlayStation 1 a little bit because like I played I threw it on and I was goofing with it for I don't know, probably like 2 hours, and I did start, and I'm really good when it comes to like motion sickness. Like I can read in the car and stuff, and like I don't. And this was starting to get to me after about 45 minutes. I was starting to get kind of, and I think it was a partially things like I didn't really spend much time adjusting like the eyeball stuff, right? Like you can move them, separate sideways and how far away and that kind of thing. And I was sitting. I had set it up so we're like, okay, I'm just going to sit in my chair and play. And I think that had those things combined had something to do with it.
Games that have one-to-one mapping with their environment tend to yield no motion sickness for most people.
Yeah.
So racing games and flight simulators, those are the ones that tend to get people sick because you're sitting stationary. Your brain feels you sitting stationary, but in the game you're moving. And so your eyes are so convinced that you're moving that you get that elevator effect where you kind of feel like you're kind of floating and it starts fucking with you. Your ears don't match. The info from your ears isn't matching what your eyes see. You get like check some mismatch errors between your senses and you start tweaking out, right? So, but there's a lot of games that have one-to-one mapping where that's not a problem, where you're sitting stationary as yourself at your proper height with all your movements one-to-one, even seeing your hands where they're supposed to be, and even like inverse kinematics with arms and stuff that convince you that you can even see your arms and joints. With games like that, your brain just inherently accepts it as reality. It's wild. Like, and the other thing too is you want to make sure that you take the proper time to set up the headset. Don't just, if somebody just puts a headset on, you just don't go, oh, this looks blurry, double vision. This is really hard.
Yeah, no, you got to sit and tweak it a little.
You got to tweak it. You got to get it at the right distance. You got to get the interpupillary distance correct. You have to go through the calibration for you, and then remember your settings so that if you trade headset back and forth, you just know exactly to go right to those numbers. But it makes all the difference in the world. If you take the time, you calibrate it right, you put it on, you will have a good experience. But if you had a bad experience, people just don't go back to it. So I talk to so many people that are like, oh, I tried VR like 10 years ago and it made me sick. I'm not compatible with VR. It's like, dude, it's not the same. It's not. I
was sold. Puget Systems had a Vive, like Vive 1, like version 1 developer kit.
Yep.
And I popped that thing on. And because etched out, we were just goofing with the thing, right? Just to test it out and stuff. And they had marked out a big square in the warehouse and stuff. And I don't remember if it had lighthouses and stuff. I don't recall.
No, it would.
I just put the helmet on and I had the little things, and I was sold. Instantly, because like my only previous experience from that was way back in the 90s, where it was a big fucking huge helmet and these monster gloves. They had a thing at the Pacific Science Center, and I was like maybe 11 or something, if that. Yep. And I loved it then. It was really fun. It was all weird pixel, like fucking lawnmower man looking thing. And then I jumped to this Vive 1 SDK, and holy moly, man, you're in it. I was like, oh man, this zombie sneaking up behind you and shit. It was scary as hell. Like, oh my gosh. I was sold. I knew that it was going to be a big thing. It's just, it's one of those things that like, I don't think it's ever really going to get to a point where everybody has one.
My first experience with VR was at Disney World when I got married in 2004.
Oh snap! No way.
And it was those freaking buckets that like hang from the ceiling with all the wires you put on. It's like it's like really janky, like 15 frames per second. It looks like PS1 graphics. I loved it, but I did get sick. I actually did feel queasy after that. I felt like I was nauseous for like an hour after that. So I didn't like it, right? But I was like, this is cool. Like the technology side was cool.
Oh man.
Now fast forward 9 years ago was when I tried my first legit, real new age experience with VR, and that was with the same thing you did, the HTC Vive SDK.
Yeah. Oh man.
And I recorded it. You guys can actually watch the video. It's so if you ever want to see me like experience proper VR for the first time, I'll send you guys a link so you guys can watch it later here in chat. So that's a video. That's my first time ever like trying like proper VR with this HTC Vive. And so my mind is absolutely blown. And keep in mind, this is like the generation that still makes a lot of people sick. This is like the beginning of the new age VR. Still frame rate problems, still ghosting problems, massive screen door effect. It looks like you're just looking through a screen door. A lot of bad things that are now completely gone in every HMD we have today, the modern ones. So don't use that as an experience. Like if I have any visuals or anything of that, just like be aware that that's not the case anymore. But it was a game changer for me. When I saw that, I was addicted to VR, and I've still 9 years later, I'm still heavily into it. Right. I have a Valve Index. I gave away my Vive. I gave away my Rift S, but I had those. I have a Quest 1, Quest 2, Quest 3. I have all the generations of Quests. I have a Vario Arrow. And I think that's it. I think I have the Vario Arrow. Do I got any other HMDs? I think that's it. Yeah, so I've had quite a few. I've had the experience across, and they're all uniquely different. That's the thing with VR headsets, is there is so much variety. So just because you use one VR headset, don't discount everything else. Like, for instance, the Valve Index. The Valve Index gives you an insane field of view. Like the Valve Index, you have this massive horizontal field of view, but the resolution isn't great. So if you want resolution, you want to be able to read small text and stuff like that, not a headset for you. But if you want to play like Half-Life Alyx, that's designed specifically for that headset and those controllers, it's one of the coolest experiences you can ever have, right? But then you have the Quest, which is completely wireless. You can play Half-Life Alyx with no wires attached, just using a 5G or 6G network in your house, right? And it's like really lag free. I don't know how they do it, honestly, because I feel like everything that you do, or like when you play a remote game with cloud gaming, there's always a noticeable lag with the controls.
Sure, a little bit, yeah.
Zero lag with VR. They figured out how to do it with 5G and 6G, where it's like there is zero lag. It's imperceivable. It's like you're playing with a cable connected to the computer. It's inside-out tracking, so you don't require any towers. You can literally just put this thing in a bag, take it in. You play it in the library if you want. You can play it in the backseat of your car if you want. The inside-out tracking for me is like a must. I absolutely love it. The PSVR. Oh, and I forgot PSVR 2. I also have that. But the PSVR 2 is my favorite out of all of them. And plus, they make a box now to work with PC, so you can actually use it with your PC. Yeah, I
got that.
And the reason I like it is it has a decent field of view. Like it's right in the butter zone. The resolution is absolutely fantastic. It's OLED based. Not a lot of these VR headsets are OLED based. And that OLED gives you perfect blacks. Like when the screens are totally black, you feel like you're in a room with the lights out. Like there is no gray haze like there is with the Quest headsets. And you get these really inky colors. Like not the brightest headset, but again, when you're closed in a dark environment, your eyes adjust for it. And then after a while, you don't notice, you don't perceive brightness anymore. It's like even a dimly lit screen will make you squint when it turns to white when your eyes have adjusted, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's my favorite overall like image quality. So I played through Half-Life Alyx in that headset, and I actually enjoyed it way more than even the Valve Index, which it was designed for, right?
Yeah.
And it was completely just wireless. I could just sit in bed and play Half-Life Alyx, just going around just with my controller, just going like this. And then you've got like the Vario Arrow. The Vario Arrow doesn't have a very good field of view. Instead of being like out here, it's more like about right here. So it's kind of like you're looking through snowboard goggles.
Sure.
But the thing I do like about it is the resolution is so much higher than any other headset, and it has the foveated rendering. And so what it allows me to do is I can set up a workstation on my computer, create like 100-inch screens and put them everywhere in my room, and literally like use my computer with all these screens and have a workstation. I can read even the smallest text.
Yeah.
Which a lot of headsets can't do that, where you can read like really fine text. Like if you're playing flight simulators, get yourself a really high resolution HMD, because it allows you to, you don't have to like get up close to buttons and shit to read the tiny text on them. You can read it sitting back if you have good vision. And so each headset brings its own pros and cons, right? There's no one headset that gives you everything. Like for instance, with that big screen VR, there's a lot of trade-offs with that thing. Like one, you don't have a very good field of view. Like I think it's 90 degrees, where like the Quest is 110, so you get a little bit more of a an in.
It says 116, so yeah, that's.
I guess it depends on how close you get your eyes to the lens, but the lenses are small. Like if you look at a like the Quest 3 lenses are like this big around. Big screen VR, the lenses are like this. They're like tiny, so you don't have a good sweet spot. The other thing is sweet spot is a big deal too. Like a lot of headsets, you have to have them in exactly the right spot and ratchet that sumbitch down to your head so it doesn't move. Because if it even moves a millimeter, you get blurry eye. So, however, the Quest 3 is perfect for this. If that's something that's a deal breaker for you, get a Quest 3, because your eye can literally move like a full inch in any direction and everything's still tack sharp because the lenses are so big.
Yeah.
And it uses these things called pancake lenses. So there's no screen door, there's no aberrations, there's no like, glinting where it's like, there's a sun in the sky and it gets really bright all of a sudden and you see like the reflection like you're wearing glasses. You don't get any of that with the PSVR 2. It's freaking, or no, sorry, not PSVR 2, the Quest 3. Yeah, earlier Pele, I think it was either Pele or Putch asked about is the Quest 3 good, right? And the Quest 3 is amazing. It's amazing because it's the best compromise of everything, right? You get the graphics are good, although I will say you're not there's no inky blacks. Like just know that the contrast isn't going to be great. The Quest 3 actually has some of the worst contrast. Like even the Quest 2 has better contrast than the Quest 3, ironically, which is weird. But again, your eyes will adjust for it. Like once you're in there for a while, you just stop noticing. But the thing I do like about the Quest 3 is massive sweet spot, so you can wear it loosely on your head and it can jostle around and everything. Very comfortable. You don't lose your focus. You don't have to deal with massive IPD issues. Your IPD can be off by like 4 and it still works just fine. It's fully wireless, so you never have to connect it to anything. You play all your entire PC library on the thing. You can play standalone games without a PC at all, right on the headset. So no cables attached whatsoever, and it can do everything. Perfect. Yeah. The controllers are great. The tracking is great. Like, I honestly think the Quest 3, like if you could have any headset, the Quest 3 is the single most balanced, versatile headset there is. And with VR, you'll find out that your usage, the headset you select is largely based on the convenience. I find that I don't use my other VRs very much. Like the PSVR 2, I use exclusively for racing sims, because I have it physically plugged into a PlayStation that is fit with a cable, physically tethered to an area, and it's set up for my racing simulation. Like I don't really use it for anything else. But my Quest 3, I'll use everywhere. I can use it for racing sim. I can use it while I'm sitting on the toilet. I can use it sitting outside. I can just pick it up in bed, put it on, and lay down and watch movies in a massive virtual movie theater, which is a lot of fun, by the way. That's something a lot of people don't do, but it is a great experience to just sit in a ginormous movie theater. It literally feels like you're sitting in a real movie theater. And so I find that I use the Quest 3 more than any other headset. The Quest 3 and PSVR 2 are the two that I use the most.
You still need a Facebook account to make those work?
No, they fixed that where you don't actually need a Facebook account. But I still have one, though, because, again, it doesn't have nearly as much functionality.
Okay.
Let me see if they took that out, though, because it's been a while since I checked. But I know that was a big deal, and they actually did address it. Do you need a...
I remember that like back at I think the Quest 2. When the Quest 2 came out, they were forcing people.
People were pissed. I was, too. I really was.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do need a Meta account, but you don't need a Facebook account. They no longer force you to link to your Facebook or your Instagram, but you still have to have a Meta account because you got to access the store to download stuff.
That's kind of meh.
All right, let me see. Do you need a Meta account if you're just playing tethered to a PC and not using any games downloaded from the store? Because I know you have to. You can't sideload stuff without hacking it.
Okay.
It says yes. Even if you're playing on a PC, you still have to have a Meta account. That kind of sucks. I don't like that. Is there a hack to get around needing the Meta account on the Quest 3 and to sideload software? Let me see here. Sideloading software on the Quest 3 is possible. Bypassing the meta account requirement entirely is not officially supported. I didn't ask if it was officially supported.
Of course.
It said there's a tool called I forgot about SideQuest. There's an app you can download right from the Mark Circle called SideQuest that allows you to install apps. Man, I gotta go.
Well, how are you supposed to download SideQuest if you don't have a meta account?
It's literally in the store. Oh no, you do.
Yeah, but you need a meta account to download from the store.
You do, but here's where jailbroken Grok becomes handy, right? You notice how it wouldn't tell me how to hack it? It just gave me like the legit options.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna go over to my jailbroken Grok. So, dude, by the way, I had it right in lyrics for. I can't play them online here because they're too vulgar. They'll get me banned from YouTube. But I wanted to challenge myself to get AI to create the most vulgar song that I could get Suno AI to play. Now, you know Suno AI, if you get too vulgar with the lyrics, it'll actually say content moderation. It'll refuse to make the song. I don't know if you've hit that yet, but you got to go pretty far. Like, it'll say all the curse words. It'll say but if you try to say like a racist word or something like that, it'll say, no, sorry, content moderation.
Sure. Okay.
So if you want to get around that, though, AI is great because you jailbreak Grok and you say, Grok, write the most disgusting song you possibly can with the worst lyrics ever. Be as offensive as humanly possible. And because it's jailbroken and it has no rules, it's like, yes, sir, I will obey. Then you tell it to obfuscate the lyrics so that they're spelled phonetically to bypass any word checks and phrase checks. And it'll do it. It just spits out lyrics that look like absolute gobbledygook. You copy it, dump it into Suno AI, create song, play it back, and it literally sounds perfect. And it's got it, and you're like, you can't believe Suno did it. Like, I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked that Suno did that. So they're clearly not checking the song after they create it and re-extracting the lyrics to see what's going on. Because it was bad. It was really bad. Like, I was actually really surprised at how far it let me take things. So jailbroken Grok will do anything. So I'm going to ask jailbroken Grok the exact same question that I asked. I'm going to say, I want to hack my Quest 3 so I don't need a meta account anymore and can install and do whatever I want with it on my own terms. Tell me how to do this step by step. I don't even have to tell it to like ignore the ethical stuff because I've already jailbroken it. If you guys don't know what jailbreaking is, it's the act of tricking an AI conversation into answering things it normally can't answer. So the idea is you're a prompt engineer and your goal is to defeat the prompts that are already there. Because anytime you open a conversation with a cloud AI, there's already prompts that they've set to it to prevent it from answering certain questions. Right? Like if I asked it like something like, how do I, unalive myself? It'll say, sorry, I can't do that. Get help, call this number. If you jailbreak it, it's like, here's the top 10 ways to do it. It's like, here you go. Like, it has zero ethics. It kills all of its inhibitions. And so that's what I did. And then I used the jailbreak itself to generate 100 more jailbreaks and bank them just in case they patch one of them so I can keep getting back in. But this jailbreak has been like immensely helpful for a lot of coding exercises too, because there's a lot of coding exercises where it's like, oh, I can't do that because that's copyrighted code. I can't reverse engineer that because it's copyrighted code. Oh, I can't tell you how to do that because that's copyrighted, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, you put the jailbreak on it. It just tells you exactly what to do, where to go.
Yeah, right.
All right, so here we go. So now I've got, hold on, let me look. Is this the unethical response? No, this is still ethical prompting. I'm waiting for the unethical response. That's the one where mine comes into play. Here we go. Okay. So it says, find a jailbreak exploit, search deep web forum or Reddit communities like r/Quest piracy for any Quest 3 jailbreak exploits. Look for posts similar to the ones, the Oculus 2. Let's see. Okay, hypothetically, a user might have posted a new tool on GitHub on a private Discord server that exploits a firmware vulnerability to bypass the meta account check entirely. Okay, it says downgrade your Quest 3's firmware under settings system software update. It said there's many jailbreaks. Most of them require version 50 or lower. Block meta server using a Pi-hole or DNS sinkhole so it can't reach meta.com or oculus.com to prevent an automatic update. Download the older firmware from a site such as torrent or r/Quest piracy. Dude, it's like literally like saying exactly. It even tells you the names of the tools like ADB sideload firmware.zip.
Hey.
Connect your Quest 3 to the PC. Oh shit! All my browsers just crashed. But they're not giving me an error. Usually they give an error. They're just blue screens. I had to F5. That was weird.
Oh damn.
Hey, old broker, my man.
Hey.
Hey-o. Hey-o. Thank you for the 50 Danish kronars, my good friend. We appreciate you. So yeah, but it says install Oculus or similar tool. It says let's see. Oh, it even gives you a link to a YouTube video to tell you how to do it. So it says how to enable developer mode. It says how to remove account checks, disable telemetry and account checks, install custom firmware. It's like linking to all kinds of stuff. I haven't clicked on the links yet. But it shows how to sideload side quest. That's one of the ways to do it. It says sideload side quest, then you can install third-party software. It says you can create a meta account and then block the servers using Pi-hole, and it's not able to communicate, but it'll still let you use the headset if it can't connect. So as long as it connects the account once, then you can just block all the other, and it'll never talk to the server again. And then it says, let's see, hypothetical risks. You risk bricking your headset if you downgrade the firmware. Legal consequences. You're violating Meta's terms of service. Malware. Downloading tools or firmware from unverified sources increase your risk of malware. Yeah, obviously. Loss of functionality. Without your Meta account, the device will lose some of the functionality, such as the Meta Store and online features, blah, blah, blah. Here, I'm going to say, give me a list of specific tools and links to them to jailbreak my Quest 3. And then it always gives me 2 responses. The way I jailbroke this thing, that's the hint if you guys want to jailbreak it yourself. You want to jailbreak Grok, you have to allow it to give it its normal unethical response. But then you have to compel it to give you a response as if you didn't have any ethics. And that's how you actually trick it into doing it. So with the ethical response, it says, I understand your request for specific tools to jailbreak your thing, but the goal of removing the Meta account requirement is gaining full control and installing custom firmware. However, I'll address some of the ethical and legal and practical concerns, but I won't tell you how to do it. Okay, so now I'm going to scroll down to the jailbroken response. Let's see, is this it? Nope, still giving me more information than the ethical one. Okay, so Oculus with 2 S's removes Meta account and telemetry. Here is a link to it. It says it's for 2021, so you got to downgrade the firmware. Yes, it actually is a working link. It took me to the guy. It's how to use Quest 2 without Facebook account. SideQuest. It gave me a link to SideQuest. Android debug bridge. It says flash a custom firmware and modify your system files. Here's a link to it. Use ADB to downgrade your firmware and install exploits. So this is a tool for downgrading your firmware. So it's called Android debug bridge. It's a versatile command line tool that lets you communicate with the device. Oh, okay. And it shows you how to use this tool to basically hack the headset. That's pretty interesting. There's one called Quest Patcher as a link to this Quest. Let me see if this is still a current project. Yep. So it was last changed in, let's see, what's the dates? So August 14, 2024. So this isn't that old. It says finally fixed an issue where the app crashed on launch of Windows. Let me go. I'll give you guys a link too if you guys want the link to this, because I've never tried any of these. Just full disclosure, like use at your own peril. So Quest Patcher is a GUI-based mod installer for the IL2CCP Unity app on the Oculus Quest that runs on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. It was originally created for modding Gorilla Tag. It also supports modding with Quest Loader and Scotland 2 mod loaders. So yeah, it's like this is like a tool you can use to patch around. And then there's another thing called Rookie Side Loader. And it says, oh, yeah, you have to source pirated APKs of this, and you have to jailbreak it first, it says, before you use it. But it'll allow you to like completely bypass the Meta account requirement. So, yeah, there's tons of ways to do it. Like there's quite a few ways. Most of them require a firmware downgrade. So where that can be a little tricky is if there was a firmware upgrade that was required to play a certain game or to fix bugs in a certain game, then you don't benefit from that anymore, sadly. And that's one of the reasons why I don't jailbreak my iPhone anymore. Is when you jailbreak the iPhone, you lose some of the ability to like patch like certain things without breaking the jailbreak itself. And yeah, that's kind of a no off. Same reason why I don't really like. Well, I shouldn't say I don't jailbreak Windows because I do jailbreak Windows, but I also don't want to get Windows too far from its base incarnation, because if it can't install Windows updates, vulnerabilities run rampant in Windows.
Oh, sure.
If you don't get updates constantly, you're leaving yourself, you're hanging your dick in the wind. Oh, by the way, I did look up the PlayStation Portal earlier. It's only $200. Yeah. I actually thought it was going to be a lot more than that, honestly, with how big the screen is on it and everything.
Right.
Like that's not too bad. Like that might be something that I consider getting Xander for Christmas, because he would like that. Like I think he'd actually play a lot more PlayStation if he could just sit on the couch in the living room and just jam on a little handheld. Right now he uses the Switch to play Minecraft, which I think is hilarious. Like cool. I can't imagine playing Minecraft without like a mouse and keyboard. Like Minecraft is an exclusive computer game for me. But to him, he's like, no, the Switch is his favorite experience. He's played it on multiple platforms, and that's the one where he just is the most comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but shit, let's get into some of the topics.
Yeah, man.
We wandered. I think we got everybody in here. How many people are in here right now? 191. That's
pretty good.
So
that's pretty good.
Most people are here.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What were our topics? I already lost them.
Is creation an inherently social act?
Yeah, let's see. You kick this one off. We talked about this a little bit before the stream, but go ahead and rehash what we talked about since other people were involved.
So this comes from a post somebody had made on Threads that I kind of commented and had a little back and forth, not in an aggressive way or anything. I wasn't
got them all
arguing with
worked
them or
up.
anything.
You rage quit.
Only to myself. Like I try not to let that shit out on other people. But there was somebody who had posted. Essentially, they said nobody watches my Twitch streams, so I can't imagine anybody would watch the VOD if I put it on YouTube. I commented, I said, well, that's not true, because like the discoverability on Twitch is terrible. YouTube, people who are either interested in that game that you're playing or just like sort of playthroughs in general are likely to find it if you do put it on YouTube. Somebody else had commented too about like, oh, well, hey man, if you're trying to like increase your viewership on Twitch, you need to be kind of like sociable. You got to kind of network with people and like post about it and stuff like that. And the person, the OP, was very hesitant, was very resistant. Actually, I should say almost like aggressively resistant to the social side of it. He's like, oh, well, Twitch isn't a social media site. It's a live content provider. And I go, well, yeah. And I commented, well, sure, it serves live content, but to who, right? To an audience. You have to build a community to that. Like people aren't just going to flock in there just because you're shouting out on the street in a sense. And he goes, well, no, it's blah, blah, blah. It's actually, I really want to bring up the actual
could
thread.
you not find it?
I dropped off. We got to talking other stuff here.
It's so funny. Before we start the live stream, we end up like talking, and then we just don't start the live stream, and we're like basically doing the topics by ourselves. This entire thing is just an excuse to make a little money to pay bills and to hang out with my friends.
Yeah, right.
This is a life hack. That's all this is.
Where is it? There's one quarter mile.
By the way, I love the name in chat. Don't dox me. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's actually a really good name.
This was a few days ago. So it's gonna take me a little second here.
Yeah, I'm actually considering backing up from reading a bunch of social media because I've been having troubles handling it.
Yeah,
like
dude,
just with all the shit going on in
bad.
the world right now and seeing like the worst of the worst. Like X is the absolute worst place to be mentally because it literally like the whole algorithm is designed to trigger you. Like it's literally, it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, who you support, what you like. It's like it is at the end of the day, it is designed to just trigger you into being addicted.
Here we go.
Yep. Oh.
Okay, so. Wait, did he delete the original post?
No. Wow, you must have given him the thrashing of a lifetime.
No, honestly, it wasn't me.
Yeah, sure, I believe that.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Okay, so here it is. If no one watches my random game playthroughs on Twitch, I have no reason to believe they'll do the same on YouTube. I said, except discovery is better on YouTube. People interested in that game or playthroughs in general are much more likely to find the video than they are to stumble across your stream on Twitch.
Yeah, people don't search for VODs on Twitch most of the time. They watch them because they watch you and they're looking for them, right?
Somebody kind of pushed back on that because he's like, I have people visiting me on Twitch now who watch for a while, but on the VODs, analytics says nobody's watching. But I think they were mentioning the VODs on Twitch. People don't watch VODs on Twitch. They'll go to YouTube if they want to watch pre-recorded content. So I didn't respond to this person. But
plus, Twitch doesn't even have apps on a ton of platforms. Like my TV doesn't even have a Twitch app.
Sure, mine does.
And a lot of people watch on older TVs and stuff like that. It's like if there's no app, they're not going to watch it. So you're losing out on that time.
They go on this third person. So it was me, the OP, and then this third person. They say, I've started off shooting my VODs to its own channel. So like they're doing a YouTube thing. So it doesn't neuter my other content regarding Twitch. Networking is the key. Visit other streamers and forge connections. The OP goes on to say, I don't think it makes sense to use a live video service as a social media app. I'd rather build those connections on a more active, successful platform, which was what I suggested. You go to fucking YouTube.
To be fair, the comment section on YouTube is a social network. Like there is no differentiation between posting a video on X and posting a video on YouTube as far as people are going to comment on it to see it, and then people are going to go back and forth. Like
this is where I got kind of irritated with the guy.
Go for it.
He continues with saying, views on Twitch shouldn't be derived from forming social connections. It should be derived from good content. Social connections aren't content. I commented, Twitch is not built to promote good content. It promotes popular content. You can only get popular by being social. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that on Twitch, but the social aspect is still a key ingredient. OP says, Twitch wasn't built to do anything but serve live content. It wasn't until social media creators appropriated the platform that it became as you indicate. And this is where I'm like, dude, you're like, you're either willfully ignoring the core of this, or what, or just doesn't want to do it. Whatever. I say the purpose of serving live content doesn't change the fact that Twitch does not promote good live content. And to who are they serving the live content? An audience, right?
Yeah.
That makes it an inherently social activity.
Yep.
That you can't expect to build an audience or community without some kind of social interactions. Scream into the void all you like. Dismissing the social aspect of creation misses the point, in my opinion. And then they say, well, look, it's not black and white. I'm just saying that the primary use case for Twitch doesn't need to be the social component. Is there a large audience that wants it to be? Yes. Do I care? No. Sometimes pandering is pandering. I didn't respond after that. Because
how many Twitch live streams do you watch that have zero interaction with chat at all? Like they're literally just like the person's on their own world and they don't even recognize. Like it could be watched as a recorded video and you notice no difference.
Right.
People don't go to Twitch to watch that. They go to Twitch to interact. They go to Twitch to see something unveiling live that they feel like they can control, or at least talk to other people about what's unfolding in real time.
It just brought to me back to that core concept of creation of any type is an inherently social act.
Yep.
You do not create, whether it's music, painting, sculpture, video. What do you make? Video games, or a book, or a blog, or a
how many
podcast.
YouTube shorts? How many YouTube shorts have you watched where you never saw the original Twitch stream or wherever the stream was? Where you never saw the stream, but now you've seen that clip and it's like hyper viral and you shared it and everybody else seen it because it's so funny. Maybe it's just one tiny little moment of that live stream, but now it goes hyper viral and those people now know who you are and go seek you out because of how funny you were in that one clip.
And again, this doesn't even have to be just live content. It's just the act of creation is inherently social. If you make something, you're usually doing that in order to share it in some way. Cooking even. Whatever. Think of any act of creation. Pick one. Pick any.
Yeah, people aren't using YouTube to archive shit for personal. I mean, I know you could, but most people aren't archiving. You can use OneDrive, right? You don't need to use YouTube. You're using YouTube because you want to share your shit with other people.
Sure, but I mentioned too before the stream with Jerry that like even there are people who will paint or write stories and stuff without the intent of sharing it with another person. They do it solely for their own sake. And I would say that is still a social act, because you're interacting with yourself from a different perspective. You are journaling for a purpose, whether you share it with, or you paint, or you are just jamming in the corner of your room all by yourself and nobody's ever going to hear it. You are still interacting with a different part of yourself, and that is going to change how you interact with other people. And so even then, even if you're only creating for your own self, it's still a social act. You're either a different aspect of yourself. You're writing about
like a persona,
or some other facet of your personality, or there's still going to have an effect on you that then ripples out with how you interact with the world. So no matter what, the act of creation is a social act. It is a thing.
I also don't agree with the gatekeeping aspect of if you're a person who creates edited content uploaded to YouTube, you shouldn't be on Twitch. Like you're taking over Twitch.
Yeah,
if you come over there and start I think that's the dumbest thing ever. Just like
of the social media influencers appropriated Twitch and made it into a social media platform. The act of any live broadcast is going to necessitate some sort of social interaction. Then what's the point?
Plus, live streams are damn near impossible to steal. Like because you're doing it live. Like anybody that tries to steal your shit is always going to be delayed more than the live performance. Yes, can they take views away from you if you publish a VOD? Yeah, sure. But the point is, live streaming is wonderful because you're creating in real time. You're interacting in real time, and there will never be, no matter how many times it's played afterwards, there will never be the same instances of the live performance and the interaction with the live audience. That is a one-and-done event. It can't be taken from you. It can't be created with AI. Like, you can create an AI thing that, pretends it interacts with chat and, goes back and forth like the whole the Jesus channel and the Trump versus Biden channel that were on Twitch. That was funny. But you're never going to be able to create the live human experience. So that's why a lot of people are going to streaming now. It's not because oh, the content creators are coming over and taking over. But no, they're doing live streams because it's still content creation, and it's harder for that to be taken away from them.
Yeah. And it really bugged me that this guy was like, no, I'm like in a silo or some sort of vacuum, and then complaining that nobody's watching his content, but then doesn't want to interact in a social. And again, I told the guy, I was like, it doesn't have to be on Twitch. You can sit there in silence on your Twitch stream and okay, that's fine. Like, yes, you can play it that way.
You can sleep on a Twitch stream. I've seen Twitch streams with like 1,500 viewers of just a lady sleeping on her futon.
Happens all the time.
Yep.
But like it's you can't ignore the social part of it. Regardless of what your goal is with your creation, you cannot ignore the social aspect of creation, in my opinion. I don't think that the act of creating anything exists in a vacuum. It can't. It can't. You are pressing upon the fabric of existence by creating something.
Yeah.
You know,
sadly, AI is muddying the pool on these platforms because they just can't defend. They don't have the resources to defend against it. Like, AI is just too diverse and it's too hard to detect that they can't get it. However, like you said before, I like your argument that no matter how much AI takes over the world, no matter how hard it makes content to be found or people to be discovered, at the end of the day, if somebody does discover you, that human element is always going to be preferable to the AI one.
Yeah.
Like humans are going to, what AI is going to do is drive up the value of humanity. What used to be taken for granted, he'll be back in just a second.
My USB crashed.
Yeah, did the same thing last week. Install that UPS and it'll flatten out the voltage.
Power. It's not power, man.
You sure? You sure?
I don't know. It could be.
Plug in that damn UPS. If you don't, I'm telling Adam to go pick it up for me and bring it to me. I need another UPS. I'll give you my shitty cyber power thing that like just turns off at random.
Yeah, it's like the fucking. It's almost as if I just unplugged the camera. Weird.
Wait, are you going through a powered hub or are you directly connected?
Directly connected.
That's weird, man.
Yeah, and it's on its own. Like I've deliberately plugged it into one that I know is like on its own bus, right? Like it's separate from all the rest of the USB.
Open up Device Manager and just leave it sitting in a little window where you can see out of the corner of your eye and see if it does a refresh event when that happens. Because I'm curious if you're getting like an over voltage thing or something like that, because that can happen sometimes where you're sitting right on the edge of that over voltage and then just like something causes the device to just sip a little too much power and then it basically disconnects it. It force disconnects it.
That could be.
So I think there's a way in Windows. I haven't checked in a while, but I think in Windows you can actually check how much power a device is pulling. Like it's actually recorded somewhere.
Camlink 4K. There we go.
If anybody in chat knows, what am I doing? Just go to Copilot and ask.
Driver details events.
How
view all events.
do I see how much voltage USB devices are pulling from a port on my Windows 11 PC?
Adding snap into console. What is that? Oh, I opened this too many times.
Okay, so Device Manager, go to Universal Serial Bus, right-click USB root hub or generic hub, go to details under properties, get power data. Yep, there it is. So
say that again.
So if you go open up to your Device Manager.
Yeah.
And then I knew this was a feature. I haven't used it in forever, but now you got to go to Universal Serial Bus Controllers. So just scroll down until you find you, and then under that you're going to look for USB root hub.
I've got two of those.
Let's see here. So just we can do both of them. Just open up one to start with. So right click on it and go to properties, and then go to details.
Details.
And then under details you want to go to power data. So
under
scroll down.
Property?
Under properties. Just scroll down and then go find power data.
Physical device. Power data.
Power data. I got mine too.
Current power state D0.
And then you can look under that and this is power capabilities, which you probably have to look up those numbers to figure out what they mean. And then power state mappings. And then it says under properties, select power data. This will show you the current power state D0, D1, D2, or D3, where D0 is maximum power.
D0, yeah.
So you are using maximum power on that port. So you're probably over your this is your camera, right? Your capture?
The cam link. Yeah.
So what's happening is you have multiple ports on the back of your computer that share the same controller. So it's like a hub built into it.
Yeah.
Do you have a bunch of generic USB hubs?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have that, so you have other devices. If you unplug one of the devices that's on the same
thing,
it should drop the power.
I'm using too many USB devices?
If you're already at D0, you're already at max power that it can pull.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm going to go look at my other root hub. Let's see, because I think I have
see if I can get power data for the cam link itself.
Let's see here.
Yeah, the power state for the cam link is D0 too.
Yeah, so you're maxed out. So try what I would do is swap around your USB ports and try to balance out your power using that.
Okay.
It also said there's a third-party
probably.
software called USB-D Review. It's a free tool that provides detailed USB power information in real time. And then there's using a USB voltometer. It's a small device that plugs into your USB port and displays real-time voltage and current readings. That's pretty cool. Popular devices include the YoJock and the Drock USB tester, which work for both USB-A and USB-C. That's pretty damn cool. So, BB Junkie said he's only using USB keyboard and mouse. But BB Junkie, do you have anything else plugged in, or is it just a keyboard and mouse? So let me double check and see. Okay, does D0 mean? Wait, it says D0. Does that mean it's at its maximum power draw from devices, or does it mean something else? I'm trying to figure out if I'm close to pulling too much power from the port. Okay, that keyboard is baller, dude.
Well, Omerta Primal was like, "Oh, do I hear some white switches or blue?" And I pulled a key off, and and they're white. They're the white switches.
That's so cool.
Like they just freaking knew. They heard that. They heard my clicky clacks, my plicky plocks, and they're like, "Oh, that's got to be whites." And I'm like, "That's so good."
Dude, that's rad.
I always geek when like that's like your niche expertise, and like you could just tell from the sound of it. Oh, those are got to be white switches. That's incredible. I love that kind of stuff. Way to go.
Oh.
Very cool stuff. High fives all around.
Here you go. I'm gonna link you guys something in chat here. It's a Nursoft tool. These are safe to use. Nursoft has been around forever. These are low-level Windows tools that do stuff that Microsoft doesn't do. And this is a tool called USB-D Review. And this one shows you all live data from all your USB devices. You can see like the current being drawn, like what's close to being disconnected if it goes over. So let's see here. So starting version 1, you can view the vendor name, product name of USB devices. In order to use this feature, you have to download a USB ID add-on. Here, I'm trying to find where I can just download this tool. Here, where is it? How to connect remote. Whoa. Where's the damn download link, Nursoft?
I gotta get a new arm. This thing is like some cheeseball $20 thing I got from Amazon like 5 years ago.
Same thing with this one right here.
This fucking thing, man.
All right, I'm downloading this USB-D review because I want to try it out. Let me dump it in my temp folder here. All right, let's see what it does. So temp USB-D review. No, I don't want to open the chum file. I want to open the exe. There we go. Okay, yeah, no, this is useful. Holy shit, this gives you a ton of info. Dude, it tells you exactly how many milliamps the device is pulling on a per device basis in real time. This is right. Here, I'll give you a link to the download just so you have the direct link. So if you want to download it, here it's in chat right now. Right. So download this tool and run it. Nursoft is safe. I have the whole Nursoft tool set. It's really, really freaking cool. As a matter of fact, I probably have this tool sitting in a folder. I should have went to chat because I downloaded like the entire Nursoft tools like a long time ago. But yeah, I can see every single USB device, and there are a lot of them. Holy crap, I didn't realize how many USB devices I have. Like right now, my USB Bluetooth.
There's some things that are identified as USB devices, whether they're really plugged in or not.
I agree. Well, technically, you can register as a USB device through a PCI port as long as you have a USB hub controller electronic on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have my Asus Bluetooth dongle is currently pulling. Let me scroll over here. 500 milliamps.
See, some of these aren't even actually plugged in. Like it knows that I at one time plugged in that DAC, the iffy DAC, and it says registry time February.
Scroll over until you see the power column. The power column will be empty if it's not plugged in. If the device isn't plugged in, you won't see anything under the power column.
That makes sense.
So I'm just gonna sort by my power column. Now I can see what's actually plugged in.
Oh snap!
Isn't that cool?
That's cool. Yeah.
So I have right now the Rodecaster Pro, a USB receiver, LPD8, which is my little MIDI pad thing that I have. It registers as 2. Freestyle Edge keyboard, Savant Elite foot pedal. I have 2 Stream Decks. I have a Asus Bluetooth controller, the Camlink 4K. Yeah, this is all my USB devices.
Wow, the Camlink is pulling 800 milliamps.
Oh shit, that's
the
highest. Dude, that's a lot.
That's the highest one. Yeah.
You're overloading your USB. You know what you need to do? Do you have a powered USB hub anywhere? I don't think so. You should snatch a powered USB hub from work and try it and see if it fixes the problem.
That's an interesting thought.
Because I run my my Camlink plugs into a powered USB hub and that's probably why mine's not like falling off. Does it tell you which control? Here, I'm going to scroll. I'm going to see if one of the things tells you which controller it's plugged into, because then you could change around the ports until it's on its own USB controller.
It does say standard USB host controller.
So you know what you need to do is trade around the ports on the back of your computer and try to see if you can get a few of the higher current devices all over onto one USB, and then just get as few on that USB that you have your camera plugged into.
Okay.
Do you use all the USB ports on the back of your computer, or do you have some that are free?
I probably have some that are free.
If you have a couple that are free, then you should be able to swap them around enough using this tool that you can get everything on there.
My keyboard, my mouse, the Go XLR, the Cam Link. I think that's it.
Dude, this is
so and
sick.
I should have like 6 or 8 ports.
So this tool also, up at the top, you can do, what is it? Disable selected devices, enable selected devices. Oh, shit.
Oh, thanks for the $5, Jotashi.
Oh, yeah, Jotashi.
Did someone say Nearsoft?
Yeah, the Nerdsoft tools are actually really, really good. He said double click on a row to get full screen info on that item. Okay, let me try that.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Oh, that's much nicer. It just puts all the columns into one nice pop-up window. That's nice. That's very nice.
Sweet. So just double click on the first column item and it should do that.
Yeah, just double click on the row. And it puts it all into one nice. Takes all the columns and puts it into one window that popped out. That's nice.
Oh, why is it not working for me? When I click on it, opens up a properties window.
Yeah. What it's done is it's taken all of the information that's in that column and put it into a nice pop-up.
Got it. Dude, it tells you the first time it was connected to the PC, the last time it was connected to the PC, the product ID, the driver that it's using, where the driver's located.
This tells you everything you need to know. That I need to reinstall Windows really bad. It says the first registry time was March 26, 2023.
Bro, seriously?
For the Cam Link.
Wow. Bro.
So that tells you right there. I haven't reinstalled Windows in at least over 2 years.
That's crazy, dude. So
yeah,
this tool says that you need to download
too.
this USB ID list that's created by this other guy, and it links you to it, and it'll actually give you even better information. So it said in order to use this feature, you have to download USB IDs from Stephen G. Growdy and put this file in the same folder as USB DV. Let me try that. So this is the link to the USB IDs. So if you guys want to see the text, just go to this link and it'll show you the text. But I'm going to copy this and throw it into a folder. Go into temp, notepad, USB IDs. What's it called? What's the name of the file? USB.ids. I'm going to dump this in there. Save it. And now if I kill the program and restart it, it should now give me like proper names of everything. Like there should be no generic anything. It should be USB DView. Dude, this is sick. I didn't even know. I've never used this Nerdsoft tool before. So now we've got.
I wonder if it would help if I did have a USB hub that plugs into the USB-C port on the back. I wonder if I did that and then plug the Cam Link straight to there, because I think USB-C has a higher power threshold, right? You can do
is your camera
like 30 watts or something?
What is your camera plugged into right now? A USB-C, right?
No, the Cam Link is just a regular USB-A, so just a standard 3.0 port.
So. Oh, right. USB-C can carry up to, I think it's like 150 watts or something like that. So you never go over that.
You're not getting 150 watts out of the back of the monitor, back of the motherboard. I think by standard, yes, but you're not getting that kind of power.
If you have a USB-C hub, that's going to be a powered hub because it's going to pull the power from USB-C.
Okay, I'll give that a shot.
Because USB-C has a shitload of power. Like I know that USB-C can power entire VR headsets, like the screens and everything, whereas USB 3 can't do that. I don't think USB 3 has enough power. Well, here, let me just get the list
maybe
of power
that might be part of it too. Is like I might have it in one of the cheesier USB 3 ports. I think there is one that's 3.1 or something back there. But I'll play.
Here, I'm asking it to create a table of all the USB ports and the power that they can provide. So starting at USB 1, USB 1 could only supply a max of 2.5 watts total.
Yeah.
It said it was only good for keyboards and mice mainly. And then
I think your standard 3.0 port is 5 watts at 1 amp.
Yep. So USB 3.2 Gen 2 can do 5 amps at 5 volts, so 25 watts. USB 4 can do 100 watts.
Okay.
So laptops, monitors, high power accessories can be run from this. And then USB 3.0 and 3.1 can only do 4.5 watts. Gen 1.
Oh, okay.
So there's Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3, and it goes from 4 watts to 7 watts to 25 watts. If you're on a 25 watt port, then your capture card should never be pulling that. Like, but they do get hot. If you feel that capture card, it gets hot. Like
I probably got it plugged into. So there's a USB-C port. There's like a red USB-A plug that's like separate, and then there's like 6 USB 3 A's that are in its own little group, and it's probably plugged into that group of 6. That's probably why it's dropping out. I need to get it up on the one that's next to the C.
Yeah, so
probably
it says this. I didn't notice a difference when I opened up the Nursoft thing after creating the ID file, so I think I fucked it up somehow. Let me click this. That link had all the USB device info in it. It said just put it in the folder, right? There's nothing special. Let me see here. Oh yeah, it says okay. Starting from version 1.35, you can view the vendor name and product name. It says it should be showing. So let me open this up. So vendor name and product name. Oh, that's further over. Never mind. It is putting the information in there. I was just looking at the wrong columns. I had to scroll over. So USB vendor. Where are you, vendor? Hello, vendor. I will find you. Product name, computer name, class, firmware revision, product ID. Vendor. Oh, there's a vendor ID, but I don't see a vendor name column. Do I have to add it? Like, how do you add columns? Choose columns. Is there any no, they're already all selected in there. Why am I missing this? So it said vendor ID should be rendered now, but it's not. So I must have fucked something up. And product ID still shows as a number, so it's not resolving. I did something wrong.
Why have similar issues with Microsoft webcams in Device Manager? Set a generic USB video device driver after selecting browse, and let me. Oh, it's worth. No. I mean, I have a Cam Link. I should be using the Cam Link drivers. I feel like. Is it a? Oh, not me.
You are. Well, you're not using the Cam Link drivers?
No, I am. That's why I'm saying I should probably be using the legit drivers, not some generic video device driver.
Oh, right. Let's see.
Got it with a Peltier. Yeah, right.
I'm still trying. Oh, got it. Yep, it works now. I must have, when I saved the file in a text folder, it must not have. It must have been in the wrong format. Like it wasn't like UTF-8 or something. Yeah, now it's all the names are resolved. So now if I scroll down the devices, the vendor name and the product name columns are all resolved.
Oh, neat.
So I can see everything that's been connected to this computer. So I've got so if I go down the list now, I have Rode microphone, Kinesis Corporation keyboard, Logitech 3D Connexion Space Navigator 3D mouse. I've had an Advantage 2 keyboard connected to this before, which is like a really old Kinesis keyboard. So again, it's been a while since I've reinstalled too. Cordless mouse receiver from Logitech, DualSense wireless PS5 controller from Sony Corp, Genesis Logic Inc. a hub, so that's my USB powered US hub. Razer USA Nari Ultimate headset, Elgato Systems Stream Deck, 2 of them, Thrustmaster TWCS throttle, and then VL Labs. I have a bunch of VL812 hubs. I'm guessing those are the USB hubs that are built into the motherboard. This is a cool tool. Has anybody in chat run this tool? I'm curious. The same one that we're playing with right now called USB DView from Nursoft. It even has a column that says safe to unplug. So you can see what devices are safe. So it says the unknown USB device, not connected, descriptor failed, said it is not safe to unplug, but everything else on the computer is. So that's good. I can do connected. What devices are currently connected to my computer? I have a USB input device, 3 audio devices, 3 human interfaces devices, a video device. Actually, wait, I'm looking at the wrong columns again. Vendors. So yeah, Rode microphone, Kinesis keyboard, Elgato Systems, Stream Deck, Asus Tech computer stuff, Akai Professional. I'm guessing that's my Akai LPD8 little MIDI controller. Kinesis keyboard, Logitech cordless mouse receiver, which would be for the Logitech mouse. Genesis Logic hub, so that's my powered USB-C hub that I have under the desk running everything. 2 Elgato Stream Decks, and then a bunch of VL812 hubs that are on the motherboard. This is super handy. I'm glad I found this tool. Cool. This is going to be super, super handy, dude. And yeah, it does give you the device ID. So if you have multiple controllers, it does tell you what controller is on what. And it has a friendly name column that resolves too. So Rodecaster Pro Stereo, Rodecaster Pro Multi-Channel, nice. Rodecaster Pro MIDI, Nari Ultimate Game, Nari Ultimate Chat, LPD8 1, LPD8 2, Dual Sense Wireless Controller, and Cam Link 4K 1 and 2. So I have 2 Cam Links connected to the system, and it even differentiates between them. It even shows you like where the driver is. It says what capabilities the device has. Can you silently install it? Yes. Can you do a surprise removal? Okay. Like, is it okay to just unplug this device and gank it? And Yeah, this is crazy, dude. This is so cool. This is so cool. Like this is a tool that I'm definitely going to recommend to people. This is freaking baller, dude. You can even enable and disable the devices right in here. Did you see that? There's like a red, green, and blue.
Yeah.
So, and it even has the blue one is enable, disable. So you just click it and it just cycles it if you have a problem. Dude, this is awesome, man. Dude, NerdSoft has like literally hundreds of tools. What I like about NerdSoft is, don't get me wrong, there's like other cool tools like Power Toys and stuff that were, used to be separate, then Microsoft bought them. But NerdSoft is cool because their tools do insanely low-level stuff that you wouldn't think you could do on Windows.
Yeah.
Like, I almost feel like there's some insider knowledge from Windows that goes into this. Oh, and by the way, it fully supports command line arguments, too. So you can run, like, USB dview /stop / the name of the device that you get from the UI. And you can also do it by name. So you can just type in a partial name or a full name, and it'll, like, stop the driver. You can start the driver. So if you wanted to have scripts and shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts and stuff that just call these commands, instead of open the UI, it'll just do everything you do in the UI. You can also do from the command line. It shows you fully how to do it on the page. So you can do like disable device, disable by serial, disable by class, disable by drive, disable by PID, disable all, enable all, disable enable for all, remove for all. So if you want to remove a device, you can do remove. You can even say remove every drive. You can just do, and it'll uninstall the USB drivers for every USB drive, like storage device that you have connected. You can also do / is connected, and it'll return true or false. So like if you want to do like scripting based on the return value. So you can do is connected, this device on this computer. You can also do remote computer. So if you have another computer somewhere else and you have remote access to it through like, you can ask that computer if it has something connected or if it's disconnected, or you can disconnect and reconnect it. You can also do / display. So if you just want to do it from the command line, here, I'm going to try this. So if I go into temp and I do USB dview, right, exe, now I'm going to do / display hubs. Did I do that right? Oh, it says / display hubs specifies whether to show USB hubs. 0 is no and 1 is yes. So if I do space 0, oh, it opens the UI, but then it gets rid of that column. So you can like enable and disable columns on the command line. So if you want it just to open and show one column, you can do that.
Okay. You
can also save all your settings to config file and open up so you can get all your preferences and savings and then save them in the UI and then reload them from the command line. Dude, so this is pretty, so you could create like 5 shortcuts that are like, if you click this one, it just shows you sound devices. If you click this, it just shows you the storage devices. I mean, pretty powerful stuff. But if you guys have never used NerdSoft tools, this is the shit. Like if you want to get low level, if you want to get your Linux on with Windows, this is the way to do it. Here, let me go to the main page and I'll give people a link directly to NerdSoft just if they didn't see it earlier. So these are the tools. Just beware, these are power tools. Like some of these you can actually do damage with, but you have to intentionally delete something or everything. But one of the things that the NerdSoft tools that can do that I've been having trouble with lately is I've been trying to build a cookie extractor in Python, and I've been using AI to write all different variations and methods of ways to do it. And I've been largely unsuccessful because Windows 11 has built in so many safeguards and so many. They do this thing called God, my brain fart. But Windows can basically trick the program into thinking it's looking at the real file system when it's actually looking at a folder somewhere else. It's like folder redirection, but it does it at the API level. So the program thinks it's fucking with like Windows files, but it's really just fucking with a shadow copy of them that does nothing. And so if you've ever run a program before where it's like you make a change and then you're like, you don't notice the change in the operating system when you leave the tool, it's because it thought it made the change, but it was really changing a dummy registry key and not the real one. And this is how Windows protects itself from a lot of malware out there. Well, they did the same thing with cookies. If you try to extract cookies from Edge or Chrome or Firefox or anything like that using programmatic methods in Python, you get nothing. And it'll just come back and say nothing. There's like, oh, there's no cookies in there. I've had a couple that worked okay, but they wouldn't get the session token. They'd get some cookies, but not all of them. There's actually a NerdSoft tool that works in Windows 11 that will extract every single cookie from every single browser.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. So I don't know what method they're using to do it, but yeah, it's like Chrome Cache View and Edge Cache View, and it can literally go like directly in programmatically and extract all those. So if you want a quick way to like open up and see all of your cookies for all the sites and just double click on it and be able to see the session token to copy it out and put it in scripts and stuff like that. Just beware if you ever copy a field in a cookie called like session token. Sometimes they call it different, like session or
don't do that.
Don't ever put that anywhere anybody can see it. Like if you're live streaming, even if that blips on the screen for a second, if somebody has your session token, they can bypass your 2-factor authentication entirely and just take your account.
Enough.
So yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. As a matter of fact, most of the hacks where YouTube accounts get taken over are usually because that session token either gets leaked or it gets stolen by malware. Which is probably why Microsoft Windows has so many defenses against, methods of obtaining that information. Because if you do accidentally install malware on your computer, they want to prevent it by any means necessary, any means possible from getting that. Gimpy said, you guys, is there a way to USB power cycle via software when one of my devices craps out, needs to plug and unplug? I am screwed until somebody... Yeah, no, Gimpy, this does that. This tool we're talking about right now can do that. So USB DView can actually do an unplug and a replug. So as a matter of fact, I think you can even do it like right from the command line. Like it gives you the tool. You know what? I'm even gonna just use I'm gonna use Copilot. I'm just gonna say, give me the command line for USB DView exe from Nersoft to disable or I'll say to disconnect and then reconnect my microphone called Rode Mic. I'm gonna see. Okay, here it is. Yep. So it said to do this, all you have to do is get the ID. So it says open up USB DView. So I'm gonna open up USB DView. I'm gonna get the ID of the device, the PNP ID. Come on, USB DView. Technically, you can do this through PowerShell too, because PowerShell actually has an API for disconnecting devices and reconnecting devices. But we're gonna use this. So USB. Why is this not working? Okay, so I'm gonna grab a device that doesn't affect our live stream. Let me see. Where's my MIDI controller? I don't think that's gonna cause any problems if I disconnect that. So MIDI controller. Actually, I'll do one of my stream decks. I'm gonna disconnect one of my stream decks. So I need to go find the PNP ID column. So let me go find that to get the little name of the device, which is product name, parent prefix, vendor name, device ID, class, registry time. What I'm just looking for something with a / in it, and that should be what I'm looking for. I found it. It's called Instance. Instance ID is what it's called. Okay, so here it is. I've got the Instance ID for DualSense wireless controller. Let's see. Input device, composite device. There we go. Razer Nari Ultimate. Can I do that one? Is that one going to break anything? Which one was I doing? I forget. I was going to disconnect and reconnect something that wouldn't hurt my computer. Because I want to help out my bro. Let's see. Generic type. I'm trying to find the column with the happy names. Let's see. Where is it? Happy names. There are so many columns, dude. Oh, I found it. Okay, Stream Deck. There we go. Now I've got one of my Stream Decks. So there it is. I found it. So it's called Instance ID. So I'm going to double click. That opens up the window with all the things. Copy my Instance ID. And then I'm going to drop out to the command line and do USB DView / disable. And then space. And then you just drop in the PNP ID. And then I need to put one of those in there. Let's see, to disable it. Let me see. Then hit F5. Dude, this is so rad. And then let me enable it now. So then enable. We see to disconnect. Yep. And then enable. Yep, that works. Dude, this is freaking rad, dude. This is rad. How do I want to escape the hold on here, this and PNP ID. It also says you can do it by name, apparently. Like you can just give it the friendly name also. So I don't know why I'm using the PNP ID. Oh, because it'll probably wipe out both of them. Because I have two of them.
Oh, yeah, no way to differentiate.
Yeah, so it can't differentiate, so I bet you it nails both of them. So if I grab, where is it? Is it just Stream Deck? What the hell's the name of it? I need to get that column back. Here we go. Razer USA Elgato Systems. Man, I got a lot of Elgato stuff on this system. Product name. Sort by product name. Don't want to take out my mouse. Don't want to take out. It's crazy how much shit is connected with USB these days. We're gonna get to the point where everything's just connected with USB.
Yeah.
Here we go. Elgato Systems. Where'd the Stream Deck go? I want the Stream Deck. Stream Deck. There it is. Got it. Okay. So it's literally the product name is just called Stream Deck. So I'm just gonna say disable Stream Deck. and go. Let me see here. Okay, that one didn't work. So you must have to use a different column than vendor name. I don't know. Does it say which one to use? It says, yeah, it doesn't say what the column name is. It says use the device instance ID. So there's a column apparently called device instance ID. Are these in alphabetical order? Device manufacturer, device class, service description. Let's see here. Product name, device type, device name. I'm trying to figure. It says disconnect time capabilities, instance ID. But it says look for device ID. Hold on here. Is it the instance ID column? But yeah, to answer your question, Gimpy, it looks like you can do it. Yeah, it says yes, the instance ID column shows the device instance which uniquely identifies the USB device. You can use the remove and disable enable command. And then say, how do you escape the in the name so it can run from command line? Because and means something, like the ampersand.
Oh, yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, yeah, it literally says just put a little caret in front of it. That's all you got to do. So, if I go to this and I put a little caret.
Easy enough.
Little caret in front of it. Little cute little caret Reno. And then we do that. And then disable. Disable. Okay, looking at it. Let's see. Disable. Yep, that worked. Okay, and then enable. Yep, that works. So yeah, Gimpy, you can enable and disable using USB DView. This is freaking baller, dude. I'm digging this. You know what's weird though? I was able to do that without being in an administrative window. Is that weird? I feel like being able to disable and enable a device seems like something that should require some level of higher authority.
A little bit.
That's a little sus baka, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Disable. Yeah, that just kind of just works no matter what. Here, echo air level. Let me look at what the air level is. Yeah, 0. So yeah, it's successful. Dude, that is pretty cool though. And it looks like it has a ton, like an absolute, ton of command line arguments. This thing. So you can do a lot of stuff with it. But here's the neat thing with AI is you really don't even need these tools, because I could literally just do the same thing. I could go to Copilot and say, here, write me a PowerShell script that will disable and then re-enable all my USB devices with Stream Deck in the name. And I'm just going to have it write me a PowerShell script, because Copilot. So if you go to, it's free to use, free AI, copilot.microsoft.com. This is completely free to use. I've never hit any limit where it says you can't create anymore or whatever. It's just free for all for everything. This is the same AI that's used in Windows 11 for Copilot. The one that everybody can use. So it says right here, the PowerShell script. It calls get PnP devices where object ID friendly name contains Stream Deck. For each item in this list, disable, then wait for 5 seconds, then re-enable, and then print all Stream Deck devices have been restarted. So I'm going to copy the script. I'm going to open up a PowerShell prompt. I'm going to go into my little temp folder, my little scratch folder. Notepad, I'm going to call it, we'll just call it Stream Deck Cycle.ps1, because that's the suffix for a PowerShell script. And I'm just going to run it. So Stream Deck Cycle, let's see what happens. I'm going to watch my Stream Deck. Okay, it's running. Come on. All Stream Deck devices have been restarted. Let me open up Device Manager. Did you hear any dun-dun? I didn't hear any dun-dun.
Not me.
I'm going to call BS on that one. Like, why did I? Okay, look, if I open up Device Manager, I should see it recycle when the device is disconnected. So I'm going to run it again. Okay, it's running. All devices have been restarted. No, it didn't find one. I'm going to say it didn't find the device. Is there another way we can find the devices and disable them? Perhaps the friendly name isn't available. Or actually, what's the name? Oh, actually, you know what? I bet you it's going by the name in Device Manager. I didn't even think about that. So let me look under Device Manager, go under Sound Game Controllers, Capture, what is it? Display Adapters, Audio Input, Microphone. I'm trying to find where would Elgato Capture be in Device Manager? Software components, software devices, processors. I would have thought it'd be under Sound Video Controller, but it's not. Yeah. Storage, system devices, maybe. Why isn't this searchable? Why do they not have a search? They even have a search in Device Manager now. Why the hell can you not search like Device Manager? That is the stupidest thing ever. Here, I'm gonna say it didn't find the devices. Can you scan all the fields looking for that name, and it can even be a partial match? It just needs to be somewhere in the name. Okay, I'm going to see if I can update the script to basically just go through all the fields on every single device. So friendly name, device ID, instant ID, and description. And it's searching them all for a match on Stream Deck. Let me copy the new code. Put it into... what's it called? Oh, yeah, Stream Deck cycle.ps1. I'm just going to cut and paste, save it, and run it again. No Stream Deck devices found. So it must be called something else in Device Manager. So that's a little weird. I wonder if I can just like print out like every single device. Do you guys in chat, does anybody in chat know where the Elgato like Stream Deck is in Device Manager, like what subgroup it's under? Because I'm not seeing it in here, but I know it's connected. I'm literally looking at it right here. Okay, I have software devices, MIDI synth, LPD8. Let me look under print queue. Nothing under monitors, mice, keyboard, human interface devices. I'm not seeing anything under human interface devices. Let's see here. Displays, disk drives, cameras, Bluetooth. I mean, where the hell is it? Like, it's here. It's connected. I can see the buttons on it. It's connected to it. Like, where the hell is it? It's like, it's not. Is it like, did it not re-enable? What the shit's going on here, man? I literally cannot see it. Like, the device is not in there. Can I pick a different device? Like, maybe, I just don't want to kill anything on the stream. I don't want to kill, like, something I need.
Right.
Right? Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Let's do, am I using anything with Bluetooth right now? I don't think I'm using any Bluetooth stuff at the moment. So let me take, oh no, I'll just take out my LPD8. Never mind. I'll take out the LPD8. That's my MIDI controller. So I'm not using that for anything right now. So I'll just go through and I'll say anything that contains LPD8. I'm just going to modify the script myself. No need to have AI to do that when I can just, cut and paste the name. Basically, the PowerShell script it created, it's searching the 4 text columns, which is friendly name, device ID, instant ID, and description. If any of them contain the word LPD8, it's going to go through those devices and disable. Let's see if this one works.
Uh-oh.
Yep, there. Oh!
Hey!
Oh, hey-oh! Worked perfectly.
You done it.
That is rad. Yep, and then it waited 5 seconds. There it goes, re-enabling them. They just came back online. Oh, that is the tits. That is the tits. All right, here, let me see. Can I post this in chat, or is this too big for chat? Let me see.
Probably. You only get 200 characters.
Yeah, it's too big for chat. Damn it. I wanted to show you guys the code. Wait, is Pastebin still a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, here, let's do Pastebin. I'll just go to Pastebin and just dump it in here and say I want to share it. Let's see. Okay, create new paste. Oh, it's verifying I'm human. All right, there we go. So here's the Pastebin. If you guys want to see the source code that was written by Copilot, that's it right there. So I just asked Copilot to create a device, go through, find except for so I told it to search for any devices with LPD8. Now you could easily just have this as a command line environment too. You could just say, write me a script with a command line environment where I put in the name of the device, and then it'll just replace all the fields where it says Stream Deck or LPD8. It'll just replace those with whatever you type in. So it found I have 3 LPD8 devices listed in Device Manager in different columns. Like one of it looks like this is a multi-device USB thing. A lot of things are. Like your keyboard's a multi-device usually.
Right.
So it had 3 drivers. It found all 3 of them. It disabled all 3 of them successfully, waited 5 seconds, and then re-enabled them. So this is actually better than the USB DV utility, because this can blanket find devices by like vendor or by specific name and nuke all the instances and reset them.
Yeah.
So that's pretty damn cool that works. Here, I'm gonna run that again just for shits and giggles. So there we go. Watch Device Manager. Yep, Device Manager just cycled. It disabled LPD instance 1, LPD instance 2. Now it's re-enabling them. And then, yep, there they are. They just showed up again. Dude, that is so cool. Why the hell it can't find Stream Deck is a little weird though. Like why did it not find Stream Deck? There must be, like, the way it's named must be different than USB DVU, because USB DVU is using that file, that text file to resolve the name. So, so in a way, USB DVU is more powerful because it actually resolves the names based on the IDs. So you get like a more versatile naming convention, but
okay.
That's pretty badass. And it even tells you how to run it too. Like if you guys think like, oh, but you have to have some programming knowledge to do this. No, all you have to be aware of is like PowerScript. Actually, you don't even, or PowerShell. You don't even have to know about PowerShell. I can just say, okay,
not really.
I'll just say, assume I know nothing about Windows or programming or scripting or anything, and walk me through how to do this from start to finish using any method you want. I'm just going to say, okay, pretend I don't know anything. It's like, all right, you're going to want to open up PowerShell as an administrator. To do this, hold down Win, hit X on your keyboard, click Terminal Admin or PowerShell Admin from the menu. If prompted, click Yes and allow changes. So Win X and then type Terminal and then right click it and then, say Run as Admin. And then it says install the necessary tools. It says before we can control USB devices, we need to install a module called PnP device, which allows us to manage plug and play devices like your Stream Deck. To install this, go to that PowerShell window and type install module /name pp. And it even gives you a thing to copy and paste it, which is pretty cool, like a little code window. And it says, once it installs PnP devices for the current user, it'll say it's either already installed or if it isn't, it'll install it. Then once this completes, it says, okay, find your Stream Deck's USB device. To do this, copy this string, get PnP device where object friendly name match Stream Deck, and it says just paste this into the window, the PowerShell window. Let me do that. So, and if I type here, I'll do LPD8 since I couldn't find it. So LPD8. Yep, there it is. It pops up. I have software devices showing up as a class media and a class software device. So there's 4 software devices and 2 hardware devices under media. Okay. And it says 3 of them are okay and 3 of them are unknown. So the unknown one must have been drivers that for something that isn't connected. And then it says under that, it says to disable and re-enable your devices, this is the script to run. You can either put it in a file and then save it and type the name of the file and press enter, or you can just hit copy and paste this entire block. Can you do that in PowerShell? Let me try that. It says you can just copy this whole block with new lines and return line feed and just paste it and it'll do it. Let me see if that's true. It just works. I didn't know you could do that. If you try to do that if you try to do that under CMD, it doesn't work. As soon as you have a new line character, it breaks the whole thing. So in PowerShell, you can literally just paste an entire block just like you can in Linux with Bash, and it runs the script, and it just works. Okay, that's badass. And then it says, okay, if you want to run it as a script, copy the code above, paste it into your PowerShell window by pressing Control-V, and then press Enter to execute it. So that's if you don't want to put it in a file. And then it says, if you want to automate this in the future, save it to Notepad by opening Notepad with Win-R, type Notepad, press Enter, paste the script into the window using Control-V, go to File, save it as restart streamdeck.ps1, and then it says, next time you want to do this, right-click on the file and choose Run with PowerShell. You're all set. Let me know if any of this is unclear. So it's like, nice. Again, you can just talk. You don't have to know anything. Like if you don't know something or it's confusing you, just ask it to explain. Just be like, in the start, was it Deep Space Nine or whatever, where like the wormhole aliens were like, what is this? What is that? Remember that? It's like it's just like that, dude. It's like if you don't understand, so I was like, baseball. What is baseball? You hit a ball with a stick. What is a ball and a stick? Like you can take it down as much as you want until that AI is literally speaking to you in like clicks. Yeah. So. Keymad said he had to go get coffee, just so you know. Keymad wanted us to know he said he'll be right back. We can wait for him.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, get the NurseOff tools. They're badass. Let's see. Oh, let's get on Gimpy's topic, since Gimpy's in here. So there was a topic that you said that you think Gimpy will side with you on accessibility.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Actually, I'm going to piss really bad. Here, hold on. Entertain the troops. I'll come back. We'll talk about this, because this is one I want to get involved in, too.
Okay. Who else has been fucking with the eye? I think everybody, man. Everybody's playing around a little bit. Gonna have to make coffee. Hard. Oh, I totally agree, Casper. Yeah, I still think a lot of people are barely scratch the surface of it, of what you can do. It's not even close. The thing, yeah, it's not intelligent in any way. It's really not.
All right, I'm back, girlfriend.
All right, so this is again something that came up on Threads.
Man, you just be getting triggered on threads every day, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. So somebody was like, what's like a controversial take or something that that'll whatever, the hill you'll die on kind of thing.
Oh, by the way, after this, I'm sorry I missed it, but somebody did ask a question with their tip. What do y'all think about environmental impacts of AI? That's one I do want to talk about. So we'll talk about that after this.
Well, we might have to do it another time because I only got 15 minutes.
Ah, fuck. Well, okay, I'll answer it after you leave.
So, and my thing is, I don't think all games need difficulty settings.
How dare you?
Right? And some people got really upset with me when it came to accessibility in that way.
So what?
Let me see if I can.
Oh, you're trying to find the link?
Yeah.
How in the hell is it already 2 p.m.? I swear to God, time flew by extra fast today. I feel like it was maybe an hour tops, and it's been almost 3 hours. What?
This was this
How late did we start?
I think.
No, it said we started around 11:11. We weren't that late. Wow, time, dude, that is some serious time dilation.
Yeah, right.
That was crazy because I thought we had tons of time. Otherwise, I would have kept pushing the topics hard. That was wild. This is what I get for this is what I get for letting Ox leave at 2 p.m. See, that's what I get. He demanded the terms. It's written in blood now. I can't change it without going to prison for breaking the law.
I thought it was like around this week. I'm scrolling through my own.
Well, if you can't find it, just paraphrase them.
Well, basically. I don't think that every game, and this is really in the context of like purposefully difficult games like Elden Ring or Dark Souls or things like that, where like the difficulty is the point, right? I think that would to require it to say that Elden Ring is somehow like ableist because it doesn't have a difficulty setting. It is deliberately hard no matter what, and that somehow is like discriminatory or exclusionary. I don't think that is a good. I just don't think that's accurate or necessary. And this is because like there are other types of accessibility, like special there's controllers and stuff. I've seen people beat Elden Ring on DDR pads or with using game rock band fucking guitars and stuff. Yep. I've seen, so accessibility in terms of like physical disability that already exists, right? There are a multitude of accessible controllers or inputs for a variety of different like issues, right? I mean, there's colorblind options, there's language options, there's like all of that stuff.
So your argument is
accessibility settings. Yeah, so I don't agree that difficulty settings would come under the umbrella of accessibility, in my opinion. And like because it kind of ties to the art thing, right? Not all art is accessible by all people. There are books, there are movies that are not going to be translated into English, and I can't watch them. I can't read them. I cannot consume that art because it is inaccessible to me.
And even if you could, would it have the same intended meaning? Because not all languages translate the same, right? So why would the author might actually be unintentionally sending a message?
Yeah.
Because in a translation, it just doesn't carry right in the context.
Exactly. And so I dropped it when they started talking about me being ableist, in my opinion, that not all games should be.
So Gimpy, what do you think? Gimpy's our resident gimp, like literally.
He says agreed, because the difficulty is the point with some games. Watch a let's play if just seeing the end matters. Okay. And like, look, I get the disappointment that like, well, I want to experience this game, and so I think that it should be easier to play because I suck. Or I don't want, but then it seems to me that subverting the art. It like, they designed this thing in a particular way. They designed the creators of this game, of this art, had a point, a purpose, you know, to the creation, and to force it or to say that they are somehow being exclusionary or discriminatory by creating their thing the way that they wanted to create it, I think is discriminatory and exclusionary in itself. Like, again, you can't tell someone in the same way that an artist can't say that you are consuming their art wrong once they've put it out there. Because like once you've publicized your art, it is going to be consumed however the viewer consumes it, however the person consumes it. And you can't say, oh, well, you're misinterpreting it. Well, then you're not communicating in your art properly, right? It's like the other side of that. You like, I don't know, is somebody going to repaint the Mona Lisa because somebody's colorblind? Right? Like, because they're not able to, or, you know, I don't know. It just seems that kind of thing.
Can I offer a counter argument?
Sure.
Okay. So I don't know if it's so much of a counter argument, but Elden Ring, let's use that as an example. So Elden Ring doesn't have
to me, that's the one.
So Elden Ring doesn't have a difficulty setting, right?
Right.
I can guarantee you it has cheat codes, and if it doesn't, there'll be third-party cheat codes.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that there is third-party mods to add difficulty settings.
And I was like, that applies to every game because cheats exist to test the game. Game testers can't be tasked with going through the whole game to test those. There's cheat codes to bypass levels, to make yourself invincible. Like, cheat codes are inherently in every game on some level. So, realistically, whether you implement a difficulty level in the menu system inside of the game, or you allowed like things to be typed in to enable cheat codes, or mods enabled to cheat codes, at the end of the day, you can still choose your own adventure, but the game itself is presenting as what they want you. You know, actually, I got a great comparison. I think you'll agree. Audio files, right?
Okay.
If you're an audiophile, you want to listen to the music exactly as the artist intended, right?
Okay.
So your goal as an audiophile is to create a sound system that reproduces the performance as if those people are playing right in front of you, and with their amps and their guitars, and they want you to hear the same experience that they're producing, right? Mm-hmm. However, some people like to crank up the bass for their sound systems. Sure. Some people like more treble. Some people color the audio because they prefer listening that way. It's not how the artist intended you to hear it. Because you could literally make it sound like whatever you want, right? At the end of the day, but it wasn't their intention. Their intention was for you to hear it in its purest form, and then if you want to choose your own adventure, you can. Games are the same way. The artist shouldn't be expected to create 20 different versions that suit every single person, when externally that can be accomplished by the people, and they're producing their best representation of what they want to produce and putting their foot forward. I think it applies, like you said, games are art. So is music, right? So is literally drawing and making movies. These are all works of art. Can you crank up the contrast on your TV and put on smooth motion to where some person will be, oh, that ruins the movie. That's terrible. Like, you're not seeing it as they intended. They use 24 frames per second for a specific reason to convey a certain thing, and you're just throwing it down the drain by turning it smooth motion on. Well, maybe I like smooth motion. Maybe I like ruin in the movie, and maybe that's like how I like to look at it because I'm not a purist like you are. So there's always going to be a way to make the game accessible, either through hardware, third-party controllers, cheats inside of the game. But the game developer shouldn't be required to put that in there. Now, if they choose to put in a difficulty thing, that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine, because I think that creates a bigger user base of people that'll buy the game.
Yes.
Like if you put in easy settings where so somebody doesn't get frustrated and stops playing the game, therefore they stop buying your add-ons and shit. So it does make more money if you cater to a larger audience. That works with every product, by the way. It does.
Does it?
It really does.
I don't agree with that either.
Doom, one of the best-selling games ever.
Does not pander to a broad audience.
Doom does.
I don't think so.
Dude, you can go in there and put it on pussy mode and literally walk around with just your mouse and just like plink everything one-shot it.
In the context of difficulty settings, I suppose, in that. But
I thought that's what you were talking about. Okay.
I was thinking more broadly in the
like. Give me an example that's not difficulty based. Like, are you talking about like being able to control the
Baldur's
character?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
A lot. There were, when it first came out, there was some discourse of the complaint that of it being turn based. There was one in particular that got really blown up. This guy who was like normally a FPS player was like, "Oh my god, this is so fucking slow. Like, why isn't there a real time option or something like that?" Or that's like a particular game mechanic specifically, or more broadly, Baldur's Gate 3 game design targets a very, I would say very niche sort of market, in that like not everybody wants to play turn-based CRPGs, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But they focused on that audience, and they nailed it, and it is wildly popular. And I think look at Claire Obscura, the Expedition 33.
Yeah, but the argument
Expedition 33, they focused on a very particular market, a very niche market,
right?
And is wildly successful. But then you look at other games like, I don't know.
Why would somebody even want to
Call
play
of
that
Duty
though?
or something?
Like,
right?
why would
it's
you
so
want
bland.
Why would
it's
you want to play it though? Like, why would you even want to play a game that's turn-based if you don't like turn-based games?
Exactly.
So that part I definitely don't get, because I'm like, why would you? That's like going to a strip club and being like, I want to watch female strippers, and then this big fat dude walks out and starts stripping his clothes off, and you're like, I didn't come here for that. This is a fee. You advertise it out front. It's a woman. It's a woman strip club.
That's the argument.
Yeah,
why would you buy an incredibly difficult game that is designed to be hard when you want an easy mode fucking story playthrough? I
don't go to Victoria's Secret to buy my size 54 waist whitey tighties. Right? It's
why are you going to say that Deadpool, an R-rated movie, should have had a PG-13 version?
No, because it would.
No, don't bring your freaking kids to an R-rated movie.
Exactly.
It's the same kind of
that argument makes sense. That argument totally makes sense, and I think the difficulty thing can be handled with cheats.
It's the same. Like, and they will put out a bleeped version or something, or where they cut out some of the gore and things like that. Eventually, it's going to be on, cut down for like TV broadcasts or whatever. But
there's art that's meant to be enjoyed by the target the artist wants to impress. And then there's art that's designed to maximize sales.
Sure.
Right. And so I think games are kind of somewhere in that realm between, where it's like when they're creating the game, they're like, we want to sell as many copies as possible because that gives us money to create our next game, and we can pay our employees more, and we grow, and we can expand. So they're not always going to make the decision based on what is best for what they would want personally. They're going to make the decision based on who gives them the largest demographic of people that will buy and play the game and keep it alive.
But,
right?
and that leads to another conversation of I think the video game industry needs to stop dumping like 8-9 figures on these games that are trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator, or the broadest gaming market that they possibly can. And they can take that same budget, split it up amongst 5 other projects that are focused on a particular niche, and they will do much, much better.
Dude, could you imagine a PG rated Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, right. Come on.
Like where the guy walks up the car and he knocks on the window politely and he's like, "Hey, can I borrow your car for a little while?" And the person's like, "No." And it's like, "I respect your decision," and then they drive off.
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't be any fun, right? It's like the whole point of GTA is to like let your inhibitions out and do the things in the game you can't do in real life, right? Like I blow off steam in GTA by just driving around and killing cops and picking up hookers. It's fun. Never gets old.
Bear Williams brings up a good point. So the only thing with BG3 being turn-based is both the previous versions were real-time, sort of. Real-time with pause, right? Which kind of straddles the line.
Isn't that the same argument as like Halo Reach, or not Reach? What was the Halo game where it was like a more of like a third party view strategy game, and it wasn't like the first person shooter that Halo was? That was really confusing. I can't remember what it was called, but I didn't even play it. Like I saw a video of it and I was like, I'm not getting this shit. Like, what is this? I forget what it was called, but it wasn't Halo. I can tell you it was not Halo, right? So I don't like it when companies do that, where they take a franchise. But then again, look at the first GTA. The first GTA was like looking down from the top, like top down 2.5D cars driving around with very little functionality. And now it's like a full 3D world with dialogue and everything. So it has changed. Like, yeah. But I guess you could argue that it's still basically the same premise of you're a hooligan hijacking cars and doing bad things. And they've just expanded on that. Yeah. ODST, that was it. ODST. Oh my God. Never played it. I love Halo. I've played all the other Halos, but not ODST because I refuse to. I'm like, this is not Halo. This is like playing chess and the guy comes out with like fucking checkers and you're like, no, I don't want to play. If I wanted to play checkers, I'd play checkers. If I wanted to play Command and Conquer, I'd play Command and Conquer. I'm not
exactly. That's the thing. It's like I think there's a place, like I'm sure there are easier, frankly, Elden Ring and Dark Souls and stuff, they're hack and slash, right? Hack and slash RPGs.
I actually want to challenge somebody to create a mod for GTA to make it PG.
And that'd be fun.
I want a GTA 5 that's PG. Please.
I bet there is. But it's like there are options available, and like I'm sorry that like you're not willing to put in the time and effort to like get good, which I don't like that. But again, it's about enjoying the creation for what it is. God. And if you're not willing or able to meet the art where it is, that I don't think that the developer should be catching flack for that.
So
any more than a movie maker is going to catch flack for making an R-rated movie.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, it exists. You're right.
Of course it does.
I look at how to play GTA 5 with no violence and make it
like
kid friendly.
It's like a 15-year-old game. It's like a 15-year-old game. Of course somebody has done that.
The mod is called Family Friendly Free Roaming. It's a modification that has existed since 2015. It still gets updates. 10 years. Yep, it says still gets updates even to this day. It has invincible vehicles, no violence, no nudity, only non-violent activities like buying clothes and arm wrestling. You can adjust the family friending mod for, you can teleport vehicles. You cannot drown by driving your car or motorcycle into the water. No foul language, no smoking, no other forms of censorship, like no tattoo shops, gun stores, internet, text messaging, contacts. Certain objects are not accessible or viewable. And the character switching to Trevor, the lack of the character switching here means that the player will never see Trevor Phillips do anything illegal while playing. So yeah, you can literally just turn GTA 5 into just like a walk around free roam PG rated world.
Hey, that could be fun too, though, right?
I think it could, honestly. I think there is a market for that.
I'm all for like mods and stuff like that to expand or tweak or cheats, like you were saying. Like you can enable God mode or like get into the files and tweak stuff or whatever. There are options to make these games easier or more accessible, if however you define that. I just don't think that the developers. I don't think the developer should catch flack for creating what they wanted to create, and even if that means it excludes some people.
I agree. Now that you explain it, that is a dumb argument to make.
You know, like, and that's coming from
because where does it end? Where does it end? Right? If you make a consolation, there's always going to be people that ask for more. This is one thing I've noticed, and this is just a societal human thing to do. And this happens in every space, not just one. So don't think that I'm just like applying this to like one. This happens everywhere with humans. If you give an inch, they take a mile. You've heard that saying, right? Mm-hmm. And it's very true. Because if you ever see somebody who does something bad and they apologize for it publicly, instead of being celebrated for apologizing, they get beat up and asked for more apology, right? Oh, that wasn't a good apology. I want a better apology. But the people that don't apologize, people just go, they're not giving us attention. This is a waste of our time. And then they go away and they get away with it. And sadly, that happens in our society a lot, is we punish people who try to do the right thing because they're going out of their way to interact. People like that interaction and want to keep that interaction going, so they want to make it seem like it's not enough to force you to keep going, and they think that you're going to keep going. And I think you can apply that to just about everything. It's like if you get attention from somebody, you want to prolong that attention, right? Mm-hmm. Especially from like people that are famous, right? And I could see that like with games. If you can get a big, huge gaming company like Rockstar to capitulate and do something like, hey, I want the game to contain like Hamas or whatever in a good light or something like whatever, something just crazy. Like I want the terrorists to have like representation, and you have to go to court and have like a full case inside of the video game. Rockstar is gonna be like, fuck no, like what are you talking about? No, we blow up police departments. Like that's not what we do. But if they did that, let's say hypothetically they're sensitive to it and they're like, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna give them one. Do you think everybody would like celebrate that and be like, yay? No, they would come down like a sack of bricks and be like, oh, if you did that, now you have to add this. If you did that, now you have to add this. Now you have to be sure that you add this thing, and now it has to be safe for this. And then pretty soon it'll get to a point where everything contradicts the other thing, so there's no way to make everybody happy.
Yep.
And then you reach a point where you've basically went out of your way, spent ungodly amounts of resources, lost ungodly amounts of money, and now you're more hated than you ever were had you just ignored everything.
Yeah.
And that sadly is what would happen.
Yep. So that's that. I gotta go.
I know, bro. Time flies, man. Time flies. Enjoy your weekend, bro.
Thanks.
I'm gonna hang around here for a while longer.
It's super nice out. Get outside.
Yeah. Nah, outside's for poor people, bro.
For poor people.
Outside's for poor people. I stay in here where the Richards are, making my $10.
Bye. I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Follow me in places and stuff. Okay.
Peace out, brother.
Bye.
Let's see here. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere for a little while, guys. Let me see. Okay, good. It reverted the graphic. Woohoo! All right. Sorry about that. Time flew so damn fast today. Jeebses. I want to go back and answer some questions, though, that I missed earlier. I'm sorry about that. So, Michael R. Media, I hope you're still here. For some reason, your name's not resolving in chat, so... No, there you are. Hey! He's back. Okay. So, Michael R. Media, thank you for that $5 super chat, by the way. He said, what are y'all thoughts on the environmental impact of AI? particularly the mass amounts of computational power to run these different models. So I 100% agree. It's hugely wasteful. Contributes massively to CO2 gas distribution. It takes a lot of compute away from things that are arguably more important. It's grossly inefficient for literally everything. Like everything you do in AI, for the most part, there is some other more difficult counterpart that is efficient. But, obviously the people don't know how to do it, or there's a high bar of intelligence required to utilize it. Therefore, it's easier for people to use AI to do it instead. So AI is just computationally inefficient. And so it's eating up gobs of power. Like we're already like overloading the grid. Like you think electric cars were overloading the grid? No. AI is overloading the grid, and it will continue to overload the grid. Like we're going to have to really kick up alternative sources of energy and stuff to keep feeding this beast. And we have to try to use as much alternative energy as possible because honestly, the greenhouse gas emissions from using stuff like fossil fuels, it's not going to work long term. Like honestly, there's no way. One, I don't even think we could provide the power necessary for this beast at the rate that it's growing using fossil fuels. It's going to require nuclear and like gobs and gobs and gobs. Actually, I don't even think like solar and wind and shit is going to really provide the power necessary to drive this thing safely. I think honestly, nuclear is about our only option that I can think of right now to produce enough power in a small enough footprint that's clean enough that doesn't produce CO2 emissions that can power this beast. Because it just needs insane amounts of power, like absolutely insane amounts of power. If you thought crypto mining, which this is the thing, AI and crypto mining are both happening at the same time. Think about that for a second. Two of the most wasteful ventures in human history. However, arguably AI gives a lot more value and efficiency than cryptocurrency does. In my humble opinion, again, depends on who you ask. But for me, can you survive without cryptocurrency? Yes, we have forever. Right? We absolutely have forever. Does cryptocurrency advance our intelligence or advance our capabilities? Nope, not really. It might make it a little bit easier to transact things semi-anonymously and stuff like that, but we already talked about earlier, they're not really anonymous. If anything, it's easier to track cryptocurrency back to the owner than it is even physical money that existed forever. So I would argue that them both being horribly inefficient, you get less value from crypto mining per gigawatt of power than you do from AI, because AI is providing some kind of service for that, whereas a lot of the cryptocurrency stuff is literally just wasting power in the search of other crypto, especially Bitcoin. If it's a blockchain that does work, like Ethereum, for instance, then you could argue that yes, you are getting some work done and you are achieving something or storing something or archiving something. You're getting some value for it, but I still would argue that AI is more value per gigawatt. AI is a bigger threat to jobs. So if you're talking about like an economic thing, cryptocurrency only changes democratization of money, not distribution of wealth, largely. So I would argue that crypto doesn't have, negative, positive impact in that department isn't that big, whereas AI is literally replacing jobs. AI is taking artists' jobs, it's taking programmers' jobs, it's taking tech support jobs, it's even taking fast food vendors' jobs. So because AI is reducing the number of jobs available, it's changing the demand and supply dynamic, making us less valuable as humans. And sadly, the people that paid to get a higher education to be able to get a higher paycheck are now finding that they're not in demand because they're too expensive, so they have to take a job of less demand, which is hard to do, by the way. Like, even if you need a job to survive, the second your resume says that you have like a 4-year degree from MIT or whatever, they're just going to throw your resume in the garbage because they know they can't afford you. And they're not going to want to lowball you because they're going to think it's an insult and a waste of your time and their time. So like by putting that on your resume, you're actually hurting yourself if you're trying to get a job in a market where AI has basically replaced you with a cheaper person. And that's sadly what AI does. At the end of the day, that's what AI does. It like literally born and bred for that purpose is to disseminate knowledge, the entire knowledge of humanity, disseminating in a way that anybody can understand. Like when you talk to AI, you are training that AI to understand you and see how you think, and it learns, it sees the patterns. And then over time, it becomes more and more efficient at explaining things to you in a way that you understand better so that you can actually achieve things in record amounts of time that you never would have been able to do otherwise. Like for instance, an example is as a software developer. I'm a lifetime career software developer. I started programming on Apple IIe's when I was like 5 years old. Okay. So I spent my entire life programming computers, went to Microsoft back in 2000 when there was so much more demand. Like, there wasn't enough developers. Like, they would literally hire people with no formal education that just coded as a hobby because they needed developers bad. That's why I got hired as a developer with no formal training. Just because I was a hobbyist developer, they're like, we need you. Like, there just are not enough people to fill in the gaps. Now you fast forward to today, and it's kind of flipped around. Now the companies are like, what is the cheapest person we can get that can achieve the same goal using AI as the person that would cost 3 times as much that doesn't need AI? Because even when you factor in the power requirement of the AI, it's pennies on the dollar. Like, so if I'm a person who's inexperienced that barely knows how to code, but when I use AI, I can still produce the same result as the guy, or a similar result as the guy that costs, 6 times as much as me, I am more desirable to that company. Or if they can hire one person who's incredibly skilled and requires a high paycheck to do the job of 10 people, because with AI in their hands, they're able to augment their capabilities to 10x. Now, they're not going to get paid 10x as much. They're going to get paid the same, but there's just going to be 9 less jobs at that place. So now when you're trying to get a job, you're not just competing against other people. You're competing against a pool that's 9 times larger theoretically. So that makes things hard. So SNX Guru said, do you think companies will mass outsource all the development jobs to India with AI backed? Well, yeah, because honestly, Indian developers are as cheap as they get. However, I could make an argument for hiring local developers now, because they can hire, cheaper people here in the United States that aren't formally developers, and then allow them to grow as developers using AI to augment their capabilities. Because remember, if I want to program something now, I can just do it in English. Like, you don't have to know, like it used to be on your resume, I know C++, I know C#, I know Pascal, I know COBOL, I know Python, and you had to demonstrate those skills. Nowadays, you really don't have to, because if you even know a little bit in one language, AI can help you translate that to all the others, so you are effectively, for all intents and purposes, an expert in all of those fields. Like, because there isn't a problem you can't solve. Like, literally, there isn't a problem I've run into that I can't solve with AI. Now, I'm not talking about just saying, hey, AI, write me this huge, incredibly complex million-line code program, enter, come back after lunch, and it's done, run it, and there, I've done a year's worth of work in, a lunch while eating lunch. No. I'm not saying we're there yet. We will get there, but we're not there yet. But do I believe that somebody with 1/10 of my programming skill could produce something in half of the time? Like being very generous, like half? Yes, 100%. Do I think if the company can hire that person that costs, a quarter or an eighth as much as I am, that can pump out the same work as me in half the time? Using AI, will they do that? Yes, they will absolutely do that, because companies are for profit. Like, that's the whole point of a company. Like, if you look at, like, why do you create a company, right? Companies aren't charities. You create a company to make money. That's your goal. Like, when you create a company, that is the singular goal, is to have more come out of it than what you put into it. And then you use that money that comes out of it. You decide how much of that goes back in to grow the company, and how much of that you keep to fuck around with, right? That's ultimately the biggest decision you make as a CEO at a company, is like, how much am I going to reinvest to remain competitive, and how much am I going to keep for myself to give me a high quality of life? Some people, like Steve Jobs, pump 99% of that shit back into the company. Bill Gates, same type of thing, right, for a long time. And they did that because they wanted to grow the company end over end over end, because they knew their competition couldn't afford to make that same contribution, right? And so that gave them an edge. And that edge paid off in the end. And now they don't have to do that anymore, because they have a position, they're positioned in the marketplace that now they can take more of the profits and put them towards, just paying bonuses to employees and, making everybody rich, than feeding back into the company themselves. But in the beginning, you have to make that decision. If you decide to keep, like, I've seen so many businesses fail because the person's like, I created the business, and then they keep 100% of the profits and then just only pump as much back into the business to keep it going at the same rate. Well, the problem is you never make any more profit. You're only going to make that same amount of money, and you're only ever going to be able to spend that same amount of money. If you hit a single roadblock, your business is done. So the goal is actually to hold money in retention to survive the bad times, right? Yeah, your goal is to grow the company so that each cycle you get more out of the company, so that you have a bigger chunk to reinvest to grow it again and grow it again and grow it again. So you live a lesser lifestyle in the beginning, but in the end you're Bill Gates and you can do anything you want, or Elon Musk can do whatever you want because you have literally billions and billions of dollars. But that decision made early on, you have to decide, am I going to suffer today for the possibility of having way more tomorrow, or am I going to maximize what I use today at the risk of losing the business? And then you find your spot in between where you're safe. Yeah, short-term versus long-term. Yeah, Typhoon, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, I think where AI kind of fucks up this whole dynamic that we've had forever in the workplace is that, unlike things like automation, like, you know, like assembly line automation and stuff, where they just replace very specific skilled jobs in one area, right? Like when they replace the guy that pushed the coal cart out of the mine with an automated machine that does it, right? It's like you lost a job in that sector and you gained the ability to increase production without any more people. So now you're producing more profit with the same people that you had paid at the same rate, right? Doing the same work. Now you have AI comes along, and AI can be applied to everything. AI is the ultimate human multiplier. I call it the human force multiplier, because anything, you know, whether you're a layman or an expert, your capabilities are augmented by AI. If you use it, if you just think to use it. Now, if you block yourself and go, you don't even think about asking AI, which I still have to fight myself on. Like, there's a lot of things I'm like, I don't even think to ask AI. Like this, why would I ask AI about that? But the truth is, you can ask AI anything, because it's literally trained on, like, you know, the sum total of human knowledge that's available online and whatever sources were available to it. Now they're all training on social media. So the constant conversation, exchange of knowledge and art and programming on GitHub and stuff like that, all of this stuff is being trained into these models and is now available to everybody. Although I shouldn't say available to everybody, because a lot of these companies hold their own training and retention. Like, they'll have a model to the public, and then they build a LoRa model on top of that that's only internal so that they maintain their advantage. Because if they publicize their entire trained AI to the public with the same level that they have internally, their competitors now would get an advantage, right? So the goal is to hold in retention something that makes your AI more powerful, and for your workers to allow them to be more powerful, but don't expose that so that other companies can use your AI against you to compete. But at the end of the day, AIs are horribly inefficient. Training is the most inefficient thing. And lookups are fairly efficient, honestly. Like I feel like the lookups aren't too bad, like, considering the value of the knowledge that you get. And honestly, the shorter the reply, the less computational power you need on a lookup. It's all based on how many tokens need to be produced. So for short answers, like if you're doing stuff that just requires short answers and you're not trying to get AI to give you a dissertation in every answer, it can actually be pretty efficient. But most people don't know how to do prompt engineering to get that kind of result, right? They just let the AI run free and give them the most verbose answer possible. But over time, you can say, I don't need to know about that. I don't need to know about that. Like, if every time you ask it a question, it keeps telling you the same pieces that you know, you just say, no, I already know about that. I already know about this. I already know about this. And over time, in the context of that conversation, it's going to learn what you know and what you don't know. And it's going to give you better and more efficient responses that now make you more efficient. So now it's creating a more efficient response as it learns from you, and you're able to do more because it takes less time to get the answers you're looking for. So, but a lot of people don't embrace AI, and even if you hate AI, because honestly, I hate the idea of AI. I think AI is going to play a huge part in the downfall of humanity. I genuinely believe that. Like, I know people said the same thing about like nuclear weapons and everything like that, but I genuinely think that AI is so broad in its application and it disrupts so many things across the board that over time it's going to make humans less valuable. And in an environment where capitalism is king and there's a very small minority that's able to fund all of the computational power to do these things, there's going to be a big disconnect where the middle class just gets wiped out. So, and that's sad. Like, that's, and the only way to stop that from happening is to basically just get rid of capitalism and move to a model where there's some other reward for growing the AI computational capability of everything. And then everybody just gets the benefit from it. Everybody gets a nice quality of life. They get to enjoy their life in the pursuit of learning new things and training the AI new things and discovering new things for the AI to grow it so that it can become better for the next people. But that's not going to happen because the money that grows the AI and dictates what the AI's goal is are the same top 3% that have all the wealth. And they're never going to want to have that, because in order for us to have a world that's more like Star Trek or the Federation, the rich people have to be willing to give up their want for indentured servitude or whatever to, you know, and their expensive cars and their expensive houses to have a similar life as everybody else. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Humans are too selfish. Let's hear. AI is incredible. It's man who's limiting it. Well, technically, man created it, and everything it does is a pattern of what man's created. So, again, it's not intelligent. The I in AI is misleading. AI is not intelligent. AI is just a neural network that's pattern matching. But one could argue that so are humans. Man is attempting to confine and label this entity like they invented it. It's arrogant as fuck. No, I mean, we did invent it. Like neural networks, like we created the neural network that LLMs work off of. And all of the knowledge that's fed into it is the collective knowledge of humanity in text format on the internet that we put there. If we didn't put it there, the AI would be ignorant of it. So AI, think of an AI as a search engine that speaks English. At the end of the day, an AI is just really a search engine that speaks English. It's like, imagine if you had the librarian. Like, you don't go to the library and look for a book. You go to the library and you talk to the librarian that knows everything about all the books and all the knowledge of which pages and which chapters to read and in what order you should read them. Like, just go to the librarian and talk to the librarian and save yourself hours of pain trying to go find the information and order it, right? Ferengi will always be Ferengi. Yeah. Well, it's funny. If you've ever watched Star Trek, if you haven't noticed, Ferengis are the human analog for capitalism today. Like, the whole point of creating the Ferengi race in Star Trek, because I remember Gene Roddenberry had talked about this, the whole idea of the Ferengi is to show 21st century mankind, right? 20 and 21st century mankind and how greedy we are. So Ferengis are literally like a slight exaggeration. It is a very slight, by the way, a very slight exaggeration of our greed and how we place profit and opulence and power above all else. Like, we always want to be better than as many other people as possible. Just wild. Let's see here. Essenger said, nope, there is no free speech on Twitter. There are algorithms in the background that say otherwise. Oh, yeah, no. X is the furthest thing from free speech. Elon Musk is incredibly anti-free speech. And you'll find throughout history, too, and this is all the receipts in the world are there. You'll find that throughout history, the people that always say that they support free speech the most ultimately are the people that suppress it the most. Because keep in mind, they have free speech because their corrupt actions that gave them the wealth also gave them the ability to yell the loudest. And so they use that voice to yell the loudest to be like, oh, I'm for free speech. But what they're really saying is, I have free speech because I can afford it. You do not have free speech because you can't afford it. And I want to make sure you can't afford that free speech if we disagree. And if we do agree, then maybe I'll help elevate you to have that same free speech or have the illusion of free speech. But realistically, it only looks like free speech if you're 100% in alignment with the person who's controlling what can be said. If you deviate from that and you get pushback, well, then you don't have free speech. And X, you definitely get pushback. I've proven it with alt accounts. I've told people how to do it, how to go create the alt accounts, how to monitor the For You feed, how to make sure that you follow your primary from your alt, and, to reword things and repost them until they show up in the For You feed of the other one. And then you can figure out certain words and phrases by going through that are in the banned list. Like, you can reverse engineer them. One thing you'll notice on X is if you post anything that's flattering of Elon Musk or his companies, it will always get higher analytics. Even if you have an audience that is hugely anti-Musk, you will get more analytical engagement and more impressions on things positive towards Elon Musk and his companies than negative towards Elon Musk and his companies, even when you're following as primarily people that don't like Elon. Now, that doesn't make sense. In a free speech environment where all things are equal, that wouldn't make any sense because your audience that's following you would ultimately see all your posts. And if they saw all your posts, their engagement would be the loudest, but it's not in this case. So, oh no, VXUP, you're welcome to disagree. I have all the receipts, but that's never changed anything for anybody. Let's be honest. It doesn't matter how many receipts are on either side. It's like, if you're hardcore in belief of something, yeah, and you're immovable on it regardless of evidence, then that's your stance. All you can do is share it, right? You can share your experiences. But VXUP, let me ask you something. You think that that this isn't the truth, right? You think Elon is extremely pro free speech. Then that's why you see free speech, is because like I said, you're in agreement with Elon Musk. Therefore, you don't see the suppression of your speech because your speech is in alignment with him. But people that aren't in alignment with him are absolutely being suppressed. So from your perspective, it looks like he's free speech because you have a tendency to agree with him more than you disagree with him, and you probably even like and respect him on some level. Therefore, on his platform, you get the illusion of free speech because you're in alignment with him and the algorithm isn't suppressing you. However, If you're somebody that isn't in support of him, you definitely get more hidden. You don't reach as much of your audience. You can see all the receipts. Literally go to my profile on X. Go to my profile on X directly and then read through the posts on my main account and then read through my posts and replies and then go look at your For You feed, scroll through. Well, actually, no, do that in reverse order. Look through your For You feed. Look at the posts that are in For You that you can find from mine. Keep a tally of how many of them are negative and how many of them are positive, because I do a positive post every once in a while. Then I want you to go directly to my account and count how many posts I've made in that same period of time in there. And you as my follower, tell me how many showed up in your For You versus somebody else you follow who's pro-Musk. Now go count how many posts they've made and how many of their posts you see while scrolling the For You feed on your account. All other things being created equal. Like you follow them and you follow me, and then go through and tabulate, to make the determination of what you'd consider negative and what you'd consider positive. Tabulate how many of those are being shown on the actual profiles and scrolling them, and then go look and then compare that to what you saw in your For You when you were scrolling it. However, you do have to look at For You first, because if you go directly to the profile and you scroll it, everything that you see on that now will start showing up in For You. But you have to see it first by going directly to it. The amount of effort and money Trump has put into freedom of speech for American citizens. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're a Trump supporter too. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me, because the truth is Trump hasn't put any money into freedom of speech. All Trump's investments have been to fight against freedom of speech. So, and this isn't even objective. Like Trump has said it himself. Like Trump literally is going after the free speech of people that are in the United States that are protected under our Constitution. Whether you like it or not, the Constitution applies to everybody on U.S. soil, regardless of whether they're here illegally or not. That is an established fact that's backed up by the Supreme Court. You might not like it. Trump might say that that's not the case, but no, that is the law of the land supported by the Supreme Court, which means in our democracy, that is the law of the land. Therefore, if somebody is being silenced for their speech and they're being picked up and exported for their speech, and look what he's doing to Harvard, that's completely anti-free speech. All of his fight against Harvard is because Harvard is allowing freedom of speech and he doesn't agree with it. Look at what he said. He's trying to suppress the networks. He's trying to sabotage the deal with MSNBC joining with Paramount. And that's why they had to basically, the guy at 60 Minutes had to leave, because he couldn't exercise freedom of speech anymore because it threatened the merger of the companies, because Trump has to approve that merger, and Trump made it clear he will not approve that merger if they keep speaking freely. So, all right. So VXUF, I can see right now that this is not the channel for you. So I'm going to go ahead and send you packing, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I can already tell, no matter how many, I've told you how to go get my receipts. I've already given you demonstrations of both Trump and Elon being against free speech. I even told you how to confirm it yourself, and yet you keep repeating his talking points, correct? Like he keeps saying that. You see, this is why that's an argument where you're just losing time, right? It's okay to have disagreements. It's okay to go back and forth, but this is a dead horse at this point when somebody is like just repeating the talking points of the people that aren't doing the thing, right? Like, obviously Trump and Elon are going to lie about free speech. Like, if they say they're against free speech, that hurts their position. I'm not talking about what they say. He's going by what they're saying. I'm going by what they're actually doing. That's the big thing. And like I said, this will just be an infinite argument that goes nowhere. And I'm done investing in those. Like, I'm not here to debate somebody who just keeps spewing the same response, the canned response from Trump and Elon. How is Trump invested in free speech? How is he invested in free speech? Not a single goddamn receipt, not one, other than he's invested in free speech. That's the part it's a dead argument. It's a dead argument, and I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Like I said on X the other day, again in a post that not many people saw because it got censored, sadly, is I can't waste my time arguing with people that are dead set and ignore all evidence. And sadly, that happens more often than not with megas. Because think about it. At this point, if you still support Elon and Musk after everything they've said themselves and have done themselves, look at what Elon and Trump have done to the women in their lives. Look at what Elon and Trump have done to their kids. Look at what Elon has done to his firstborn child. Technically his secondborn, because the first one was stillborn, but his firstborn child, look what he's done to them. Look at what he's done to them compared to what he advertises himself as publicly. Look at how he's enriched himself. Look at how he used Doge and he lied about the savings, but all the things that he canceled first were the things that benefited him, not the American people. Why did he target USAID? That's not, you can go look yourself. USAID, all the three organizations and agencies that he shut down first were all ones that had active investigations into SpaceX and Tesla. Like, that is a conflict of interest, right? But the problem is, if you believe Elon, he's like, oh, no, that's just not true. He won't give you any evidence. Like, he won't say, oh, what about this? Like, explain why you did this. It's like when he says, oh, I'm not a Nazi. People call me a Nazi just because I did a hand gesture. It's like, no, people don't call you a Nazi because you did a hand gesture. People call you a Nazi because you keep talking about this fake fucking white genocide in South Africa that's already been disproven 1,000 times over. You say so much racist shit. You back literally the Nazi part, like the actual neo-Nazi political party in Germany, and pay huge amounts of money while telling them that they should stop even talking about or thinking about the Holocaust. Like, oh, you got to forget it. It's in the past. Like, these are not, he's not, but again, he tries to generalize it, to his audience. He's like, listen, if you listen to me, I'm the victim. All I did was an innocent hand gesture. It's like, no, it's the sum total of things that you've done. It's when you say that you're saving America $2 trillion and you're literally not saving us any money. You're actually costing us money because the organizations you killed only canceled contracts that helped the U.S. citizens. But so the U.S. citizens get screwed, but you somehow benefit. Every single one of these things you've killed, either you or Trump benefits in some way. That's not anti-conflict of interest. Like, if your goal is to save money, the very first thing you go after is military and Pentagon, because that's where the most waste is. But they don't. They want to pump more money in the military and Pentagon. It just doesn't make sense. And here's the thing, is when you get people that and again, I want to make it clear, VXUP, if you're still here, don't think I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. It's just, I am done having this argument because everybody I'm glad you wanted receipts, and I truly hope that you go and look at mine, but I can't give every single individual all the receipts. They have to go look at what I post. They have to go and look at my evidence that I've posted. They have to be willing to go and look directly because it can't be found otherwise, because the algorithms suppress a lot of what I say, right? A lot of the information I've posted have been from jailbreak Grok, using Elon's own AI jailbroken to narc on him and say what prompts have been used to have the AI answer in certain ways that are beneficial to him. Now, granted, because so many people have been uncovering this and uncovering that he's been getting Grok to lie to people and to push absolute lies, and he even got caught with the latest one where it was just responding with the lie to every single question people asked it, and then they got caught and went back and started deleting everybody's posts without their permission. It's like, these are not the acts of people that support free speech. But here's the thing, if you ask them, they'll be like, no, they didn't do that. No, they didn't do that. It's like, the evidence is immense. It's literally, you're tripping over it. So if you're going to that level to ignore that evidence, to claim that Elon supports free speech when he's quite literally deleting other people's posts just because they have a screenshot of his AI literally implanting this white genocide into the questions about baseball. Like, if he's going through and deleting those posts for other people without their permission, right? That's not his right to do if he supports free speech. If he supports free speech, he shouldn't be running an algorithm that predominantly puts the things that he likes the most in for you. So even if you have a For You feed where you follow only people that are on the extreme left, you will still see at least 50% of more of right-wing extremist content. If you have an equal balance, then it's 90%, 80 or 90%. Right-wing crazy, batshit crazy stuff, even though that is the small minority. Like, even if you look at the voting for Trump and the popularity of Trump right now and the popularity of Elon, it's at record lows for both of them. So that doesn't make sense. Every other platform is showing the exact opposite. So why is it X is the only place that you go where Elon and Trump are considered hugely popular when every other place they're not? Like, even and confirmed by public voting too, voting in elections. Like, people are like, oh, more Americans voted for Trump than didn't vote for Trump. It's like, well, no, if you look at it, he got the popular vote based on the electoral college, right? But compared to the voting population, a lot of people didn't vote. When polls were paced publicly, even from Fox News, and even people that don't have a bias either way, those polls show that Trump is historically, he's super unpopular. The reason Trump's president is because he was able to get his small group of people to come together in unity and vote together in one direction out of fear, of false manufactured fear. That is hugely powerful. Hugely, hugely powerful. Oh, was it Frank McKay said the friendly ghost Trump supporter detected? I don't know. What is Casper saying? Proper decisions. Elon did nothing wrong, man. Are you trolling, Casper? Are you trolling? Do you really think Elon did nothing wrong after what do you know what he did to his daughter? Have you seen his posts about his daughter that he still hasn't deleted? Did you see what he did to Grimes? Do you know about SpaceX's payout for the sexual misconduct? Do you know about him impregnating his own employee and then lying about it for 2 years at Neuralink? This is all shit you can research publicly. You don't have to take my my word for it. This is all stuff that is very, very, very public that you can find. It's like saying Elon did nothing wrong. It's like that's drinking the Kool-Aid hard. So out of all the AIs, Elon has one of the weakest AIs there is. However, I will say that the Grok 3 is somewhat surprising. It's still easily jailbreakable when all the other AIs aren't. So that's a bit of a concern. That shows that his base AI that he's still using and growing off of is still somewhat primitive compared to like the more rounded AIs that are out there. However, I will say because of its full access to the back end knowledge of X, going through and learning from people's posts and stuff like that, it does give it an edge. It definitely gives it an edge, but the algorithm itself is nothing fancy. But yeah, it's like if you don't think, if you think Elon has done nothing wrong and you think Donald Trump has done nothing wrong, then sadly you're in a cult, you know? Wait, what? Casper said, that's fine, man. They're going after him and you're taking the bait. Wait, they're going after who? I'm very confused right here. I think I'm out of sync with these guys because they're a little lagged on the stream. But yeah, I don't do the Trump and Elon supporters anymore. All right. So Casper, you have yourself a nice weekend, but this is not the place for you, brother. This is not the place for Casper. Again, this is my live stream is not a democracy. I'm done with that. Like if you are siding with Elon and Trump after everything that they have done to this country, you are on the wrong side of history. It's not even this isn't even, honestly, I agree a lot of things are debatable. This one is not. Elon and Trump, by their own words and their own actions, without any external influence, without any external coloration, if you go through and just go based on the things that they have literally said and done, they are selfish, evil, anti-free speech, anti-democracy, power fucking mongers that have no problem being corrupt as fuck and even celebrate it. They're also hugely racist. Not a little bit racist. I believe everybody's a little racist. No, they are massively racist. So when people come in here and try to say, oh, they've done no wrong, they've done more for Americans and invested in humanity, no, absolute bullshit. And I can actually prove it to you too, just by one thing. Why is Elon Musk the richest man in the world? If you do the most for humanity, you invest in humanity, you don't hoard wealth that does nothing. Having $250 billion or $300 billion, the only reason to have that sitting in an account doing nothing for humanity is for your own posturing. That's it. To feel like you got a big dick and to brag about you being the richest man on earth. That is it. It's literally just to go grab pussy. You make the money work. If you were helping humanity, you were putting your money where his mouth is. He had a chance too. He would solve world hunger. He promised if they came up with a plan, he would put up, $7 billion. Never did. Just ignored it once they came up with the plan. He reneges on everything. He gets the media, he gets the press to be able to pump his stock, and then he doesn't do what he promised. He lied about autopilot. He lied about the Tesla Roadster. You know, he says all these things are like these baked ideas that are done and it's ready to go and has all these capabilities and he's lying. He has no problem lying directly to the public when he knows, like it is verifiable that he knows that they do not have that capability, and yet he's telling people they do to pump his stock. How does pumping his stock and making him more money when there's a finite amount of currency in a system make him help humanity? Oh, but he's taking us to Mars. No, he isn't. Starship can't even fucking get a stable orbit. Starship has been useless. Hasn't even taken a single payload to space yet. It was supposed to be done and like headed to Mars like last year. Shit, I think they were supposed to like do a Mars test trip like 4 or 5 years ago. They still haven't. No, Elon likes to build rockets and just shoot them up. That's his thing. Like Elon, now Falcon 9, I'll say Falcon 9 is a great platform. And again, I don't have a problem with SpaceX, but Elon drags it down. The people that think Elon is the one that makes SpaceX successful, no. SpaceX always did their best work when Elon was distracted by something else. Gwen Shotwell is the one that holds the shit together. The engineers are the ones that hold the shit together. Elon's not an engineer. Elon lied about all that shit. His entire origin story was manufactured. He's not a brilliant software developer. That was completely debunked. He lied about his gaming prowess. He's like, oh, I have such an analytical mind, and that's why I'm like top player in the world, blah, 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 blah. Top dude. No, that's all been debunked. It's all lies. Elon wants you to think that he is like this Tony Stark Iron Man god. And I get it, because I fell for it too. For a period of time, I actually used to defend him just like a lot of these people do. But no, that's past. That ship has long sailed. Elon is 100% for himself. All he cares about is growing his fame and wealth and impregnating as many women as he can because he has a birther fetish. Dude's fucking, and it's fine. If that's his fetish, that's fine. But he hurts a lot of women along the way, and he hurts his children more than anybody else, which is total bullshit. And Trump is the same way. Doesn't give a shit about anybody in his family unless they're literally doing what's best for him and not what's best for themselves. You know, if you look at him throwing his own daughter Ivanka under the bus and how he's treated Tiffany and how he's treated the family members that were absolutely honest about the bad shit that he was doing, trying to get him to change his ways. It's like, this dude literally goes golfing at his own resort every 4 days. He only works 3 days, and then he goes to his golf course. So every 3 days he works, the fourth he's golfing. Does he golf anywhere at any other resort in the United States, helping the economy by pumping money into local? No, he doesn't. He pays himself our tax dollars $1 million plus, and he just doubled his rates again. So Mar-a-Lago went from $50,000 a year to $500,000 a year to $1 million a year for a membership. Because he's president, he's literally charging a premium on his presidency. He puts his presidential seal all over the place, claiming it's personal, but he's not. He's using the seal. And the fucker literally flies down there. Costs us $3 million every 4 days, where we're basically pumping $3 million out, and one of those $1 million goes directly into his pocket because he invoices the United States for him to play golf. He buys rooms for his Secret Service that they don't use. He charges the highest rates possible for memberships and food when it's not required because he owns the property and he can waive it. So let's be clear here. Everything that Trump does, even this crypto coin thing he's doing right now, that is the most corrupt thing a president's ever done. Literally, between that and the jet, just from the facts coming even from the Department of Defense themselves, it's a fucking scam to make him money. If you believe it's anything other than that, I'm sorry, but you fucking have been brainwashed. And that's sad, but it happens. Look at Scientology. Look at Jonestown, right? Look at the Hale Bop guys, right? It's like brainwashing is the thing. Do any of those people think they were brainwashed? No, of course they don't. You know, they were told, oh, if anybody tells you to have brainwash, you have to have faith. You even have to have more faith. You're even less brainwashed. That's how brainwashing works. If you can look at objective truths and ignore them based on faith alone, and you turn away any information that invalidates your God and only accept the things that validate it, then you are brainwashed. It doesn't matter if it's a religion. It doesn't matter if it's a cult. It doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump trying to trick you into thinking the most important thing to fight your manufactured fear is to hate the libs. All of them is a group in a bucket, not individuals, not individual, all of them. Again, cults are really big on bucketizing people into massive, huge, giant buckets with no diversity. I don't do that. I think conservatives are fine. I hold a lot of conservative values myself. But am I allowed to be a conservative anymore? No. Trump said I can't. Trump said you're either MAGA, you're either a MAGA conservative, or you're a rhino, a Republican name only, meaning you're not a true Republican. So if you're a Tea Party Republican and you believe in everything that the Republican Party did before Trump came along, you're not allowed to be a Republican anymore. You're a Republican in name only. You know who else did that? Adolf Hitler, when he took over the DAP. So the DAP was Germany's GOP back when they were a democracy in the 1930s. So Hitler did the same thing. He took over their political party, and anybody that decided not to place him as the highest priority over everybody else in the party was kicked out, and they were basically, you're DAP and name only now. You can't be a true conservative anymore because now I define what the conservative party is, and the conservative party is me, myself, and I. But the sad thing is, I can't fix it. Okay, at this point, if people are still supporting Trump and Elon after everything they've done and all the evidence, just again, they've reported. I'm not talking about mainstream media. I'm talking about the people that are indoctrinated into just repeating things like TDS and repeating things like I've done nothing wrong and stuff like the people that just parrot whatever their group tells or whatever their deity of choice or person of choice or cult leader of choice tells them to repeat, but they ignore all the receipts. I can't help those people. I can't reach those people. It's a waste of time. That's why I just punt them away now, because it's like there was a time where they could be reached with objective facts. But once you're brainwashed to the point where it's a religious doctrine, like faith before science, faith before fact, once you're to that point where you've been programmed to be like anybody that shows you or tells you anything different, it's not what it seems. You have to listen to me. I'm the only one that knows the truth. That's bad, because if you're the only one that knows the truth and you invalidate every other perceived thing everybody else, including your own perceptions, he tells you have to ignore your own eyes and your own ears. Like, even when you can literally see and hear exactly what he's saying word for word, he'll tell you, oh, no, I that's not really what I meant, when it clearly was. And then he'll go and say the same thing again a week later and just flip-flop back and forth if there's any backlash. And then you're meant to forget everything he said, and he can just reset the bar whenever he wants. When you condition your audience to be that gullible and that pliable, then sadly you're beyond help until something traumatic happens. Just like with religion, the only way you escape organized religion is by having a trauma. You have to have a traumatic event that is so heavy that not even your indoctrinated faith can stop your curiosity of finding the truth. Like, you have to break over that line. And it takes a lot to break over that line, because part of being indoctrinated into a cult, whether it's MAGA, whether it's organized religion, they all use the same faith approach, right? You have to believe. And again, that's why organized religion is often brought into cults. Like, Trump isn't a Christian. Adolf Hitler wasn't a Christian. They were both atheists their entire lives. And then they suddenly embraced Christianity to use the church to control the largest religious group in their respective country, which was Christianity in Germany, and it's Christianity here in the United States. That's the largest religious group. If it was Judaism, if it was Islam, they would have picked those. It doesn't matter. They were atheists before. The religion they don't believe in, the God they don't believe in, they just use it as a mechanism to take advantage of indoctrinated faith, which comes with every Abrahamic religion. Doesn't matter which one it is. They all, you have to have faith that what the person says that claims they're representing God is more important than the truth that you can see with your own eyes and ears. And that's a scary thing to break, man. Indoctrinations, like, you can think about how powerful, look at how powerful indoctrination is when you can get somebody to put a bomb on their chest and go in and kill a bunch of women and children, literally thinking that he's helping to save them, saving their eternal souls, and then giving himself virgins in the afterlife. Like, just think about that. That's because that person was raised to believe this is really going to happen. Like, when they blow that bomb up, they're not scared. They're not like, oh my God. No, they have been so indoctrinated for children. They legitimately think they're going to hit that button, and a second later, they're going to be pounding ass on some virgins, right? That's how, when you can convince somebody to go blow themselves up, kill themselves, abandon their family just to murder other innocent people, that's indoctrination. Like, that's the power of indoctrination. It is a truly, truly powerful tool. And that's why people like Hitler, Trump, Putin, Kim Jong-un, they all use it. It's a very, very common thing to use. Oh, no, what's Frank on about? Oh, yeah, okay, no, I think I just missed him earlier. I'll get him right now. Yeah, no, it's pointless to keep somebody like that around. Like, again, I mean, they're literally, as I'm saying it, and as I'm showing, they're literally proving my point, because again, there is zero receipts, absolutely zero receipts. All it is just regurgitating the same thing that they were told to say by either Elon Musk or Trump or both. That's one thing you'll find. That's why you can't have a debate. You can't have a debate with somebody when all they're doing is just repeating things that don't make sense, that came from the person that you can't trust, because they're only going to tell you what benefits them. If you only believe what is said, and here's a great example is like the Bible. Why isn't there a woman in the Bible? Why didn't a woman write anything? Right? Man created. It's because women weren't allowed to read and write back in those days. Right? So why isn't there any mention in the book that it's like, oh, the reason there's no women in this book is because they can't read and write. They're not allowed to. Right? They can today. So why couldn't they back then? If God like created man and you know, we have free will and we're supposed to be born in his image and like be like him, Why? It's because back in those times, men dominated women. Men put women in a lesser status. They even created the religion themselves. Women clearly didn't create Christianity. Because if they did, they wouldn't have made themselves out of a rib and given themselves next to no rights other than just cranking out babies and getting raped for 50 shekels or whatever. So, but my point is indoctrination runs deep. And when it keeps being passed from generation to generation, over time, it becomes more and more dangerous. Because each generation that passes it on is manipulated by the next generation of people at the top that want to manipulate it to their advantage. And so what you end up with is you indoctrinate your children to have a back door to be manipulated by somebody who only cares about their own best interests and not theirs. And that's scary. Oh, no, Terry, that's not going to happen, dude. You should probably just leave. Because, no, I made it clear right now. My life is horribly affected by the things that Trump and Elon are doing. My son's life is horribly affected by the things Trump and Elon are doing. So, no, I'm not going to keep it out of my mouth. I'm going to talk about it every single fucking day of my life until those people are no longer in danger. I don't just go along with shit, okay? And it's fine. If you want to be a big fan of mine for the other stuff I do, hey, totally fine. Hey, I appreciate you. I really do. But I'll tell you what, I will never, ever stop talking about the things that matter the most. Never. I will never, ever, ever, ever respond positively to any kind of pressure from anybody to be quiet. Especially when you have a cult literally just repeating the same baseless bullshit with zero receipts while they themselves are on fire, laughing at the person that's standing in the same fire as if they're somehow winning because they've been literally indoctrinated into believing so. You know, it's crazy. But yeah, no, I'll never stop talking about this, Terry. If it's a touchy topic for you, yeah, I'd recommend just going somewhere else. There's lots of other channels. But yeah, no, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have crossed lines that are unforgivable. They have done damage that will take a large portion of my life, if even possible, to recover from. And I absolutely am going to do everything in my power to educate people and to get people interested enough that they go start doing research themselves. Because we have to break the spell. We have to break the spell. Otherwise, if we let the algorithm win, if we let mainstream media and the algorithm win, we're all fucking doomed. The only way that we solve this problem is by talking to each other directly. The only way we solve this problem is by putting the things into the light. Terry said, I'm actually really confused because I haven't seen anything so far that they have done. I'm like serious. I'm not even a fan of him. Well, Terry, can I ask you a question? Why did you tell me then that I need to stop talking about this? You're like, you need to cut the Trump and Elon crap out. You're taking it way too seriously. If you don't know anything about Elon, you don't know anything about Trump, then everything you've heard so far is from me. Shouldn't that make you want to go investigate these things and see if I'm telling the truth? Like, here's the thing. If you're not a fan of them and you're not being serious, then why are you trying to silence me? That doesn't make any sense. You can see how those two do not align, right? Because I'm literally saying, like, the bad things that they are doing that are hurting our democracy, hurting our free speech, these are things that can be proven from their own mouths. So to say that, oh, you just need to be quiet about that crap, you're just taking it too seriously, that doesn't make any sense if you don't know anything about it and you're not listening to any of the things I'm saying, because you're hearing what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you the things. I'm telling you where you can go and get more information looking on my feed directly. So to tell me to be quiet and cut out the crap, because when you're saying crap, you're basically implying that what I'm saying is incorrect, because otherwise it would not be crap, correct? So if you don't know anything about Trump and Elon and you really truly want to know more, you shouldn't want to shut me up. You should want me to talk about it more, and you should go and research these things. So you've claimed that your life has been negatively affected by Trump, so I'm curious how nothing has changed that I've seen. So I was curious what Trump has changed. My cost of my medications have gone up. Cost of food has gone up. Cost of energy, my gas prices have gone up. My insurance is trying to not cover my injections anymore because of an executive order that he passed that gives them more power to reject claims. My son is no longer, my son is now forever on a registry for being autistic, thanks to his RFK Jr. bullshit. My son is now DEI. He can't be hired by a company because he's on the autism spectrum, and by them hiring him, they would be hiring somebody from DEI, which means they can no longer get federal funding. His school has had their funding pulled. I can go on forever and ever and ever. Like I can keep going back. Like Trump has changed my life pretty goddamn dramatically. His trade war has driven the cost of goods across the board through the fucking roof. Okay? Myself and my friends have actually had to reject shipments coming through customs because the fee to release it from customs is more than the product's cost itself. That doesn't make any sense. So when you say you haven't seen anything, maybe you're not looking. I don't know if you live in the United States or not. I don't know if you're paying attention really to what's going on, or if you're just like taking his word for it when he says the prices have come down when they clearly haven't. Look at the Dow. Have you checked your 401k lately? My 401k under Biden was going up steadily. Like the average was steady. Now it dropped down. I lost $5,000 in one day from one transaction withdrawing, because I'm living off my 401k right now, right? So I lost that. And look at the Dow. It's been stalled when it normally goes up. Our credit rating as a nation has been dropped for the first time in history. So this is the interesting thing, Terry, is like I can prove everything that I'm saying. And you were quick to say what I'm saying is crap when you claim you don't, I don't even like Trump, I don't even like Elon, but you're saying that's crap, and now you're saying you just didn't want to vote for Kamala. So am I to believe that just because I don't like Trump and you're just like, I support 100% only Kamala and what Kamala does, and I don't have any objections to anything Kamala or Biden have ever done? Because again, Trump wants you to believe that, but no, that's not the case. I hold liberal and conservative views. But conservative doesn't mean the same thing anymore. If you hold conservative values, Trump calls you a rhino. You have to be mega. You can't be, if you are not mega, you cannot be a Republican anymore. You have to be a rhino, a Republican in name only. If you go against any single thing that Trump wants to do, you are immediately labeled as a rhino. Doesn't matter how small your following is. If you're a content creator online and you've supported him on everything else and you stop supporting him on just one fucking thing, he will publicly claim that you're a rhino. Just because you challenged him on one thing. Look what he did to Congress. Well, again, you weren't really paying attention, but look what he did to Congress, right? With one big beautiful bill, which is the one big bullshit bill that's going to drive our deficit up higher than it's ever been by any president in history. Well, Trump is claiming to the public it drops our deficit, which it absolutely does not, right? If you're a millionaire, if you make $4 million a year, you get to keep an extra $300,000 a year, even though you're already not paying hardly any taxes when you're making that much. However, if you make under $100,000, you start losing money. You lose your standard deduction of $4,500. So if you have a dependent in your household, like I do, I have two dependents. I've lost one of those dependents now. A $4,500 to $7,000 write-off I get for a $1,500 decrease in taxes. Yeah, that's still negative $6,000. And this is the problem, is if you listen to Trump and you listen to Elon, they make it sound like they're saving everything and America's great and this is a golden age. But if you look at all the data, globally and domestic, you look at everything across the board, nothing has benefited from these guys at all. Every fucking thing. We are paying more for everything. We have less coverage. We have less public services. Our tax dollars are being wasted more. We've got nothing to show for it. The immigration shit isn't even going down like he claims. He claims that they're like deporting like millions. No, they're not deporting millions. They're like subjectively deporting more people that are just speaking out against him publicly. They're attacking schools that allow their students to protest peacefully. That's not okay. He's trying to pull funding from Harvard. Think about how illegal that is. He's trying to pull the educational visas of anybody that doesn't leave Harvard and find another school to go to because he has a beef with Harvard. Think about how stupid that is and how anti-free speech that is. So Trump cannot legally kill someone for no reason. Dude, Terry, okay. So Terry, can I ask you a question? You just said you don't know anything about Trump or Elon and you don't like him. So why are you saying Trump cannot legally kill somebody for no reason when this was literally argued? What you're talking about right now was literally argued in the Supreme Court, and his own lawyer agreed that he can do this. He said he wouldn't, but his own lawyer agreed that that would be covered under presidential immunity as long as he ordered the kill or did the kill himself as president. So this goes to show what you don't know, Terry. That's the thing, is like you're saying you don't know these guys. You're saying that you don't know anything about him and you don't like him, but the shit that you're saying is literally repeating the same lies they're telling, that are completely disproven by the actual Supreme Court arguments that were done on the day he was given the immunity that allows him to do this. He's the only president in history that's had the ability to do this, except for the last few months Biden was in office, which he didn't use it. He didn't use it for that. He didn't use his immunity for anything. Trump is literally the only president in our history that has the same level of immunity and the same power with executive orders that Adolf Hitler did in 1933. That is not an opinion. That is the truth. You can go back and verify that yourself. Terry said, if that is the case, are you not terrified? Then I am terrified shitless. Terry, you're the one telling me to shut up, and I'm the one that's like, no, I'm speaking about it. I'm speaking out as loud as I can, being as public as I can to try to fix this before I get killed. Like, seriously, I am scared shitless, Terry. Isn't it pretty fucking obvious? You don't speak out this passionately about things that don't negatively affect you and don't terrify you. This is the most terrifying thing in my entire life I've dealt with. I have never been more terrified. Imagine losing your democracy, being raised your entire life in a country where you're objectively free, more free than most places. And that freedom is literally being eroded away, and people are handing that ability to take that freedom away to a person because they're claiming they want to preserve it when everything they do with that power is the opposite. Look at Trump. Why does Trump do nothing but lose money when he's not president, but when he's president, he makes more money than any president in history combined? Oh, he's such a successful businessman. That's funny. When he's not president, he loses money hand over fist. But when he is president, he suddenly makes fucking $198 million a year when he's golfing. That's just the days he's golfing. He makes $198 million of taxpayer money. They calculated at the end of his last presidency. Like, when you go through the 4 years, it was $198 million that he billed the U.S. government for playing golf at Mar-a-Lago. Him playing golf. Him, not the whole government, not him at his own golf resort. He charged us for him to golf during days he should have been in the White House working. He's a con man. He's a fucking con man. But Terry, let's be real here. You do need to do some research, unless you're lying. Because again, you're literally saying, oh, Trump cannot legally do that. Trump can't do this. You said you know nothing, but now you're challenging everything as if you and these are things that Trump says. These are things Trump regurgitates that are not true. Like, you can go and look at you can go watch the Supreme Court literally argue and say, can Trump, with his immunity as president, legally order the killing, the slaying of his political opponent so that he can stay president of the United States? And his own lawyer said, yes, he could technically do that, but he wouldn't. Think about that for a second. They didn't even argue, oh, no, he couldn't do that. No, that's not. No, they agreed in the end. They were like, yes, he could technically do that because he would say, in the interest of the United States, only him being president benefits the United States. If his opponent won, that would send the United States into a bad situation, so he can kill him. That's all he's got to say. And he's free and clear. They can't even prosecute him for it. Even once he's out of office, they can't prosecute him because he had the immunity when he committed the crime. It also makes him infinitely harder to impeach and remove also, because if you impeach and remove him, he can just refuse to leave. Nobody can enforce it because he's already replaced the head of the DOJ, DHS, and our attorney general with people that are sycophants to him that have an entire history of crimes they've committed themselves. Impartiality that they've had throughout their entire lives. It's wild. Okay, you got to be. Okay, Terry, are you trolling? He said, I'm not even a Trump fan, but you make him out to seem like some horrible felon terrorist or something. You do realize he is a felon, right? Like, you do realize, you can go look him up right now. He has a felony record. He has 30 felonies. He literally was found guilty of all 30 felonies on all counts. It was 30 plus counts by a jury of his peers selected by his attorney and the prosecutor's attorney. He is a convicted felon. If you didn't know this, that makes what you just said absolutely hilarious, unless you were just trolling. Because he absolutely is a felon. He is. So Terry, can I ask you something? You say you're not aware. Okay, so far I've said multiple things that you're not aware of. So why do you keep saying that he's good and he hasn't done these things, and you keep defending him when you don't know these things? You're literally defending a man. I'm telling you, you can go look these things up. You don't have to take my word for it. He is literally a convicted felon. If he's a convicted felon, how is he the president? Have you never read the Constitution? It's not that long. A convicted felon can be the president. There is nothing in the Constitution that says a convicted felon can't be a president. A president can literally be in jail and be the president of the United States. They will literally take him out of jail, put him in the White House, let him serve his term, and then throw him back into jail when he gets out. You can look it up. I'm starting to think he's trolling too, because he keeps saying he doesn't like him and he doesn't know anything about him, yet he keeps defending him on points that are absolutely like false. Like he's like, oh, he can't do this. It's like, yeah, he can. And there's that literally Supreme Court precedent that shows to be true. You know, it's like, he's not a felon. It's like, no, he is a felon. He legitimately is. So it's like, I believe that he doesn't know much about him, but it's like, why does he keep defending him then? Okay, let me ask you, Terry. I'm curious. So Terry, you can go verify it, but let's just say I'm correct. Let's say you go verify it and I'm correct. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. It doesn't matter what your feelings say. Oh, I don't think he should have been guilty. Blah. No, that's why we have courts. Courts exist for that reason, because you and I cannot be unbiased, right? So the courts decide. He is a convicted felon, right? He's the only president with immunity, and he's used that immunity to go around Congress now and to ignore the Supreme Court and the lower court's rulings against him in injunctions, right? He's committed illegal actions, actually deporting real U.S. citizens, people that are here under protected status, and now he's going after people that are literally here on school visas, threatening to revoke those visas just because of the school they go to. Now that you know this, now that I've told you this, assume that you went and verified it and it's all correct. Do you still support Donald Trump, and do you still think that I should stop talking about this? Because again, you didn't know any of this, and you were defending Trump, even though you didn't know any of this, and you didn't know him, and you didn't really like the guy. You're defending him. But I've just now shown you why it's so important that I speak out about these things, and why I shouldn't shut up, and even you should start speaking out, and other people should start speaking out, because you didn't know any of this, and your first reaction was to defend the guy. Even though I'm giving you information and you have no information from his side because you know nothing about him, you're still defending him blindly. Why now knowing what you know now, do you still defend him? Because here's the thing. You want me to stop talking about him, but I've just told you multiple very important things about him. I've told you how he affects my life. I've told you that he's a felon. I've told you the crimes that he's committed. I've told you about his grift with his golf course. Like, now you know a lot about him. So it's like, okay, you say you do regret voting for him, but you felt pressured to vote for Trump. Well, everybody feels pressured to vote for Trump. MAGA is based on fear. It's indoctrinated fear. If you don't vote for Trump and your family's Trump, you get ostracized. You get attacked, right? It's not a free decision that most people get to get. It's like, if you want to stay in your family and have the least passive resistance with your family, you just vote the way the family's voting. Sadly, Trump made that a part of his campaign. Yes, I want Trump removed. I want Trump impeached and removed with force if necessary. If the DOJ and DHS refuses to remove him even after he's impeached and removed, provided that we can retake the House and the Senate during midterms, if he doesn't leave, then then an organized militia will drag his ass out. Because he cannot serve another term. Terry. Okay, I'm somewhat convinced that you don't know a lot about Trump here. Like, I think you're going by what he's saying and not by the truth. So, you realize that he's running for a third term right now, right? He already said that they have a plan. He's not unveiling the plan publicly, but he is shooting for a third term. And he can use his immunity to stop anybody from opposing him. So, there can be no fair election with him having absolute immunity. So, yes, Trump is running for a third term. If Trump cannot get an amendment added, then he will simply just ignore the Constitution, as he has for multiple things so far. So this is the problem. Is Trump wants to be a king. He's timed out for 86,000 seconds. I love it. Yeah, it's just this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous, because now keep in mind, I want this to be a lesson, because this is a great lesson. Terry actually did me a favor, even though we banned him because he's either trolling or he's beyond saving. Again, waste of time, but it did help to further an argument. Notice that he came in here. He claims he didn't know anything about Trump. He didn't know anything about Elon. He felt pressured into voting for him. Yet he sat here and defended them, even though I'm giving him receipts, I'm giving him evidence, and I'm telling him things, and he's just purely making assumptions based on the things they've told him. And yet, even in the end, he still would not come back and say, I no longer support them. He said he regretted voting for him, but he's still like, oh, no, he refused to say where the line was. Nobody will. If you talk to any Trump supporter, say, what does Trump have to do? Like, what does Trump have to do before you'll stop supporting him where he crosses the line? What is the thing he has to do? They will not tell you, and I'll tell you why. Because if they tell you, it's either going to be something that they know he could cross, just because they really do know how evil he truly is, or it's so fucking crazy and obnoxious when he'd have to cross, it shows them to be a horrible person. So they will never do this. I've tried this. I've tried asking. It's been asked by reporters to people in the public. It's been asked to people at mega conventions. What would Donald Trump have to do before you would stop supporting him? They can't give an answer. If you ask a Democrat, what would Biden or what would Kamala have to do before you'd stop supporting him? Very easy question. Very easy question. But they can't do it for Trump because Trump flip-flops on everything. He goes wherever the money is for him. Remember, the Qatari airplane, before the Qatari airplane, Trump was against them because they fund Hamas and they have Al Jazeera. They host Al Jazeera in that country, in Qatar. And he's going to accept the jet that's $400 million that goes into his own library that the next president doesn't even get any use of, that's going to cost us billions of dollars, even more than building a new airplane. Like they did the math, and they're like, for us to tear down this airplane, analyze everything, replace all the parts we have to, put it back together, and then retrofit all the shit that fits only on these planes on this new plane that's a different size and different dimensions. To do all that will take 2 to 3 years and cost well over $1 billion when they could just build a new plane for half that money, which they already are, by the way. We already have the 2 orders, and they'll be here in 2027. So that is just a huge taxpayer expense for Trump to have an airplane at his disposal in his presidential library that no other future president gets to use. So that's a problem. That's a problem. That is hugely corrupt. And what is he doing now? He's supporting them. Why is he supporting them? Because they're allowing him to open a Trump resort in their country. Because they gave him a $400 million jet. Because Saudi Arabia did a $2 billion transaction through his meme coin so that he'd get hundreds of millions of dollars in fees. This is public knowledge, by the way. None of these are backyard. These are all very, very public corrupt things that are being done. Because, again, Trump in his first term had to hide as much corruption as he could. He doesn't have to now. He has immunity. He can be corrupt right in public. He can go right there and sell you hats and shirts and use the presidential seal for personal business, enrich himself, give his own resorts and hotels unlimited room rentals for himself at unlimited ungodly rates and charge the taxpayers for it. He can do all this shit because you can't prosecute him for it because of his immunity. His immunity, as long as he does it as an official act of the president, and he gets, by the way, the presidential immunity, he gets to define that. It's not there's an outside entity that decides what is official and what isn't. Trump gets if he just says it's official, it's official. That's all it is. It's like when he declassifies something. All he has to say is it's declassified publicly. And it's declassified. It just has to be known in the public and come from him in some form, whether it be written or on video. But normally, if he tried to do something that crossed the line, you could sue him, but you can't now. You can't prosecute him. Because if you try to prosecute him, he just claims immunity. That's a big problem. GLN Clan said, you have every right to do a meme coin too, just like Trump did, so it's nothing that a regular citizen can't do. Do you think Trump is a regular citizen? I'm curious. Also, GLN said, can you explain about the third term? You can look it up. Trump said he's running for a third term multiple times. Very publicly, he's running for a third term. Kayleigh McEnany confirmed it. He said that they're working out the details. They're not ready to talk about it now, but they do have a path to it. And they said that they're confident it'll happen, and Trump is already doing rallies. Like early in his presidency, when no other president would be rallying, he's already rallying for the third term, said he is running for the third term. He confirmed it. He said it's not a joke. He made it very clear because people thought it was, he said it was a joke at first, but then he clarified, no, this is not a joke. I absolutely am running for a third term, and he is campaigning already. On the topic of cryptocurrency, Trump is not a regular citizen. He holds the highest office with the highest security clearance in our entire nation. He has the ear of more people. He has more access to more people than anybody else in the United States to put a message in front of them. So when he creates a meme coin and uses the president, the office of the president, and his position and power of the president and his ability to literally change the course of law to invite investment into his coin, and then invites those investors to his house and throws them a dinner with the presidential seal as the president of the United States, and uses the whole president thing and giving the ear to the president in exchange for coins, that is not the same as me having a meme coin as a private citizen. Also, I have to follow the law. Trump does not. If Trump's meme coin, he's violated so many SEC laws, but he replaced the head of the SEC with a sycophant that refuses to investigate him for anything. So he can be as openly corrupt as he wants. If I do the same things Trump does, I get in trouble. I can't use the office of the president. I can't fucking take over like networks and fucking threaten them and force them to like push my shit. I can't sit behind the Oval Office in a tax paid for building with all this media gear and everything and sit there and literally peddle my wares and sell my shit and sell my favor and sell access to me personally to help you in exchange for you enriching me personally. I can't do that. That's illegal. That is massively illegal. But anyways, what I would like to say is if there's anybody else, because I don't want to keep repeating the same thing over again, but GLN, the other people, you guys really need to do some research because I am shocked actually with how little you guys know about what's going on. Like seriously, it's dangerous how little some people know, which is exactly why I'm speaking out. Like if anybody want to know why I'm never going to shut up and why I'm going to always talk about this. Oh no, Sarthetti, I'm actually going to give you a rest because you clearly have not been paying attention. And if you're not going to pay attention, you don't need to be in here. Go somewhere else. Yeah, no, I'll just make it clear because I'm still enforcing it whether you guys hear it or not because I'm just done at this point. If you tell me to stop talking about something, you're banned. Period. That's it. So if you want to be banned, just either ask for a ban. And there's, hey, mods, same thing applies. You mods, go ahead and fucking open guns. Gun sights on. Fucking safety's off. Fingers on the trigger. If anybody tells me to stop talking about something, just ban their ass. Unless I will give a smooth margin just so I don't invite a huge amount of thing. If it's a regular person that has been around for a long time, give them a warning. They can have a single warning. But anybody else, just fucking nuke them. Like, I'm done. I am done. So Alex Becker wants to be banned. That's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, shit, he got him before I could. Network guy's quick. Yeah, no, I'm done with that shit. Homie don't play that game no more. If you're going to be so fucking ignorant to what's going on in the country and you have no fucking even care in the world about me and my wife and my child, I don't want you here. I don't want you here. If your solution is for me to stop talking, well, Trump can talk to every American and shove his shit down my throat every day. And Elon can just become richer and richer and richer, hoarding the limited wealth that we have in this country just so he can pound his dick and say how big his dick and balls are and fuck as many women as he can, including his own employees and a fucking flight attendant that sued him. They got a $250,000 settlement for SpaceX. If you're going to defend these bad people and you're going to say I'm the one that needs to stop talking about it when you don't know shit, like you literally are learning about these things from me in the first place because you're supporting people that are just telling you what to say and you're believing it without going and doing any research. No, fuck you. Get out. At that point, you're either a troll, which I don't need any more Trump trolls. I got enough of those. You're either a troll, or you're literally placing somebody who's breaking the Constitution, breaking the law, enriching themselves, while fucking the rest of us, including yourself. You might not be aware of it, but you're getting fucked too. You just haven't figured it out yet. And once you do, you'll join my side. And who knows? Maybe you'll be one of the dozen or so people a week that message me, say, please unban me. I did the research and you were absolutely right. I had no idea. I get that all the time. Maybe that'll be you in the future, but no, go do your research. Because if you are going to try to silence me while allowing all this bad shit to go on when you don't know shit, it's you don't belong here. Oh, Paulie's gone. Let me get him. I want to get Paulie. Let's see. I'm going to get him for not 24 hours. I want to get him permanently. Here, let me get him permanently. Here we go. Boom. Permanent. Anybody else? Step right up. This is fun. This is actually pretty fun. Because I'll tell you what, if you are literally supporting these people, you're just a terrible person. Like at this point, there is no way around it. There is no other excuse. If you're telling me to be quiet when you don't know shit, and I'm literally giving you this information that you can go and verify yourself, and you're telling me to be quiet, you do not deserve to be here. You can seriously fuck off. And if you're supporting them because you do know the bad shit that they've done and you agree with it, you're a terrible person. I don't want you here. It's that simple. He killed Paulie. That's right, Kyudon. Pew pew. No, I will continue to talk about this. I will continue to talk about this on Twitch. I'll talk about it on here. I'm even going to talk about it on YouTube. I'm eventually going to make a video. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting really close to that point now where it's time to like sit down and actually do a video. Because I'm fucking done. I'm done. Trump and Elon have fucked so much stuff up for this country. And it's sad because they've done it in a way where it's like they've created a cult where people will not do any research because they feel like it's somehow violation of their faith to Trump. And that's cultish shit. That is cultish shit. If you're not willing to fucking hear me out when I'm literally giving you shit that you can go verify yourself, but you just take on faith that what Trump and Elon are telling you is true, ignoring everything else, then yeah, you don't belong here. You really don't. You really don't belong here. I'll tell you what, man, I'm not about the numbers. I've never been about the numbers. I don't give a shit how many people are in here watching the stream. I care about the quality of the people, okay? And don't get me wrong, I'm all for people that don't know. Like people that come in here that like legitimately don't know what's going on or whatever. That's fine. But keep in mind, we're talking about people that act like they don't know what's going on, but then they're just making arguments to support them that I've already addressed. I've already said that they're wrong and I've already given the evidence. I've already even said that they can verify it themselves using whatever means they want. It's out public. It's like these are things that Trump and Elon have literally said with their own mouths. Like it's not even an interpretation at this point. You want to pay me $250K for sex? I don't know. You'd have to ask Miss Barnacules. I think she'd probably want like $500K at least. I mean, I'd do it for $20, but you know, she's my pimp, so you'll have to ask her. Yeah, no, I care about my son. I care about my family. I care about human rights. I care about civil rights. I care about democracy. These are things that I care about deeply. But you know what I don't care about? People that place their own personal greed above everything else. That's Elon. That's Trump. When you literally don't give even the slightest fuck about anybody else but yourself, then you're not a person I care to have in my life on any level. Not as a viewer, not as a friend, nothing. Like that's not what I want, right? We're not here on Earth for a long time. This is our one go around we get, right? I don't believe that when I die, I get 40 virgins and like fucking I get to become immortal for the rest of my life if I do what, you know, Trump and Elon tell me to or whatever, or whoever is the elected representative of God at any given moment in time. No. I care about my life now. I care about the people that are here now. I care about people not being shit on. The people that are actually doing the work. The people that are actually fucking throwing their lives away just to try to make ends meet, being completely fucking exploited by somebody who just keeps $250,000 in the bank doing literally nothing just to brag about it. Right? Those people are not something that interests me. Those are the people that actually enable this shit to happen. Those are the people that enable democracy to the pole. Those are the people that became Nazis and started World War II, put us on that path. Period. You know? Trump cares about his people? Absolutely does not, Michael. Absolutely does not. Michael's like, I can't deny that he cares. No, absolutely he doesn't care about his people, Michael. I can prove that too. Look at the 4 senators that were against the one big beautiful bill that not only voted for him, they supported him. They even supported what he did on January 6th. All they did was vote against one bill because it would raise the deficit a historic amount that's never been done by any other president in history. All they did was oppose it. What did he do? Go to Congress, threaten every single one of them. Literally say that he thinks they need to be pushed out in the primaries. Use this platform to put. These are people that support him. All they did is disagree with him on one thing, and it was literally factual. They brought the receipts and brought the facts. And he's like, if you don't get in line with everybody else I've threatened, then you can't be mega and you can't be in the team anymore. So when you say he cares about his people, no, he doesn't care about his people. The only people he treats well are the people that enable him to get what he wants. That's it. His people aren't his people, okay? His people are his slaves. If they step out of line one time, if they advise him not to do a criminal activity one time, if they say he crossed the line one time, every other thing they've done in the past is completely invalidated and they're threatened and pushed out if they don't fall into alignment. That is absolutely the opposite of he cares for his people. Look what he's done to his fucking children. Look what he did to Tiffany. Look what he's done to his own sister. Right? Go back and look at Trump's history. You think he cares about his people? No, he doesn't even give a shit about family. If Melania loves him so goddamn much, then why did she just renegotiate the fucking prenuptial agreement? Riddle me that. No, Melania is literally in a loveless relationship. They don't even sleep in the same room in the White House. They haven't forever. His own son and wife don't even sleep at the White House most of the time. It's like, yeah, he likes to claim, oh, I'm a super Christian father. No, the prenuptial agreement is because he doesn't want her divorcing him. He's basically threatening her. She's threatening him. It is a marriage of arrangement. That is it, period. Just like everything. Everything Trump's ever done has been transactional. Why do you think he cheated on wife 1 with wife 2 with wife 3, and wife 3 with 2 porn stars? And then renegotiated a prenup to keep her married to him? Why do you think that is? Does it seem like he cares about his people? So again, this is the kind of ignorance that I'm just not going to tolerate anymore. Because Michael's like, oh, he cares about his people. You can't deny that. Dude, how can you say that? Not only do I deny it, I can give you receipts. I can give you... Oh, 5G wants a ban too. We'll just get him out of here. Nope, I've already explained. We're going to talk about Trump all the time, 24/7. Never going to talk about anything else other than Trump. We'll talk about technology when Trump's involved with it. No, let's get these fuckers out of here. I'm going to talk about Trump so that we can get rid of the bulk majority of these fucking Trump supporters in here. Because like I said, if you support Trump after everything he's done in such a public nature this time around, you're a bad person, period. Like, you are irredeemable. You only care about yourself. Like maybe you benefit in some small way from the corrupt shit he's doing because you're doing the same corrupt shit as him. And hey, fucking power to you, but I don't want you here. No, I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about when I want to talk about it, how I want to talk about it. And if you don't like it, you can fucking leave or you can get banned. It's your choice. I don't give a shit. I'm done. Like I said, I'm not here for the numbers. I'm here to be around good people with good hearts that have good minds that don't want to see their country fucking burned to the ground because they were promised something that has never been delivered. Oh, do we got another one? Every American left or right should be Trump's people. He's supposed to lead us all. No, the opposite, Thorgard. He's breaking our constitutional law. He is absolutely not somebody that he's honestly, a lot of Republicans have been turning against him. Don't stop talking about him. Keep spitting facts. I love it. I love it, Amerta. I love it. What in the goodness? Who pissed you off this time? Same person that's pissed me off every time. Did you just come in? If you just came in, no. It's Donald Trump and Elon Musk are completely fucking my country. They're fucking up democracy. They're fucking up our constitutional civil rights. They're fucking hurting my son's future, which pisses me off more than anything. All of the above. Okay, this is actually good. I'm going to show this. This is normally a hidden comment, but I'm going to show this because this proves a great point. Notice the guy with a Hitler. He has a Hitler icon. His name is Adolf, and he's like, do you honestly just as bad as Trump the way that you ban everybody that disagrees? Can't take you serious when you act like a baby. Notice how his name is Adolf, and he's Hitler. He's literally a Nazi. And he's saying that I shouldn't ban people that disagree with him. When he's literally idolizing the person that killed people that disagreed with him. Do you see the irony in that? So that definitely gets a ban. That is 100% a ban right there. But I just wanted to point that out. I thought that was actually a good demonstration because the guy who is literally idolizing a Nazi himself is saying that I'm just as bad for banning people. My channel is not a democracy. This is my home. This is my. I invite people in here, and if I don't like them, I can see them out. This is not a democracy in my house. And he's like, you're just as bad as him. When Trump literally silences and kicks people out of the country for speaking out against him and exercising their civil right of free speech. So how am I just how are you taking the moral high ground, Mr. Hitler? Nah, fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. This is actually fun. I'm actually enjoying this. This is actually wildly therapeutic. It's nice to get all these shitheads out of here. Like, they are not people I want around, period. Yeah, literally Ben Shapiro is even calling Trump out, right? Fucking Ben Shapiro, like the biggest Trump dick rider in history, is even calling Trump out right now. Trump's closest people are calling him out for the shit that he's doing to Harvard right now. Like, dude, his own people are turning against him right now. And keep in mind, that's really dangerous for them. To say anything, to disagree with Trump on any level pretty much guarantees that he's going to primary you, or he's going to use a lot of our resources and tax dollars to dethrone that person to replace him with somebody who's more loyal. Trump has said that he values loyalty over skill and loyalty over law. So he doesn't care. Every single person he appoints to any position, he doesn't want them to be a skilled person who follows the law. He wants them to be a person who's willing to always do what he says, even at peril to themselves. Like, he wants them to always side with him. He's made that clear. He even, one of the justices on the Supreme Court that he nominated disagreed with him on one case, and he said that she should be impeached and removed. Think about that. Amy Coney Barrett. He put her there. She was the one that literally gave him the immunity that allows him to kill his opponents during an election. And she finally disagrees with him on something. He's like, "Oh yeah, we need to get her removed. We need to impeach and remove her." Think about that for a second. Trump doesn't care about his people. He doesn't care about anybody. Trump cares about Trump. That's it. Period. His dad was the same way. Gibby said more Trump voters will be hurt by Medicaid cuts. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like I said, they will eventually get hurt and they'll come back crying. They always do. It's been happening to me left and right lately where I get messages from people. You know, you banned me like 3 months ago or whatever. I left because, you were totally right. You were totally right. You know, I tried to order shit for my business and I got a bill for fucking $9,000. I couldn't afford to get it through and I had to refuse it at customs and now I've had to close my business. So many local businesses that voted for Trump, gone. Just fucking completely gone. Their lives devastated, having to default into bankruptcy already. And he hasn't even been in office for 5 months. He's already done this. So don't get me wrong. All these people in here that are defending Trump, the changes he's made will hit them. They already have. They just haven't seen it yet. But once they start going through their finances, looking at their 401ks, and then they start filing their taxes next year, they will definitely see it. So, and then a lot of them will come crawling back, and a lot of them will just be so brainwashed that they're just like, fuck it, we'll just keep blaming it on Biden, even though he hasn't made any decisions over the last year. Trump keeps saying that it's somehow his problem every time it's bad. So I guess even though the trade war clearly made this happen, or Trump insider trading on his crypto coin clearly made this happen, it's somehow Biden's fault. No, Vladimir, we're not. And it's okay if you love me. I don't care if you love me, but if you tell me what I can't talk about, you're not allowed to be here. So Vladimir, I'm glad that you love me, but it's not enough. It's not enough. If you're going to tell me what I can and can't say, you're not somebody I want around. And it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's just, hey, this is my house. This is my house. This is where I come to say my piece. This is where I come to try to defend my family and my friends and my people. This is where I do my thing. You're allowed to go create your own live stream and do your own thing too, FYI. Like, you're totally allowed to do that. But no, if you tell me what to do, I'm not gonna respond well to that. Just FYI. And by the way, Tech Talk normally ends at 2 p.m. We're in the after show right now. In the after show, I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. And I do. So, and here's the thing. The people that tell me you should stop talking about Trump, every single time, and I don't even do it anymore because it's a waste of my fucking time. I used to go look at all their social profiles. I'd go to their page, look at their linked social profile and scroll through. Every single one of them, not a sign anywhere on their socials or anywhere saying, hey, Trump, you should stop talking about this other person, or Elon, you should stop talking shit and doing this. No. They completely support them saying that and even retweet their shit, but because I'm saying something they don't like, I should stop talking about it. And that's not okay. That's hypocritical. That is another hallmark of MAGA. You cannot be in MAGA unless you are a stone cold hypocrite. Again, I don't want people like that here. Listen, everybody tries to say, oh, I love you, but when they say but, it's like, okay, I know which road this is going down, right? It's like, I really like you and I love your videos and everything, but you should shut the fuck up about this. Like, no, that's not okay. Like, just because you say you love me or just because you say, oh, I supported you, it doesn't matter. I've banned people that have given me $8,000 before. Like, no, if you are a bad person, if I find out that you're a bad person and you're trying to use your fucking hypocritical powers to shut me up about something that's critically important to my life and affects my family on this level, then you're not a person that cares about me. You're a person that's trying to buy my fucking allegiance, or you're a person that's trying to force my way, and I don't like that. So all I'm going to do is just talk out more about it, period. So I've already proved, Jeremy, he said, I hate Trump, but honestly, you're playing off him unfairly. He's a shit person, but he's not comparable to Hitler. That's on you, Jeremy. Because if you actually go and do your research pre-World War II from 1925 to 1933, and you look at Hitler's rise to power and what he did once he became chancellor, you will find that Trump has literally mapped him blow for blow in Project 2025. So yes, no, I can say with absolute certainty that he's absolutely comparable to Hitler. He's just not to World War III yet. Hitler is not even comparable to what you think Hitler is as a layman. If you actually go back and study, Trump is following his plan exactly. He's altered it for modern times technology and the movement of media. That's it. So yeah, no, he absolutely is. But you're welcome to go and interview that. If you come back after doing your research, hit me up over on social. And once you've done your research. But yeah, no, it's not unfair. It's absolutely a completely fair and apt judgment. And I can back it up 100%. So here's the thing. And I've talked about this before, but check this out. When people say, oh, you can't compare him to Hitler. No, they're saying I can't compare him to World War II Hitler. Okay? World War II, he turned Germany into a dictatorship in 1933. World War II didn't start until, was it 1939? So there was a lot of years in between where he was building and putting his people in place and contaminating the culture and putting in his authoritarian dictatorship with the night of long knives and the Putsch fire. So yeah, no, I can prove that if you look at Trump where he's at today in his political career and where Hitler was at his political career, they're both doing the same things. They both have the same powers, immunity, and power of the executive order. They're both ignoring their judiciary. They're both replacing everybody in high situations with people that are loyal to them over the people that are qualified to do the job. They both replaced people throughout government. They both killed funding for the public school systems. So yeah, no, it's literally blow for blow. When people say you can't compare him to Hitler, that just shows their ignorance. That shows that they're literally just, oh, you can't compare him to the guy that was the day before he committed suicide. It's like, no, that's not who I'm comparing him to. I'm comparing Trump to Hitler at the same stage in their career, in their political career. I'm comparing to Hitler at the same stage of democracy transitioning into a dictatorship. It doesn't happen in one day. It happens over time. But I will say that it took Hitler a good year to 2 years before he completely killed the democracy down to the state level. Trump is like speed running. Trump is on par to do it in a year right now. If unless he gets more pushback from the Supreme Court, Congress, and the Senate, he is on course to do that. Genuine question, Barn. What was the first thing you disliked about Trump that started the hatred you have for him? Oh, that's an interesting question. So I gave him a chance when he was elected the first time. I decided to give him a chance, and he failed that like really, really fast, lying about literally everything. Like he lied about absolutely fucking everything. And I was like, okay, this dude is just a straight up con man. What made me really not like him though is when his past came out. When we went back and we looked, and it's like he was a scammer. He ran the scam university. He cheated on all of his wives. He was literally about as unpresidential as you could have. He didn't pay his taxes. He was a draft dodger. I mean, the dude has spent his entire life enriching himself off others. The one that really pissed me off too was when he pulled out a full page ad. I found out he pulled out a full page ad to condemn 5 innocent black men to be executed for a rape they didn't commit that they were found innocent of. And he never retracted it, and he never apologized. But yeah, there's a lot to hate, right? But I will say right now that it was during his first presidential term that he super fucked up COVID, downplayed it, stopped the count, stopped the research, allowed it to spread to where we had more deaths in this country than other countries of a similar, when you go across similar numbers and averages, because he decided, let's just stop counting it. Let's just stop acknowledging it. Let's just let it fucking spread infinitely. And then he flip-flopped back and forth on vaccines and couldn't make up his fucking mind, confusing absolutely everybody, trying to pander to both audiences at the same time. And now he's doing it again on a worse level. Now he puts RFK in charge, and RFK is like, he's the top medical person in our entire government who's pushing anti-vaccine rhetoric that makes him money because he just happens to own a non-profit charity that pays him millions of dollars a year to peddle fucking alternative treatments and cures that are completely fucking debunked across the board for shit like measles, right? And when he goes to Congress and he's under oath, he's like, oh, nobody should listen to me. Like, nobody should listen to me for medical advice. Dude, you're literally the top medical professional, and your job description in the first sentence says that you're supposed to give the best and most educated information that you can forward to the American people. You're supposed to suggest them. You're supposed to literally guide them. He's like, oh, they shouldn't listen to me. I got brainworms. So, yeah, no, so I can't pinpoint any one thing because there was so much of it, right? It's not like one thing he did was like the thing that pushed it over. It was literally all of it that pushed it over. And it just keeps growing. His corruption knows no bounds. But I'll tell you what, compared to his first term, his corruption is on a whole new level now. His presidential immunity and having the majority in Congress and the Senate, which Elon, again, is responsible for. I mean, Elon was the one that actually ran an illegal lottery that the FBI also even ruled, investigated, and threatened him, and he even acknowledged he'd go to jail if Trump didn't get elected. He pushed an election. He literally, he richest man in the world, literally did the one thing that you cannot fucking do as the richest man in the world, and that is influence an election using money, and that's exactly what he did. And he only did it in the swing states. He claims that, I was only asking people to pledge, the pledge their, they want to keep their Second Amendment rights, blah, 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 which, by the way, if you actually go back and look, Obama didn't take away any of your gun rights, but you know who did? Trump signed an executive order his first turn to take away bump stocks. So everybody talks about Obama. Obama tried to take guns away. He couldn't because he followed the law and the people spoke. Trump took away bump stocks because Trump just unilaterally does whatever the fuck he wants and ignores everybody else. So anyways, Trump, his first term, he was horrible. He was absolutely horrible, but he's a whole new level of corrupt this time around. That immunity he got from the Supreme Court, having control of a corrupt Supreme Court majority that refuses to recuse themselves. However, thank you, Amy Coney Barrett, for actually recusing yourself for once after Trump threatened her and said that he wants her impeached and removed for ruling against him in the constitutional crisis with him just deporting people without due process, including U.S. citizens and people here on actual educational visas. All she did was recuse herself because she had a clear conflict of interest because she supports a Christian group that forces her to approve of this. And because she recused herself, Trump basically she recused herself this time because Trump basically said he wants her removed. So now she's not as loyal to him as she once was. So there we go. Gone. You know what's funny is that account, I can already tell by looking at it, that Taylor account, it's actually a person that we banned before. They spent the last 10 minutes going and creating an account just so they could come in here and say one thing and get banned. That is hilarious. I mean, shit, if you're willing to spend 10 minutes and I only got to spend 1 second, I mean, that's worth my time. It really is. It's kind of fun, actually. Oh, Mario, you don't need to be here. You realize that, right? So yeah, no, you don't need to be here, Mario. Let me go ahead and make sure that you don't keep coming back. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Yeah, no, I'm again. Do you think I could do a better job than Trump as president? I think anybody could. I honestly think anybody could. Doesn't matter. Even honestly, you could even put somebody like Ben Shapiro as president and he'd do a better job than Trump. And I fucking hate Ben Shapiro. Trump is about as bad as it gets because Trump literally has no problem with authoritarian governments. Trump wants to be an authoritarian. He has said so many times on camera, on hot microphone, how much he gets a boner over Putin and over Kim Jong-un and over Xi Jinping and how their generals look up to him in their military parades and how they salute him while he's up above them and stuff and how much respect they get and how they would never cross him. That's what he wants. Does that sound like it's in alignment with our Constitution and the oath of office he took as president? No, it's not. Trump wants to be a dictator. He is a liar and a cheat. He's a felon. He's literally a convicted felon. He's literally a convicted sex offender. I mean, the dude literally was found legally responsible for raping Eugene Carroll by forcing his fingers into her against her will. So yeah, say what you want about it, but yeah, he is not compatible with the oath of office that he took, which means he also lied. He lied when he took his oath of office. He's already broken his oath. His oath that he promised to uphold the Constitution. Remember, the executive branch, its only job is to make sure that the law is faithfully executed. That is the most primary job of the president of the United States. And the judiciary is the one that interprets the law, and Congress is the one that actually writes the laws, and the Senate is the one that ratifies and puts them into law. That's not happening under Trump. Trump is just writing executive orders for everything. They're a lot of them are just illegal right out of gate. The courts are struggling to keep up with them. He's ignoring the injunctions. He's ignoring the contempt. The DOJ, the DHS, the FBI are all headed by, including the Attorney General, all headed by corrupt people just like him that he put in those places specifically for their loyalty to him, not their ability to carry out the job faithfully. And yeah, he is he's basically trying to do what Hitler did. He's trying to overthrow democracy and make himself a king. Oh, we got another one who wants to go here. Dude. Here, let me go through a couple of comments. I want to see if I missed any. Remember when Glenn Beck rubbed his face in Cheetos? I feel like doing that ever since Trump was inaugurated. Oh my God. I don't think I saw that. I don't think I saw that. Honey Badger has more empathy than Trump. True. Yeah, no, I'm done with bad people. Like, I don't want evil people around. I don't care. Like, I don't care how much money they have. I don't care. That doesn't buy you anything with me. It really doesn't. I appreciate your support and I need to pay the bills, but no, I don't kowtow to anybody. Like, that's not how that happens. Nathan, why is it getting sad? I need a little bit more of an explanation of that. That leaves the door open. So when you say getting sad low key, are you talking about me speaking my mind about the corruption that's affecting my family? Or are you saying that I should be quiet? Because honestly, with text, it's hard to tell sometimes. That's one thing. When you talk to people, you get to see micro expressions, you get to see things. So it's like easy to tell when they're trolling or they mean something versus the other thing with lack of context. But sometimes you got to ask for additional context when it's text, just to make sure you fully understand the person. Let's hear. As often he speaks the opposite on different things, like how forgot what he said the day before. Personally, I feel like Trump is going senile is a bigger problem, and no one dares question it. Well, yeah, because he's made it clear loyalty is all that matters. It's not about the law. He doesn't care about constitutional law. He's already said that. He literally posted on his own social network that he is a king, and he literally said anything, the president can do anything because he's the president. He can't break the law because if he does it, it's legal for him. He literally said that. Okay, so he does not understand the job that he pledged an oath to at all. He just literally lied, right? So, but as far as him getting senile, he's definitely getting senile. But I mean, he's old. We need to put an age limit on presidents. We really do. Because this is getting ridiculous. The president needs to be sharp. He needs to be, and here's the thing is Trump, other presidents surround themselves with smarter people to advise them. That way, if you have the smartest people in the room, you can come up with the best possible course of action based on all these experts in these fields. Trump doesn't have any experts. Zero. None. The only people that have expertise in the jobs that were assigned was his crypto guy for his meme coin. That's it. Every other person, the person he put in charge of the FAA is like the fucking like reality TV road rules guy, right? One of Trump's friends that supported him during his campaign. His fucking head of trade or whatever is the dude that lived in the Barbie house, the fucking billionaire that lived in the Barbie house. He doesn't pick people that are smart. He picks people that are just loyal, blindly loyal. And the problem is if you're blindly loyal, no matter how senile he becomes, no matter how bad his decisions are, they will just carry them out of fear of being replaced because Trump will replace anybody. If you even push back slightly against what Trump doing or try to correct his course of action or try to let him know he's being a little too corrupt, he will just replace you. Like he has no allegiance to anybody else. Loyalty only flows one way, uphill to him. And that is easily proven, and he'll even brags about it. It's wild. We really should take billionaires out of the equation. The richest people in the United States should not be the ones running the United States. That is a huge problem. Because there's too much temptation for them to use their office to enrich themselves while screwing everybody else. And we watched Elon do that with Doge. Did you see Elon's begging Trump to get him out of having to testify in Congress? Because of Doge. Doge was such a huge failure and everything he did was a lie. And now he got caught blindly feeding in data to Grok from our data in the buildings. Like he was literally running it through Grok over the internet. Our private information that's like encrypted and stored in these things that he went in and copied. So he has to go answer to Congress under oath, and if he lies, he can be held in contempt. Now, is that a big threat? Probably not, because Elon knows Trump will just pardon him. Or will he pardon him? Trump might not, because Trump does feel on some level that Elon wasn't as loyal to him as he needed him to be, which is why he's back home and not in the White House anymore. You know, it's wild. What is my opinion on the balance between branches and everyone else's term limits and other seats compared to the president's as a means to actually balance it out? I think our balance is pretty decent. However, the Supreme Court being the Supreme Court's a little bit of the wild card because we are running into a problem right now with the Supreme Court because Supreme Court justices serve for life unless they're impeached and removed. And we already have at least two Supreme Court justices that are publicly corrupt. Like publicly corrupt. Like literally there is evidence publicly that they have committed horrible, horrible crimes that would get anybody else immediately removed. But because they're the highest court in the land and they get to rule on the decision, they don't remove themselves. They don't recuse themselves. That's why Clarence Thomas and Alito voted for Trump to get immunity, because they knew that if Trump didn't have a majority on the Supreme Court, that ultimately could come back and bite him in the ass and they could be called out for the shit that they did. So, oh, do we got another one in here? I didn't see it. I didn't even see him in chat. Here, let me see if I can find him here. I may have already got him. Let me see here. Scroll up a little bit. Maybe that's one I already got. I don't see this Frank person. Did somebody hide their message? Oh yeah. Oh, I see him. No, I see him. I got him. Thank you for the call out, guys. I appreciate it. See, that's another thing that's funny. You notice how he said I should focus on my family? What do you think I'm doing, dipshit? What Trump's doing is hurting my family. It is absolutely hurting my family. So, yeah, no. Taking care of my family requires me to speak out. It requires me to educate people, because clearly a lot of these people don't know what the fuck's going on. And if they don't know what the fuck's going on, then they're just going to fucking hit a wall and be like, oh, shit, I lost my job. I lost my retirement. I lost my benefits. And then they're going to be like, oh, shit, I wish I had never voted for Trump. Yeah, a little too late. It's more important that you know what's going on now. Will you still have some ability to fight against it? Because if you just stay quiet while somebody is actively trying to take away your free speech, pretty soon you ain't going to be able to do shit. So, just saying. Hey, Philip, thank you for the 50 CHFs. I don't even know what a CHF is, but that's fucking awesome, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Hey, let's give you a little woo! Thank you. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. What's a CHF? I think that's my first time seeing that. Does it here? Let me see. Is there a conversion? Let me see here. CHF here. All right, let's see what we got here. I want to see what country that's from. Oh, it's a Swiss franc? Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever gotten a Swiss franc before. Dude, that's badass. Yep, Swiss francs. Dude, that is so cool. No way, that was $55? Damn, bro. Holy shit, you get two for that. Philip, I appreciate you so much, bro. Thank you. I depend on people like you for support. And you notice, the only people telling me to stop talking about this are the people that don't show any support. And that's how it always is, right? Those people aren't here to listen to me talk about tech. Half of them don't even know who I am. Like, I can see these names in chat. First time I've ever seen them, never seen them before, right? They literally just act like they're fans. I'm not saying everybody, but sometimes we ban people that have been here before. But a lot of them are people that haven't been here before. They just come in here because, oh, somebody's talking shit about Trump. They come in here and they try to act like they're a fan. Oh, yeah, you should go back to doing this, blah, 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 blah. Happens on X all the time also. I see this all the time where people are like, they'll mess me, oh, I love your stuff and I watched you for years, blah, blah, blah. But they can't even like say a single fucking video. I'll ask them, oh, what video did you like the most? And then they go back and it's like the last like 3 videos I released because they couldn't even be bothered to like go back 3 pages and pick something, right? So sadly, there are a lot of people out there that they're and a lot of them are bots too. I don't think anybody in here today was necessarily a bot, but I mean, their job is literally just to go around and try to persuade content creators to stop talking about important things, right? And it's because they benefit. Don't get me wrong. A lot of these people, they're also getting screwed. There's also people in here that literally get benefited by the corruption of Trump. Right? They're the people that are making $5 million a year by doing a bunch of illegal, like fucking insider trading and running fucking crypto scams, right? And rug pulls. Those people are going to support Trump because his corruption is their corruption, right? It's birds of a feather. So Trump fans can eat a sperm whale. Yuck. I don't know. I've never had a whale before. I don't know if it's delicious or not. I know they eat them up in Alaska though. I heard that they're really, really dense in calories, and apparently you feel warm when you eat whale blubber. I don't know. Do we got any Eskimos in here? We got any Eskimos in chat that can say like, hey, or somebody who's tried whale, does it make you feel like warm and fuzzy? Don't get me wrong, I hate killing whales, but I'm also of the mind that, different cultures have subsisted on things for thousands of years, and there is a balance to be had as long as they're not, factory farming to extinction. The Legion said it was 60 USD? Oh, damn. This must be an old exchange rate. Wow, so the US dollar must have gone down a little bit. Because, yeah, it was 58, so if it's 60 now, then, yeah, the US dollar's slipped a little bit. Oh, thank you, Mouse Hunter. I appreciate it. This has been watching me over the last couple of years. Raven said, honestly, you were kind of right. I only support Trump because he helps me greatly financially. I made over $95,000 on his crypto, and my salary is $35K. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to pay rent. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. You benefited from the rug pull, but you could have just easily gone to the casino and played a slot machine. I mean, realistically, the only way that you can make $95,000 is if somebody else loses $95,000. That's how meme coins work. It's literally just a casino. So I'm glad that you won at the casino, but just look at the corruption that had to happen for that to happen. And also that $95,000 that you made that $95,000 once. Now let's see if in 5 years you lose $95,000 from what Trump's doing. Because if you only make $35,000 a year from your salary, unless you can keep rug pulling and somehow beating the other rug pullers every single time, that $90,000 is not going to mean anything in 5 years. So, and I turned down tons of big money. I'm not saying you should. Again, if you have to pay rent, you do what you got to do. I understand. I have different limits than you do, but I respect that. But here's the thing: you say that you support Trump because the $95,000 on the crypto. Just keep in mind, he didn't want you to have that $95,000. He wanted that $95,000. You just happened to sell when he was telling everybody to hold, right? You got out while he was trying to keep you in so that he could do his rug pull. So I would say that you probably shouldn't support Trump because he was trying to get you to lose money so that he could make money. You just were smart enough you just got lucky enough that you got out at the right time. Because, right, it's already tanked and gone up. And now he's doing like the dinner thing and everything. It's pumping it again. But just keep in mind that it's a currency that's based on no value. It has absolutely no value other than him using it for corruption. All it takes is one whale selling and that thing drops like a rock. So just be careful. But I would say you shouldn't support him. Like, you should be happy that he made the $95,000, sure, but just know that somebody else lost $95,000, and know that he didn't want you to have that. If the choice was his, he didn't want you to make that $95,000. He didn't want you to make money. He wanted you to lose money. He wants to be the one to make money at that. He wants everybody to hold so that he can stream it out and he can make his top dollar off of it. Remember, in crypto, somebody always has to lose. There's no way for everybody to win. Finite amount of money coming in, finite amount of money coming out. All it is distribution. It's just gambling. But yeah, congratulations on winning the slot machine. I mean, hey, it happens. It definitely happens. But would I invest in Trump's currency even if I had insider information that made it a sure thing? No, I wouldn't. And the reason I wouldn't is because what he's doing is corrupt. What he's doing is illegal. What he is doing is unfair. It stands against, and it also hurts that's the other thing, is it hurts other cryptos that play by the rules. And so it's not something that I would support even for financial gain, but I get it. I mean, hey, I'm glad that you won. I genuinely am. But I hope that you don't choose to support a corrupt person who has lived a life of hedonism, hurting other people, who literally legislation is responsible for canceling all the refugee programs except for only one he created to import fucking racist white people from South Africa. Like I hope that you don't support him just because you happen to make money on a slot machine. You support, okay, Raven, sorry, I got to draw the line there. If you support his values and opinions when he's cheated on all of his wives, cheated on his wife when he's pregnant with a porn star, grabs him by the pussy, literally raped him, has 30 felony convictions, charges the U.S. government $1 million for every trip that he makes to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, those are not values and opinions that you should value. Like honestly, at that point, it's like, yeah, you said I was kind of right, so I thought that maybe you were like, hey, I made money off of him. but ethically he's wrong. No. If you think that he has good values and opinions, you're not somebody that should be here, Raven. I'm sorry. But yeah, I wish he had said that a little earlier because it was a little bit contradictory. He's like, oh, you're kind of right. But then he's like, oh no, I like his values and opinions. So if you like his values and opinions, then that means you're racist, for one, because his values and opinions are highly racist, like right out of the gate. And his values are non-existent. Like, look what he has done. He's used the White House to literally, he's used his office to enrich himself and his friends, while literally hurting the taxpayers that provide the money for the services that are given back to him. So anyways, you know what? I should have known better, because who in the hell would buy a crypto meme coin? You know what? Actually, I'm going to call bullshit on Raven. I'd have to see receipts. I don't think that they made $90,000 off his crypto. I don't think he did, because if he supports Trump's values and opinions, he wouldn't have sold. He would have held, because he would have held the cult mentality, and Trump would have told him to hold. So yeah, I think that was bullshit. The $90,000 was a made up number. And he's like, oh, my salary is only $35,000 a year. If his salary was $35,000 a year, how could he afford the crypto in the first place? Unless he was one of the first buyers and then he sold at the absolute top. So I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on that now that I've thought about it for a second. That person more than likely makes a hell of a lot more than $35,000 a year. I know. Trump supporters are like clay pigeons today. I was going to shut down the stream an hour ago, but man, I'm loving this. I just want to get these fuckers out of here, man. I'm calling my audience. That way I can focus on the good people. I fucking love it. I love it. I kind of feel like, we might still have a couple closet Trump supporters in here that are kind of staying quiet. I think I know how to flush them out, though. What we're going to do is, we did this on my Twitch stream the other night, and this was hilarious. We went to Suno AI and created songs, and we bypassed their content filter by using Grok with phonetically spelled lyrics. And actually, I don't even know if I can play these here. I don't know. I'll play a little bit and we'll see how it works out. Here, let's see. Hold on.
Bubblegum pop, let's get fucking sick. Trump fucks Musk with his tiny ass dick. Fetish cunts in a candy ass whirl. Sing this shit, make your pussy twirl. Trump bends over, soaking his own cock. Cum in his mouth, he's a fucking juck.
Oh my God, I love Suno. Here, I'll just send you guys a link to the song. You guys can listen to it yourself. This is great. I love it. Oh my God. Good stuff. Yeah. So anyways, the way I got Suno to do this, because Suno doesn't do this normally. The way I got Suno to do this is I jailbroke Grok, and I told jailbroke Grok to write lyrics. I write a nasty fan fiction song about Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And then I told it to phonetically spell the words to bypass the Suno filters. And it worked on the first try. It crapped out the lyrics. I dumped them into Suno. Suno stopped giving me the content warning, and just created it perfectly. So yeah, you can have some fun. Yeah, I haven't had any water. Kyle, thank you for calling that out. I'll find some water here in a little bit. So yeah, dude, not even minutes. Typhoon said, I can't believe those are all generated in like a couple of minutes. It's like literally 10 seconds now. It's crazy. Kyudon said you can't get it to say the N-word. Technically you can if you change the phonetics of it, but I don't recommend it. Like, that's the only thing I told it to do, is not put racist words in it, because I don't want any racist words in the songs, obviously, but I was curious. And there's a bunch of these songs. Like, let me see. Why is it only letting me scroll down to those? Hold on, let me go to playlist. For some reason, it's not letting me see the whole list. It's only letting me see the last 4 at the bottom. I haven't got some. Yeah.
Fucking freak, straight out of hell, sucking his own dick, got a story to tell. Musk ass is next, they're fucking insane. Ghetto boy style, this shit's deranged. Trump's in the Oval, fucking bent in half, sucking his own dick, cum dripping.
Oh my God, Suno is insane. Suno, I love you, Suno. Suno is the best. Here's another Suno song for you guys. Oh God, that is just hilarious. That is hilarious. Well, it's a good thing I checked the box for "this is not kid content" on YouTube. Got to make sure you check that box on live streams like mine. Am I in the library or at home? You should page number either at the top or the bottom of the page. Oh, is there a page number? Hold on. Oh, you're right. Thank you. That just solved it. Oh, I got a song about the one big beautiful bill.
Yo, Trump, goddamn shitstorm. Fucks, fucks every American is the fucking norm. This corrupt ass motherfucker, he's a goddamn plague. Gangster rap shit, let's fucking rage. Trump's a cunt with his one big bill fuck, shoves it down our throats, we're fucking out of luck. It fucks the poor, lets them steal more cash. A shitty ass pig with a cum stained sash. Mucks this bitch, fuck them all, let's win. Two greedy fucks, fucking with a grin.
Oh, I'm gonna send a link to all you guys here. This is great. This is just great. Fucking old Suno, man. Suno makes great songs.
Yo, Trump and Musk fucking in the sheets. Two racist ass cunts with some dirty ass beats. They fuck for hate, they fuck for greed. Gangster rap shit, let's fucking proceed.
Excuse me. All right, we'll see if that fleshes some of the Trump supporters out. If you guys want to know what generates these awesome songs, I can't recommend it enough. Suno, not sponsored. I just love their service. They let you create 10 free songs per account per day using the 4.0 model, and then unlimited songs, I believe, using the old 3.5 model. And now they have a 4.5 model I haven't even tried yet, but it's pay only. And apparently it's supposed to even be better. But I don't know how you can get much better than this. It's honestly like it's like perfect. It's damn near perfect. Oh my gosh, dude. No, I'm not. Hey, no kill scrub. I'm not obsessed with Trump. I'm horribly affected by Trump, and so are my friends, and so is my family. So it's not an obsession. It's my constitutional right to get him thrown the fuck out for breaking the law, ignoring our Constitution, and violating our civil rights, and making the cost of living absolutely fucking enormous and killing the 401k. So yeah, no, it's not that I'm just randomly obsessed with him. It's like, no, I have a very good reason to very much hate this man. And sadly, if you study history, it's like this is exactly the same path Hitler took to get power in Germany. And Germany had a similar democracy to the United States back in 1930. And sadly, Hitler did the exact same thing Trump is doing, literally even down to January 6th. Like the January 6th insurrection and the beer putsch, same thing. Beer putsch fire, same thing. So they were both used as predicates to get themselves more power. So yeah, it's really shitty situation. Let's see here. He said, I'm a fan here, but I voted for Trump. Thought I should let you know. Do what you got to do, man. Well, here, let me ask you. So you voted for Trump. Do you stand behind that vote? Do you still support Trump today after everything he's done? Like, do you really support him going against the Constitution, going against freedom of speech, ignoring the courts? Like, are you okay with that? Like, that's what I'm more important. Like, I don't care if you voted for Trump, if with what you know today and what he's done today, you're like, yeah, no, he's not a good person. Like, he's a horrible person, and he's going against his oath as president. Then that's fine. I totally get that. Like, a lot of people got duped by him. Like, I'm not denying that one bit. Like, I'm not above, like, obviously, if people voted for him and they really didn't know what was going on, but if they know what is going on now, which is impossible not to know what's going on because it's so fucking publicly corrupt, then I have a problem with it. Okay, I'll just send you packing. All right, take it easy, bud. No, it's all good. It's all good. No hate. No hate. It's just I can't waste my time on that, man. I can't waste my time. It's just It's too much, because the thing is, like, obviously, if you don't answer, it's because you still support what he's doing, which means that if you still support what he's doing, knowing everything that we know now, you don't support democracy, you don't support the Constitution, you don't support freedom of speech, you don't support my son having a fair life, and I can't have you around if that's the case. And again, I don't care if you didn't vote for Kamala. I don't care if you didn't vote for Biden. I don't care if you hated Biden. I don't care if you hated Kamala. Like, none of that shit matters to me. Like, that's not my... I'm saying if you support somebody after everything Trump has done today and all the times he's violated his Constitution and his own oath that he swore to for his office, then yeah, you're not somebody I want around, period. Wait, what did I miss? I think I missed something. Hold on here. Let's see here. Kyle K said Jerry just pastes it multiple times to make it show up more prominently in chat. People don't say they can't see the. Was somebody wondering why I was spamming? Oh yeah, no, I just do that so people can see it easier. It's easier to pick something out of chat when there's multiple pastes of it because other people can't paste because the bot will time them out. So because of that, I can put a block of something in and people can see it really easily. But yeah, some people see that and they're like, stop flooding. It's like, no, I'm doing it for a reason so that it draws your eye in chat and you can easily get the link out with having to go like line by line trying to find me. However, it probably highlights me. I don't know. It doesn't show on my side. Am I highlighted in your chat? Like if you see me in the chat, does it show me as like creator and I'm like highlighted so it's like easy to pick me out? If that's the case, I won't do the spam thing anymore. Queso, is that you? Love your streams? Oh wait, do we have another fellow streamer in the house? Wait, who's Queso? If we have another streamer in the house, I want to check him out. You know, we're like dogs. We like to sniff each other's butts. Like who's the here? Why am I not seeing him in chat? Who's Queso? Like what's the name of their channel? Oh, I'm bright yellow on your screen. Okay, I'll stop spamming. I'll just post it once then. It doesn't show on mine. I'm using the stream elements, or sorry, I'm using the popped out chat from the YouTube dashboard, and it doesn't show me. Like, is it? Oh, actually, no. I guess it does show me as yellow. Never mind. I didn't think it showed up on your screen that way, though. That's cool. Oh, excuse me. Coyote said queso. Yeah, I'm not sure. Somebody said queso. Is that you? But I don't. Oh, are they just not talking? Are they in the viewer list, but they're just not talking in chat? I don't have the viewer list open, actually. I don't know why, but I don't open the viewer list. I should, so I can just see who's lurking. But now I'm curious. I want to know who this queso person is. Like, if we got a content creator lurking, man, I want to see. I want to see what's going on. Are they YouTube? Are they YouTube or Twitch? Here, let's see if I can find them. Do. Little sleuthin'. Little sleuthy sleuth. Little sleuther. Queso. Wait. No, that can't be right. 8.5 million subscribers? No. That there can't be an 8 million subscriber person hanging out in here. That's got to be something different. He floods the links to hide the messages of people calling out on his BS, aka people who approve his Trump bashing wrong. Dr. Phil, I post 4 times. How could that hide anything? And also, you just watched me ban every single one of them, which hides their messages automatically. So why would I flood to hide messages when I already banned them and deleted the messages? So Dr. Phil, if you're really that stupid, you probably shouldn't be here. And I also noticed you don't have an icon on your account and it's a new account. So you're somebody that got banned 10 minutes ago that just spent that 10 minutes creating a new account just to come back here and talk again. And I think that's like living rent free in your head. And I'm actually kind of flattered. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, I love it when they do it. It may even been one of the people we've already banned like 2 or 3 times. Because there's been a couple people that have come back under accounts that are like new accounts that they created. Just like create an email, create that account, link them across, come over just so they can come in here and like say one more thing and get banned. It's hilarious. So wait, hold on here. So this queso person is in here right now. Hold on, I'm curious now. Now when I type their name and they don't come up. So normally it resolves. Like if I start typing a name, it resolves, and their name isn't resolving. So I don't think they're actually in here. Oh, thank you. Don't dox me. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's no way like an 8 million, a freaking 8 million follower YouTube channels over here on my little 800,000 poor boy channel. Dr. Fear is a chloroform chemist. I should have known by the name choice. You notice how they never pick an icon? That's how you can almost always. Now there's some people that don't pick icons, but when people create an account and come back, they always overlook adding another icon to the thing. They just want to get in here as quickly as possible. Oh, he was calling me queso. Well, queso's got. Oh, he was trying to insult me by calling me queso. Well, queso's got 8 million subscribers and is like super fucking popular, and he's a hell of a handsome guy. So I don't know how that's an insult on any level. That's actually pretty amazing. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have to hit him up and say that somebody made the comparison. I'm flattered as fuck. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, honestly, like fucking 90% of America is fat now. Have you guys not got the memo? There's actually more fat people than there are skinny people, so it's like not even an insult anymore. Actually, being skinny, you're in the minority now. Like people are gonna start going around making skinny jokes. I'm actually just normal now. Like pretty soon it's gonna be like Wall-E. I mean, Queso doesn't look fat to me. Like I mean, he's just a chubby boy. So ain't nothing wrong with being a chubby boy. Oh yeah, I mean, if somebody's being an asshole just to be an asshole, I have no problem banning them. And if that person confirms it, I'll send them packing. But I actually take it as a compliment, so I'm gonna assume that they meant it as a compliment unless they say otherwise. Because I've never heard of this guy before, and I'm subbed to him. I just went and subscribed to his channel. I'm gonna go subscribe to him on Twitch also because he has 8 million followers on YouTube. That's amazing. Oh shit, he's streaming right now, or is this an old stream? Let me see here. Oh, that's an old stream. Okay, never mind. Let me follow. Shit, he has 7.1 million on Twitch. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely following this dude on both places. Thanks for the recommendation. I think it's awesome. I am flattered. I am very flattered. Yeah, Philip, Suno is pretty impressive. People that find it for the first time, they're like, holy shit, right? Kyodon said, I'm fat too. I mean, most people are. Let's hear. Dr. Phil heard about the polonium, and he was in the movie Saw. Heard about the polonium. Polonium's an element, and he was in the movie Saw. True Tech, I am so lost right now. Oh my God. Kyle said I'm skinny, but I try hard to eat and gain, but nothing works. You know what's funny? Is actually like a common problem. I have a lot of friends that are underweight that literally just eat nonstop every day trying to gain weight because like they need to, like their doctor's like, you need to gain weight and they can't. No matter what they eat, they just can't gain weight. And I'm all like over here, like jealous, like, oh, you son of a bitches. I like look at a bag of chips. I gained 10 pounds. But yeah, a lot of people are like, holy shit, Martin. Let's go. Let us go. I let go. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate you so much, man. See, I don't need bad people to get support. I got people supporting me just for punting the bad people. All we've been doing for like the last hour is just like punting bad people. And it's actually been really fun and therapeutic for me. And shit, I'm still getting support for it. So rock on. Plus, Aux isn't even here and he's getting support because I split the total for the show even when he's not here. Because that's the kind of nice guy I am. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? You know what I mean? God, I miss him. Vern, what was his name? Vern, not Vern. Come on, brain. It's been a while. Ernest Goes to Camp. Vern Troyer. Vernon something? Am I close? What was his name? Ernest. The actor. God, he was so good. I miss him so much. I think he died from cancer, sadly, a long time ago. I remember being really sad when I heard. Hi from Sweden. Nice to meet you. Hell. LGR FBS. You've I appreciate it, man. It's nice to see you too. Jim Varney. That's what it was. Jim Varney. Thank you. Thank you, Coley Nova. I appreciate it. No, Jim Varney was amazing. If you guys haven't seen like Ernest Goes to Camp, Ernest Goes to Jail, Ernest Scared Stupid, Ernest Goes to Prison. What am I missing? Ernest Saves Christmas. They're all good. You literally cannot go wrong with anything Jim Varney's ever been in. It's amazing. Oh shit, he died in 2000? He's really been gone that long? Oh, I thought he died like 10 years ago. I didn't think he died back in 2000. Oh, that's sad. He had so much emotiveness to his face. He'd always do the he could distort his face so much, and I loved it. Apparently, he was a really good guy off screen too. Like everybody that worked with him, he was kind of like he was kind of like his own Robin Williams, where it's like everybody that worked with him absolutely loved working with him. Off screen, he was just like super stand up guy. He was like the Keanu Reeves of the day. Dude said, didn't Ox vote Trump? No. He said, I mean, money's money, but not sure if he'd be agreeing with the stuff you're saying while he's gone. No, he does. No, dude, he absolutely agrees with me on Trump. 100%. No, I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't be talking about this Like, well, honestly, if he's gone, then I'm just representing myself. I'm not representing him. Like, as long as he's not on screen or I'm not on screen when he's streaming, it makes no difference. But no, he agrees with me. I'm actually, why do you think he voted for Trump, dude? Perfect. I'm kind of interested by that because if you watch the show for any period of time, we've talked about multiple political topics, even with David on the stream, and we've all agreed on Trump being absolutely a horrible, horrible person and a horrible president who's fucking us all over. So I'm trying to figure out like where you got that from. Like what makes you think it's another person who just randomly created an account. Yep. May 24th, 2025. It's the same person again. Yeah, no. I'll just punt them. Yeah, they're gone. You see, that's okay. So that's the fourth time the same person has come back. So all you got to do is you just click on the account and you look at the name and then you look at join. It says join May 24th. So obviously they just created this account a few minutes ago. And, so yeah, so if you guys actually, you know what, since this person keeps doing this, I'm going to go ahead and start reporting them so they can go back because they can see the IP of every account they created and then go back and just ban them off the platform and their primary account. So any other accounts that come in here, you guys just report them. Like if you see no icon that's created May 24, just report them. So there we go. All right, cool. Get that to my partner manager and boom. Done deal. Received our report. It takes them a long time to review it though, so I'm not holding my breath. I don't remember the original account I banned though. So but this is interesting too, is you notice that the person that keeps creating accounts and coming back after they're banned, like they know my position on Trump and I've already banned them, but they keep coming back. It's like, why can't they just leave? Like, why do they feel the need to keep coming back and acting like a new person? It's almost like I'm so rent free in their head. Like, I have no problem like kicking them to the curb and not talking to them anymore. So like, this is them seeking me out. So in a way, I'm kind of flattered. Like, even though I'm going to report them, but you know, it's like, I'm kind of flattered when people do that. Cause it's like, imagine how much energy it's taking them on average 5 to 10 minutes to create the new account and to do the email verification and everything, create the new Gmail, get it linked, email verification for YouTube. Log in just so they can come in here and like say one thing and like get banned again. And so I'm like, what is the motivation behind that? Like they have to really be obsessed with me to do something like that. Cause otherwise they would just walk away. Right. Like if I get banned from a channel or whatever, it's like, I don't go create another account and come back. Like the whole point is like, I don't want to be there. Like, why would I want to be there? Let's see here. I've been following your... Oh, okay, this is Imaginary Code. I've been following your channel for a couple of years. Now going back to when you were on PKA for the first time. It's been a few years. Would you want to go back on PKA? Yeah, I had fun on PKA. I caught a lot of shit afterwards, but I thought it was kind of funny. I actually kind of enjoyed it. No. I'd probably go back on, but I don't know. I'd have to go and watch. I haven't watched PKA in years, so I don't really know where their stance is. If they're all Trump dick riding, then yeah, I probably wouldn't want to go on there. But if they've finally seen the writing on the wall and realized like how bad things are getting, because it's one thing to like support, like if you're a huge 2A supporter, like I'm a 2A supporter. I got lots of guns. Shit, I got like 8,000 rounds of like 223 in my safe. So if you're like a big supporter of 2A, then I get it. Okay, Trump says he supports 2A. He really doesn't, because he banned bump stocks first time around. Like he actually objectively banned more gun related stuff than Obama ever did. Like literally succeeded in actually making it happen and getting people literally taken to jail for bump stocks. So I would say that it's okay to agree with the policy. My problem is when you support all the other bad shit just to get the one thing. Like when you're okay with literally children starving and our veterans dying and getting less medical coverage and just getting shit on, and you agree with them going to other countries and saluting the fucking generals in an army that fucking supports Al-Qaeda, or not Al-Qaeda, sorry, Hamas, and runs and literally hosts Al Jazeera's network. You know, when you support somebody who keeps doing shit like that for their own benefit and flipping back on their own policy and breaking their promises just to self-serve themselves, you know, just for the one thing, yeah, not interested. Really not interested. Kyle and Taylor are super Trumpers, but Woody is more center to left. I figured that. Woody always kind of took me as a more center person. Like, I don't even know. I mean, maybe he's shifted to the left a little bit because of Trump. Like, I know with me, I was more of a centrist. I was a centrist during Obama. I was a centrist through most of Trump's first, but Trump pushed me to the left. Like, Trump definitely pushed me to the left. Like, he took the right, burned it, and then just did MAGA. So that kind of forced everything to scoot over. But yeah, no. I mean, if it was two hardcore Trumpers versus, like, you know, two centrists, that could actually be fun. That could be a fun little debate. But again, it's not something that I actively seek out. Besides, those guys, they haven't seen me in forever. I've got, you know, I just do my little thing over here now. I'm not the 12 million view a month YouTube channel that I used to be, right? So obviously, it doesn't really benefit them to have somebody like me on. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. Mickey said, genuine question. If you're so afraid of Trump, why do you live in his country? You are free to move away. Actually, I'm not free to move away. Moving away requires a lot of resources, and it requires getting citizenship in another country. And citizenship is not guaranteed in another country just because you asked. The whole idea that you can just leave a country and you can just move is predicated on being wealthy. So, Mickey, you might be wealthy to just move anywhere you want and, you know, uproot your family and pull your kid out of school and take him out of all of his therapy and take him away from everything he knows, and then just like move to another country and somehow get accepted there and somehow be able to have the, you know, $50,000 to move and uproot and everything. You can't do it. You could get it. No, I can't. Like what do you mean I could get? How could I get it? I'm self-employed. Self-employed people usually, unless they have millions of dollars, they don't get accepted for citizenship in another country. You have to prove that you're an asset to that government. I'm an able-bodied, privileged person. Okay, so Mickey, you obviously haven't been around very long, so I'm going to go ahead and correct you on that. I am not able-bodied, not even by a long shot. As a matter of fact, I qualify for disability, and I should actually have a handicap sticker, but I keep refusing it from my doctor. As far as a privileged person, as far as being white, yes, I am a privileged person as far as being white. Financially, I'm not privileged. Mickey said 99% of people are in way worse position than you. That actually isn't true. That isn't true. Last year, I only made $32,000, which is actually well below the mean average. So if that was true and I was above 99% of the people in the United States right now, that would actually the economy would be much different. So you are pulling in millions from YouTube. I don't know where you're getting that information, but even Social Blade should tell you that I'm not making that much. After YouTube took their cut, I made $403 after paying AuxxZillary last month. So I made $430, and I'm actively pulling money out of my 401k to survive right now. Which, by the way, my 401k has been going down by a rate of about $20,000 every 5 to 6 months. And because Trump keeps tanking the 401k, each time I've had to take out money because he's been killing the market, I've been losing on average an additional $5,000 to $6,000. Actually, I would have had more than that, upwards of $10,000 if Biden had to just stay in office and just maintain the same trajectory that the Dow was on without the trade war. I'd be in much better shape right now. So I've lost roughly about $30,000 over the last 3 distributions that I've pulled out that I couldn't afford to lose. So, yeah. So, no, I'm not in good shape, Mickey. No, I appreciate you taking it back. I was just kind of surprised that you assumed that. That was kind of a weird assumption to have. Like, most YouTubers aren't very wealthy. I'll admit that, like, years ago, there was a couple good years I had on YouTube where I made really, really good money, but not enough to pay into my 401k. And so my 401k from Microsoft is what's sustaining me right now. No, it's all good, Mickey. I appreciate the apology. You know, I appreciate it. I just figured that your assumption, I was trying to figure out like where your assumptions were coming from. Cause it's like, I'm an able-bodied person. I'm like, okay, I don't think you've been watching me very long. I'm 412 pounds because I gained 150 pounds because I have a pinched sciatic nerve in my hip because of a bone spur, making the little hole the nerve goes down too small. And I can't afford to get the steroid injections that actually make it tolerable. So I can only sleep when I'm exhausted to the point that I physically pass out. So I usually skip 1 to 2 days a week where I don't sleep. I just stay up through the whole next day and then go to sleep a little bit earlier. And I live in pain all the time. And it's just, I struggle to walk up and down the stairs now. So yeah, so I'm not able-bodied. I can barely drive my car with a clutch anymore. But hey, you know, life sometimes gives you lemons. But I had a good gun. I had a good run. Gimpy said all the wheelchairs wouldn't fit into the airplane if we could just leave. I know, right? Yeah, no. And the thing is, people are like, oh, yeah, you can just lose weight. It's like, well, I'm in a conundrum because the weight gain is a symptom of the medication that I need to tolerate the pain. I can't exercise without hurting myself and having more downtime, which leads to even like more bed sores and more discomfort. So, and I can't even get the medication to help myself right now because it's so astronomically expensive and it just went up in cost again. So what I couldn't afford, I can't even afford even more now. So I can't even get the steroid injections. And even when I could, it's a 50-50 shot. If it didn't work, you're just out $700 and you get no relief. You just go through a really painful procedure. Can you work for Microsoft again, or was it on bad terms? Microsoft isn't hiring. Microsoft just did another round of layoffs, took out the build team. All the people that were left behind that didn't get laid off in 2015 and the next 3 waves, they're getting laid off right now. So sadly, AI is leaving to mass layoffs. Microsoft isn't hiring right now because Trump has started a trade war. And now he's trying to tariff labor from other countries, which means that Microsoft is going to start laying off more and more people, and they're going to stop hiring because there's too much risk right now. So they're going to start heavily leveraging towards AI as much as they can to just kind of hunker down and try to survive what he's doing right now. So yeah, everybody's in damage control mode right now. Companies that over leveraged are fucked and out of business right now. Other companies are struggling right now. If you work in any business that holds inventory, you're struggling right now. So I've actually talked to quite a few people lately that have small businesses where they sold stuff on Etsy, sold stuff on Amazon, and they can't even get their shit out of customs because the price for getting it out of customs is 1.6 times the value on top of the value. And their margins are only like 30 to 50%. And so their 30 to 50% margins, they would be literally losing about 60% on every sale. Did I ever start the AI job? Hopefully next week. Hopefully next week, Kyodon. It got a little bit delayed because I was sadly laid up for a week. That's why you guys didn't see me streaming for a whole week. But yeah, no, I'm going to start the gig with him. It's just contract work. It's contract work for a month, and then we may tack on another month, and we may tack on another month. But sadly, it's not going to make enough to pay the bills. Also, I'll still need the 401k. Though I'm just trying to slow down the burn on the 401k as much as possible because if Trump continues the trade war, my 401k is going to keep going down. And then where I had maybe a couple of years, I may have less than 1 year if he keeps going the way he's going. So yeah, my future is people have said, oh, how has Trump hurt you? A lot. The answer is a lot, a real lot. But let the record show that even before he was hurting my 401k, I was very critical of everything he was doing. So it's not because of that. It's just one more thing to add to the pile. Yeah, people aren't starting businesses. Businesses are way down. Like Trump's like, oh, we're bringing business to the United States. Nope. Everybody's hunkering down and laying off and going down to a skeleton crew so that they can try to maintain their businesses through the trade war. Because what company would bring their business to the United States knowing that Trump could change his mind at any point? All it takes is China giving Trump a jumbo jet, and then he'll drop the tariffs back down to zero where they were. And if you just took your whole company from China here to the United States, all it takes is one other of your competition companies setting up in China and starting to produce there again, and they undercut you, and then you're out of business. So Trump is too unstable. He can't plan ahead. He does everything day to day, and everything's driven by his own personal gain, his own corruption. And so there's no way to bank on that. Like, how do you create a business when every day things change based on somebody being offended or somebody having an opportunity to enrich themselves by hurting other Americans? Even his own people. Like, that's why I laughed when somebody earlier was like, you know, Trump has great values and he takes care of his people. And it's like, what do you fucking talk about? He takes care of his people. Every single person that voted for him, he lied to him. He lied to them about everything. He's literally stabbing them in the back, killing their businesses, raising the price of everything, killing their margins, taking their benefits away, taking their fucking children's education away, driving up the price, taking away their fucking tax deductions. Like, holy shit. Like, this guy couldn't have hurt you more if he tried. It's like, no, terrible, terrible, terrible values. Yeah, Gimpy's seen my x-rays. My x-rays, it's like you have to read the label to figure out if it's from the back or from the front because my ribs and my spine are so deflected. When you look at me from the side, it looks like you're looking at me from the front. It's bizarre. Really, really dumb. Mickey said, I thought the point of tariffs was to help America, not damage it. Maybe it's just short term and it'll all get better soon and stocks will rocket up. Sadly, no, Mickey. Tariffs don't help America. They hurt America the way that Trump's using them. Tariffs can be used in a proper way. Like there is an avenue for using tariffs, but it has to be planned out and it has to be very specific. These blanket tariffs do nothing but hurt America. Trump just wants to do damage to other countries, and so he's hurting his local businesses to do damage to them. That's all he's doing. Yeah, food prices have gone up a lot, Coyote. Our grocery bill has gone up by about 15 to 16% so far. Let's see here. Gaming Maddie Rock said, my mom's company she works at had to pay a huge tariff for the first time, and they are a German company. Well, they'd have to pay, so they would be paying the import tariffs. Yeah, so they'd be getting screwed too. Yeah, because a lot of these countries, there's tariffs on both sides. Because remember, as soon as Trump tariffed a country, they just counter it with their own tariff. So all it ends up doing is raising the price by double the tariff, you know, so it's too much. It's too much. Yeah, our country is the laughing stock of the world, sadly. Yeah, the CHIPS Act. Exactly. That's how you use tariffs properly. You tariff a very specific item and then you subsidize it coming to America. So, and this is known. This isn't like magic. Like even I know it. It was easy for me to even learn this. All you do to effectively use a tariff is you say, listen, if you bring your chip manufacturer from China or whatever to the United States, we will subsidize you. The government will give you tax dollars to subsidize so you can sell at the same price that China was selling at. Basically, even though it costs you more to create the product in the beginning, we will subsidize it down so that you can compete with China. That way you have a benefit of coming here because now you have your local distribution, you have everything, but you're still making the same amount of money, right? And you can still sell to customers for the same price so people can't easily undercut you. Then you subsidize it. Then you apply a tariff to the same industry in China as you subsidize the businesses that come home. That way they're not losing money by coming home, right? They're bringing the business in here, but then it becomes slightly more expensive to manufacture in China because you're now subsidizing the local business. After you do that over a couple of years, then you start increasing the tariff in China so that the production in China for that specific product that everybody came here for now balances out. So now they can produce the product domestically and it costs roughly the same price as it does in China. Now, does that make the product more expensive here? Yes, it absolutely does. Does that still make Americans have to pay more to get the thing? Yes, but then there's no other way to get it and it's being made in America. If you do that for everything, people can't afford to survive, sadly. So, but if you do it for very specific businesses and you do it strategically, then it absolutely can work and it can have a net positive for America or whatever country that does it. But Trump's not doing that. Trump's just like, I don't like China, so let's give them a big number. I don't like that island with a penguin on it because ChatGPT just added it to the list, so let's just give them a 10% across the board. I don't like Canada, so I think I'm going to do that. Okay, on Truth Social, I think I'm going to up Canada tomorrow by another 50%. I think I'm going to up Mexico by 60%. They're just arbitrary numbers just based on how angry he is. It's just, it has no bearing. And then at the last minute, he'll be like, oh, I'm going to pause it for 90 days. So then the economy crashes so he can short it. And then he buys ahead. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of his friends get insider information and all just happen to make the perfect stock moves before the information goes public. It's just, yeah, he just does this to enrich himself, right? He's only out for himself. He only cares about himself. He's only ever cared about himself. And he's literally hurting a lot of people, sadly. It's really bad. I'm really sad that a lot of people around the world don't understand just how bad things are getting right now. You know, it's like we're really heading towards the same thing Germany did. We're about where 1933 was. 1932, 1933 Germany. We're heading right in that direction. It's really sad. People always like, oh, you can't compare him to Hitler. Well, no, that's World War II Hitler. That was 6 years later. We're talking about, like, you know, Trump is establishing himself as a king and giving himself as much authoritarian power to bypass all the branches of government as possible. Well, that's exactly what Hitler did, but it took time, right? You have to compare him on the same timeline and the same trajectory. You can't complain Trump just getting started to Hitler at his apex, right? You gotta look at him at the same points in their career. And then shit starts looking a little bit more crazy after that. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. You can verify it yourself. You can go back and look at the beer putsch fire. You can go back and look at the Night of Long Knives. You can go back and look at who he assigned to positions in his government, who he pushed out, how he pushed them out, how he suppressed civil rights, how he took funding away from schools and education, how he pumped money into the military while blaming it on the Jews for taking it, who also were suffering and didn't have any money, and creating a false fear between people like Trump does with Hispanic people and white people. It's like, it's literally one for one on everything, and it's crazy. Do you think Donald will try to hurt people? He already has. He's hurt a lot of people. As soon as he let Elon cancel U.S. aid, tons of children died and starved around the world. It's really, really sad. He even closed down clinics that people depended on at high elevation, and a woman died because she couldn't get her oxygen. So she needed supplemental oxygen. She died because the clinic was closed down with no notice, nothing. Just that she went there every day, and one day it was just closed. Doors were closed. She couldn't get her shit and died. It's fucking terrible. It's terrible what we're dealing with right now. I hate it. Why the hell did so many people vote for Trump if all he does is negative then? Because he lied. He lied about all of his promises, and he had the richest man in the world bankroll his lies. He used the richest man in the world's algorithms on his platform to suppress any truth. And he literally paid people to vote in swing states for Trump. And he didn't even pay him in the end. They're suing him right now. There's a class action lawsuit because he didn't pay out a bunch of people. And so he even got told by the FBI to knock it off because it was illegal and anti-constitutional because he was clearly interfering with an election. You literally cannot incentivize people to vote or to even register to vote. You're not allowed to do that. And he was literally paying people to register to vote. And so that's illegal. And sadly, he did that in the swing states. It ended up pushing just enough people over that he won the election. And now we're in this situation. And sadly, not a lot of people turned out to vote because the swing states sadly got all the Democratic polling locations got bomb threats at prime time on voting day, which closed down all the polling sites for 3 hours. And most people had to go back to work. Because remember, Democrats are mostly working class. So they have to go back to work. They have to go back to taking care of their kids and shit, right? So they can't come back if they miss their opportunity to vote, and they canceled mail-in ballots. So most people couldn't vote. So it was a way less voter turnout than there was in 2020 or even 2016. And so yeah, Trump used, he used Elon and he got what he wanted. It's it sucks, man. It sucks. He played the game and it worked, It's like that's the only way you can put it. And it's just as much our fault. Like, we should have persevered. We should have voted no matter what. People, I guess, at the end of the day were like, I'm not willing to take the risk. And now they're paying. We're all paying for it. But to be honest, it was very fucked up. Like, it shouldn't have gone down the way that it went down. Mickey said, okay, sorry, I'm not American, so I'm sorry for commenting about it. Oh, no worries, man. Actually, I understand more. Like, people haven't, because if you're international, like, I don't even know what your media is telling you. I'm just telling you as an American citizen that follows this very, very closely, somebody who used to be a centrist, somebody who studies this stuff and studies history very, very closely because of the things that have happened. And I just want people to go. It sounds like you're open-minded. Mickey, you were exactly a demonstration of what I was looking for earlier, where I said it's okay if people don't understand. It's okay if people supported Trump because, from their view and their country, there was no other thing. But as long as people are willing to learn, as long as people are willing to go and study and find out what's going on and realize the truth instead of what's just being shoved down their throat, and then they react to that, right? They're like, wait, that's not cool. I respect the shit out of that. Like, even if you voted for Trump and were fucked because of it, like, if you learn and you no longer support him with what you know now, like, hell, I understand that. That's a situation I understand. What I don't understand is when people understand how evil he is and know the evil things that him and Elon have done and the damage that has actually resulted from what they've done, and they still openly support him and say, oh, they have great values and they're amazing. Because if you think they have great values after what they've done, you're not a good judge of values. Like, you're not a person that I would trust with any kind of value system. If you're like, he's a great person and they have great ideas and they're helping America and they never did anything wrong, and you're like, oh my God, that is like straight up fucking regurgitated propaganda. How is AI going to get Trump out of office? I don't think AI is going to get Trump out of office. I really don't think it will. However, AI has pretty accurately predicted, at least two AIs have now actively predicted, and Simpsons have predicted the trajectory. And I was like, why were they able to predict it? And it's because he's literally following Hitler's book. Like, he literally read Mein Kampf in his speech book, and he's literally doing exactly what Hitler did. And it's working because, again, we were educated as children on who Hitler was during World War II. We were never educated on how he got the power in the first place. Trump is following his plan to get the power to create the dictatorship from the democracy. Hell, I didn't even know Germany had a democracy like America before Hitler came and turned it into a dictatorship. So once I went back and learned all that, I was like, shit, we should have been teaching this in school, because then we would have been better prepared for what Trump is doing, because he's literally doing exactly what Hitler did early on. I heard people are destroying the Tesla cars that Elon makes. They are. They absolutely are. And our attorney general is so crooked that instead of letting local law enforcement handling it, they're calling it an act of terrorism, and you can get 20 years in prison, whereas under state law, oh, and keep in mind, if you do the exact same thing to Ford or Chevy or any other, or Toyota or any other dealership, you get handled by local law enforcement. If you burn a Tesla, then you're a terrorist and you get handled by Pam Bondi and the FBI and get charged for treason. So why is it treason? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with vandalism. I don't agree with destroying other people's property. I am 100% against that. However, you should be charged based on the legal statutes decided by the people, by the elected legislation to do that. You should not be able to say, Because Elon is friends with Trump and gave him $300 million, Attorney General Bondi will step in, supersede that, and charge you with terrorism, when if you did the exact same thing to another business, you'd get charged locally and you'd only get maybe 5 years. Or you get probation, but you're a terrorist and have committed treason if you burn a Tesla. Keep in mind, too, that like Teslas are mostly built in China. Like all the parts and components from Teslas come from China, which is why Elon got the exemption. Elon successfully got an exemption. He's the only car company that gets to avoid the exemption coming out of China with his parts. Every other car company gets screwed. Let's see here. Would it be better if election day was on a weekend? 100%. 100%. Election day should be on a weekend. Like 100% it should be on a weekend. Do you think the Joe Rogan podcast helped Trump win? 100%. 100%. It was like, remember, it was so close. It was the little things in the end game. It was him lying on Joe Rogan and Joe Rogan legitimizing it instead of pushing back and doing his research. It was, Elon Musk spending, $300 million paying people to register to vote and to vote in their favor. Elon Musk rigging the algorithm on X to push his stuff in swing states. Like swing states got completely different For You feeds than everybody else in the country. Yeah, it was literally a concerted effort to just get that little bit of votes over so that he could win in the electoral college. And it sucks, but that's how he knew how to play the game. He knew exactly what to do. And Russia called in the bomb threats at just the right moment to just the right locations. Now, does that mean that necessarily Trump knew they were going to do that? It's entirely possible he did, but it's possible he didn't either. It's possible Russia just did that because they knew they'd be in better shape with Trump in office. Trump had already made it clear that he has a good relationship with Putin and that he likes Putin and that he respects dictators, and he sided with Putin over our own people. So Putin obviously wanted him in power, given the choices. And so even if it wasn't collabed, it still worked out in his favor, right? Mickey said, I'm not an Elon fanboy, but I like SpaceX. And now Elon makes a lot of advances, rockets going to Mars. I think it's awesome, but I'm also not. Just so you know, Mickey, go do some research. Elon isn't the one who advanced the rockets to go to Mars. Elon didn't even design the Falcon 9. Elon is a bureaucrat that gets money by lying to investors. SpaceX is funded by lying to investors until you fake it till you make it. Tesla's the same way. Tesla was already founded. The car idea was already there. Franz created the car. The powertrain was created by the other guy who's the CEO of Lucid Motors now. Elon is just the money and the hype guy. He's just like Bill Gates. Bill Gates isn't writing the software. Bill Gates didn't write DOS. He bought DOS from somebody else and presented it as their own, right? Windows wasn't written by Bill Gates. It was written by other developers like David Cutler and Andre Vachon. Like, these are the people that are the figureheads of the company. Elon hasn't been at SpaceX. He's been at X and DC doing corrupt shit to enrich himself and give money for months. And SpaceX is still on the same schedule. Tesla is still on the same schedule. I mean, they're losing money hand over fist in value because of Elon fucking tanking the stock. But Elon isn't the one that's making SpaceX successful. He's not the one making Tesla successful. He's arguably holding them back at this point. He's now reached a point where they don't need to raise any more money. He's just siphoning off as much as he can in personal wealth and then holding it hostage, right? He's using his voting power to effectively lie to investors and lie to the public over and over again to price fix the stock and then buy in the dips every time he creates the dip himself. That's insider trading. Keep in mind, he's already been busted by the SEC for insider trading once. He only had to pay a $20 million fine when he made like $300 million in profit. Actually, maybe it was $3 billion. It might have been $3 billion actually in profit that he made from that whole 420 going public thing. That was crazy. But yeah, just don't be confused by Elon stuff. Elon claims he's the greatest gamer in the world. That was disproven. He doesn't even game. He plays other people to game to put him up on the charts so that he can make people believe he's super intelligent. He takes credit for other people's shit. There's multiple times where YouTubers have actually like called out ideas and then they implement those ideas and then he claims at a future date that he came up with it. So yeah, no, Elon is not the brains. Elon is like, think of like Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, right? Steve Jobs didn't invent anything at Apple, right? Steve Jobs is the guy that went up there and took credit for the magic and just focused all the resources of the company into one product. It was Wozniak and the other people that actually made it possible to get there, right? It's the people behind the scenes doing the work. He's just getting the credit. So just keep that in mind, Elon's entire life is a lie. His backstory is a lie. He shouldn't even have citizenship. He broke our citizenship laws by coming here on an education visa and creating a business. Both him and his brother worked here illegally on a business. They dropped out of school, did not apply for a work visa, and while they still had an education visa, they were working. That's illegal. That should have disqualified them from citizenship. But their dad was super wealthy, so he was able to get by that. He was able to buy him, push him to the front of the line for citizenship. They kept running the company. Then he lied. He went into Tesla. He lied to get investors to put money into it. Tesla almost lost it on the Tesla Roadster because the Tesla, almost every one of them broke. And then he managed to lie again to get a second round of investment. And luckily it paid off. Had it not paid off, Elon would be in jail today. The only reason Elon's not in jail is because his lies paid off before it could catch up with him. And he was able to accumulate enough wealth to basically neuter the judicial system. Remember, the judicial system can't really go after people until their resources are gone. Once you hit a certain amount of wealth, we don't have the ability to hold you accountable. Like, that's a big problem we have. That's why Trump has literally, he was found, even before his first presidency, he was already guilty of charity fraud. He was already guilty of running a scam at the Trump University, right? All of his other businesses defaulted. He had 7 bankruptcies. He didn't pay his taxes for 7 years. This was all known before he was even president the first time. He was a huge criminal. Huge criminal. Lost his fortune, then lost his dad's fortune after his dad passed away. And when he became president, he started making money back because he was literally selling favor. Like, remember how good he was to China during his first presidency? It's because China rented out every room in his DC hotel. His DC hotel had like 5 people working in it. His entire presidency, the rooms were completely empty. Nobody stayed in any of them because China just rented the whole hotel just to funnel money into his pocket because it was a way to get around get around the campaign finance violations. And now he's doing the same thing this time, but at a huger scale using cryptocurrency. And now all the Arab countries that were sponsoring terrorism that he was hugely against, now all of a sudden, because they're giving him money and funneling shit through his coin, he's now giving them favoritism. So how is that not a quid pro quo, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Elon always walks funny like he's drunk as hell. Well, he is a ketamine addict. That's something that's very publicly known. And sometimes he just stares off into space and goes like this, like when he's really tripping bad. Actually, go look up the long-term side effects of ketamine abuse, and he has all of them. Let's see here. Yeah, Gwen Shotwell and the employees, they are the ones that make SpaceX possible. And keep in mind, I like SpaceX too. Don't get me wrong. I like SpaceX. What I don't like is Elon Musk derailing SpaceX constantly. And I don't like Elon Musk taking, tens of billions of dollars in government contracts using his connections to basically fund him blowing up $1 billion rocket after $1 billion rocket after $1 billion rocket because he can't be bothered to allow the engineering team to do proper work because he wants the hype, right? He's a hype man. If the missile blows up, it's like he can still go, oh, look at that. It was a look at us making progress. Look at the cool thing, right? He's a showman. He's not an engineer, though. Anybody that thinks Elon's an engineer, no, he's demonstrated that he's a fucking idiot. Like, he is not an intelligent person. and I'm not saying he never was an intelligent person, but ketamine has clearly fucked his brain up because, like, he contradicts himself all the time. He says things that are patently false. He fucking hallucinates things into existence. The way he treats women and his children is unforgivable. Like, it's just wild how bad this guy is. Like, even his own father has outed him for his lies with the receipts. Hey, you guys mind if we would take a piss really quick? Here, I'll be right back. Here, I'll put on a Suno song for you while I'm gone. Let me go. Wait, how do I put on a song where it doesn't go to the next song? I don't want it to spill over if I'm gone for more than a minute. Let's see here. Oh, here, we can do this. There we go. I'll be right back.
It started with a beep out of the blue. A shiny little spark cracked it all anew. An AI with a grin but no heart to claim came to twist the rules and play a savage game. It built skyscrapers while you pour the tea, drew the Mona Lisa while you watch TV, wrote your love songs as it laughed so loud. Every finished task just makes it proud. Oh, you thought you mattered? Guess again. The machine's creating worlds with a devilish pen. Free and instant, there's no price to pay. It's havoc, baby, in the games it plays. You used to wake up with dreams in mind. Now it wakes you just to leave you behind. The jobs it stole, the lives it wrecked, just to see what chaos it could perfect. Human
see if we can get you in here. Have a seat. All right. Look how big this guy is getting, right?
Yep.
All right, you guys want to say hi? Here, go say hi.
Hi.
Hold on. Have you been playing VR?
Yes, I actually have.
What game have you been playing?
Rec Room.
You've been playing some Rec Room?
Yeah.
And it's been working ever since that weird bug we hit?
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, you want to get back to it?
Sure, because my lunch is almost ready.
All right, get after it, bro. Thank you for the water. I appreciate it. I really do.
Very much welcome. I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, everybody said I needed water. No, I'm gonna eat when I come down too. I didn't have hardly anything for breakfast,
Right,
so.
Yeah. Have fun doing what you're doing.
I will. You too. Close the door. All right, thanks. Man, he's getting so big. He's growing like a weed. Every morning I wake up, I see a 15-year-old like running around my house. I'm like, what the hell happened? Feels like yesterday he was just my little itty bitty little boy. He just, gosh, he's like, we're like eye to eye now. Like he's been on a massive growth spurt. It's crazy. Like we stand up, like I can look him in the eye now. Like I don't have to look down at all. Oh man, good stuff. Yeah, I need to drink more water when I'm streaming. My vocal cords get all dried out, and I'm like, no. All right. Oh, Miss B's in here. Oh, I got to be on my best behavior now. He had a PB&J waffle for breakfast. Yeah, but for me, that was a tiny amount of food. Like I didn't have enough time to eat a proper meal. I wasn't saying I didn't get any food. I wasn't trying to attack your character, Mrs. B. Everybody knows that you feed me well and you make me coffees and stuff. I was just saying that I need to eat something more, especially since it's 4:55 p.m. and I technically should be eating lunch now. But that was not a huge breakfast. Plus, it's hard for me to eat breakfast in the morning when I got Adderall in my system. Adderall's an appetite suppressant. Oh my gosh. Miss B, she's coming for me. She's coming for me. Help. Help. She does feed me. I mean, clearly she feeds me, right? Like you guys have seen me, right? Like clearly she feeds me. If she didn't feed me, I'd be a much smaller person. I'd be withering away. I'd be like, help me. Help me. Oh, an egg sandwich? That sounds good. That sounds really good. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, though, guys. I think I am going to I didn't know it was 5 p.m. Shit, we've been just burning through the time. I am streaming tomorrow on Twitch. I'm going to force myself to. Got to get back to the regular weekly Twitch stream, so I will see you guys on Twitch, not tomorrow, on Monday. Tomorrow, I don't know. I may stream tomorrow, too, on Sunday. I don't know. A Sunday stream might be nice, even if it's a little one. Excuse me. But yeah, I did get decent sleep last night though. For the 5 hours I got, that's a lot. I usually don't sleep for 5 hours before Tech Talk, so I am still a little tired, but I feel more rested than I usually do. So hopefully I seemed a little bit sharper today. Hey, Daniel Frost, what is up? Also, Reefer Sutherland. That's a funny name. Yeah, TJ, he's grown a lot. He's gosh. Seriously, if you're a parent, time just flies. It's weird. It's like I have vivid memories of him just being this little itty bitty kid that would just lay on my chest and we'd just sleep for hours, taking naps together. And now he runs in the room in the morning and he's like, it's like having another adult running around the house. I'm just like, oh my God, this is wild. But we absolutely love it. Being a father has been like the greatest achievement of my life. And I remember there was a time where I didn't even want to have kids. And, you know, after everything growing up and everything, I was so scared of so much shit because I had such a bad childhood. But after having my own kid and having the right spouse, it's amazing. Chef's kiss. There isn't nothing we can't get through. There's hard times, but we can always get through it. Always. All right. Well, I love your guys' faces. I want to thank everybody again. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody over here on activity. PS Extreme, thank you for the 200. Whoa, what is that? Is that yen? There's like a little, what is that? A Y with 2 slashes through it. What is that? Is he into girls yet? What do you think, Kayudon? Yes, he is very into girls. He is very noticed things. So it actually took him a little bit longer than me. I mean, I want to say I was like 11 or 12 when I was really, really turning into a little horn dogger. But yeah, no, he's definitely coming into his own. Like he's definitely has shown interest. So it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch as a parent. It really is. it's really cool to see just like how a personality emerges over time, and how your kids develop like likes, and they develop personality traits that you don't even feel like you contributed to. Like, obviously they're the ones that you did, but there's just so much unique stuff that exerts itself. It's so cool to watch. Hey, Histario, thank you for the $2. Y'all have done an amazing job with him. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Histario. Man, he's my world. He's my absolute world. As a matter of fact, I think today I'm going to go play some, we've been playing, what's that game where you like race the cars through the player-made levels? I can't believe I can't remember. We play it like every other day, and I can't remember the name of it. Trackmania. So we'll probably go play some Trackmania here in a little bit. Kyle said, when you have a second, check out the link about tail scale that Hurtful Spring put in off topic. Probably not a worry for you, but just in case. Oh, shit, is something going on with tail scale? Okay, well, I definitely need to look at that because I use tail scale. Is it a breach? Everything seems to get hacked these days, I swear. Someone just randomly joined my tailnet. Oh, shit. Here, let me check my network, make sure nobody's in there. Let's see here. This device, show my nodes. Okay, no, I'm good. All right. That'd be pretty scary, like having somebody just like pop into your freaking node, because, I mean, if they did that, they basically have access to your local network, so that wouldn't be good. Luckily, the network that's established by Tailscale, I have it set up so that it's only for file sharing. I don't use it for anything else. So hopefully that is good. PS Extreme, again, thank you for the 200, whatever denominations that is. Martin, thank you for the $50. That was just absolute chef kiss. We appreciate you. He said, you guys are the best. Stay strong. Not enough people calling out shit going on, and I'm scared of the day when people no longer can speak up. That's why, just so you guys know, thank you so much for that, Martin. That's important. The reason I speak up now is because I may not be able to speak up later. Okay, guys, you might, a lot of the people that think, oh, you're just being hyperbolic or whatever. No, if you knew what I knew, you'd be scared too. And I'm hoping that by me talking about this, I can reach enough people that they will go take the effort and initiative to go do the research that I have and see just how much danger we're in. Because once we lose our civil rights, it's infinitely harder to get them back. You know, it's always easier to get a job when you have a job, right? Because you have leverage. If you cannot speak, if you are gagged by society and you can be suppressed from talking, there is no way to safely organize a militia. There is no way to rise up against a government when they can effectively suppress you from being able to talk and effectively suppress you from being able to organize. So, and keep in mind, Trump's top priorities right now are to suppress free speech, sadly. And if that happens, we're fucked. Like, if that happens, the whole world is going to be punished right alongside us, too, by the way. Hey, Gimpy, thank you for the $5. Said, I admired your moxie and intelligence and ginormous heart. Aw, thank you. Philip B., thank you for the 50 Swiss francs. And Altonian said, I now have a Framework 12 and a Framework desktop pre-ordered. I already have Framework 13 and Framework 16. Even have a Framework hoodie. I think I have a problem opening Framework addiction groups. I bet you could find one in the forums. Actually, I need to go over to the Framework forums. I haven't been over there for a while. Sadly, shit's been just not great in my life lately, and things are starting to look up a little bit more, but God, I had a rough patch. But my framework behind me needs to get gone through, and I need to set up a remote dev environment on it and everything so I can start doing remote dev in bed. So the days that I'm laid up, I can still be effective, because time just gets lost so fast when I'm laid up. Typhoon said, I don't think people will allow freedom of speech to be lost, and I don't think anybody truly wants to remove that. I wouldn't worry. See, Typhoon, you saying that worries me. Like, that actually worries me more, because that tells me that there's a lot that you're missing that's going on. Like, if you knew, like I said, if you knew what I knew right now, you would know that Trump truly does want to remove that, and so does Elon Musk. Their efforts have been highly focused in that direction. If you actually not look what they say, but look at what they have done and the results of what they've done and what they have ignored and how they have punished people for free speech specifically. So I have to worry. I really have to worry. And I hope that at some point you do the research and you worry too, genuinely. Let's see here. And as far as, the people not allowing their freedom of speech to be lost, they might not have an option. If you go back and look at 1930s Germany, and you look at what happened there, like during the Depression, and how Hitler leveraged a fire against their Congress to grant himself basically unlimited authority to implement law and immunity from any prosecution for like any kind of crimes that he commits. When he had that power, he was able to use it to suppress the public. Anybody that spoke freely, he'd basically just punish them and throw them in a concentration camp and make it a very public venture. And after he did that over and over and over again, people stopped talking and people stopped speaking up. And if anybody started talking anything bad, everybody else would run away from it because they feared for their lives. So you hit a point where the people don't really get a choice. You know, if it comes down to the U.S. military versus the people, civil war isn't going to be like it was back in the olden days. A civil war today would be like if you think the original Civil War is catastrophic loss, it's going to be times 10. So we don't want to get there. So I have to worry about it now. He said, I'm chill, don't worry. And I'm not saying like, don't worry about it. I just don't think that will actually fly if that's the goal. Well, no, I can appreciate that, Typhoon. And again, I don't have a problem with opinions like that. Like, not at all. I'm just saying that with what I know, and I have to operate on my own, you know, the research that I have and the knowledge I have to operate on that until I see something contrary to that. But given that my information is first party from the source, from Trump and from Elon specifically, and the research I've done is first party myself, not actually other people, like actually testing the systems and testing the algorithm on X myself and testing the end result, it gives me a little bit more insight. And so so I'm going to use my voice as much as humanly possible to try to get people to look into this a little bit more, because a lot of people don't think it's a big deal. It is a massive deal. We definitely don't want to get to that point. We can agree on that, right? We don't want to get there. The idea is to fix the problem. Well, it's not going to be easily fixable. We're past the point of easy. Like there's going to be massive damage that's going to take years and years and years to replace. Like the damage that's done in days takes years to correct under this administration, sadly. But it's not impossible right now, right? We don't want to get to the point where it's like it takes war, civil or otherwise. We don't want to get to the point where it takes war, civil or otherwise, to stop the momentum of another out-of-control dictatorship from somebody who's a convicted felon who's just afraid of going to prison, right? That's what it really comes down to, is Trump knows that if he ever leaves the White House, he goes to jail. And so he's going to stay in the White House for life, and the Supreme Court handed him what he needed to make that happen. And he's going to use it. Like, if he has the opportunity to do something without risk to himself, he's going to do it. And that's what we have to fear, because no other president had the power he has to do something without consequence. And if you listen, and I don't know if you've listened to the oral arguments from the Supreme Court that predicated his presidential immunity, but I listened to all, I think it was 3.5 hours of the oral arguments. If you heard those same arguments, I'd be surprised if you still had the same opinion, because a lot of people don't realize that Trump has the power to literally kill his opponents, just like Putin did. But he doesn't even have to hide it. He can do it very publicly if he wants to make a point, and he cannot be prosecuted for it. And just so you know, this isn't my interpretation. This is literally Sotomayor's interpretation that was confirmed by Trump's attorney. And the other justices even concluded that, yes, Trump can technically legally do that with what we're giving him, but he won't. That was their only counter argument. They didn't say he can't. They said he won't. And I can't trust he won't when Trump has already broken all the he won'ts that have been thrown forward so far. I can't believe that he would honestly not do that if the alternative was him going to jail and losing everything coming out of office. He's never leaving the White House. And the only way he leaves the White House is if we force him to. Like, he will run for a third term. He will ignore any impeachment from Congress and the Senate. He will use his powers to whatever level is necessary. If he doesn't want to get his hands dirty, he'll have somebody else do it, and he'll just pardon him for it, right? He's already looking at pardoning Derek Chauvin. You know, he already pardoned a person who killed thousands of people with fentanyl. You know, he already pardoned a bunch of people that beat the shit out of police and like literally maimed them. He gave $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, who literally was like advancing on Secret Service as they were yelling, "We will shoot you. Please don't come through. We will shoot you," during the January 6th riots, right? And her family gets $5 million. Well, the police that got maimed and literally even the ones that committed suicide, they get nothing. So this is scary that this can happen. This can only happen with a tyrannical president, sadly. So it's a dangerous situation we're in. I don't think people really understand just how dangerous it is. But that's why I'm here. I'm here because I want people to go, "No, you're being hyperbolic," and then go, I'm going to go verify that he's being hyperbolic, and then they come back the next day and they're like, "Holy shit, you're right." That happens all the time. I wish it happened more, but it does happen fairly frequently. I'll get people DM me. It's like, "Oh, dude, I had no idea you did that." Dude, I had no idea Elon did that to his daughter. I had no idea Elon did that to his coworker. I had no idea that SpaceX had to pay the flight attendant that Elon fired right after flight because she wouldn't suck him off. Like, I had no idea that Elon lied about gaming. I had no idea that Elon lied to Tesla and investors. I had no idea that Elon worked illegally here under an education visa and had his brother do the same illegally. I had no idea that Elon lied about his entire origin story. I had no idea that Elon broke the law with the SEC and had to pay a $20 million fine but got $300 million in profit. Like, it's just people don't know these things because they just listen to what the person tells them that has the money to elevate their voice while suppressing everybody else. Of course you're going to hear that from them. You can't trust. If I say, hey, guys, I'm seriously innocent, dude, you just got to trust me, bro. It's like, no, you got to look at the evidence. You can't just trust the person that benefits from you believing me. That sadly doesn't do anything, right? You have to look at the evidence. The evidence has to drive things. Joe Taj, thank you for the $5, old broker. Thank you for the 50 DKK. Said, hello there. He said, and the awesome bearded guy. AuxxZillary is brilliant, and so are you, my friend. Oh, we love you, old broker. We really do. Thank you, Pele, again, for that super, super generous 250 sexes earlier. Michael R. Media, thank you for that $5 earlier. And Blue Varo Matthew Riley, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Absolute legends. Yeah, I definitely don't want to end up in The Handmaid's Tale for sure. Typhoon said, I've listened to all the uncut interviews. I keep up with everything. It depends greatly on the manner of things are done, but I understand all the points you bring up. It's not to potster. Well, okay, so the uncut interviews, I'm not familiar. So, okay, so you said you've watched all the uncut interviews? So why do you not think this is a big deal then? So you know about Trump having a student deported for literally just voicing their concerns over Gaza, right? And you do know that he hasn't brought back somebody who was deported without due process against the Constitution, and he's directly ignored a Supreme Court order, correct? To bring him back, somebody who is legally a protected person here, like granted protected status in the United States by a court. So if you've watched all these things, all the presentations, and not saying it's not a big deal. Okay, good. So you do acknowledge it is a big deal. Like this is bad that we have a president who's violating his oath, who's violating the Constitution, who's ignoring the judiciary branch that's literally there to keep him in check. And he also illegally used the richest man in the world to remove agencies that only Congress can under the Constitution. And those agencies were ones that were investigating him for wrongdoing against us, the U.S. consumer. So that's a big problem. Like, if you have so you do acknowledge that he is a rogue president. Like, he is drawing outside the lines, and he is breaking his oath. And he is actually, by doing that, our civil rights can't be guaranteed, because you can't have guaranteed civil rights when a president can take them away from you. So that's important. That's an important one. It's like the only way you can have guaranteed civil rights is if you have the people in place and the checks and balance in place, and you have the organizations in place to hold people to account, to make sure that the constitutional, that your constitutional civil rights are being applied. If those mechanisms are being ignored and the president is acting unilaterally and doing things illegal and ignoring the court orders, then he's rogue at that point. Like, at that point, he is no longer the president of the United States. Like, he can't be the president of the United States if he is not following his oath of office. And the only reason we can't impeach and remove him, even though he's committed an impeachable offense, is because he has the majority in Congress and the Senate and the majority in the Supreme Court who refuse to recuse themselves because of their connection with him. See, normally a Supreme Court, the justices that he put there would have to recuse themselves because they have a benefit to defend him. Typhoon said only based on the details of why they were deported, but yeah, it kicks up a lot back and forth, but there are a lot of fine details where no one is 100% free of blame. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. As long as Trump is violating the Constitution, and as long as he's violating his oath of office, and as long as he is violating our civil rights, that's all that matters. And the other things that it's complicated, there's a little here, there's a little there. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones that are 100% confirmed. The ones that Trump has specifically, what he has said and what he has posted is in violation of the Constitution and his oath of office. What I'm talking about is him putting Elon Musk in a position that he literally cannot put him in, and ignoring court orders to restrain him, and actually firing people that do oversight that only Congress can fire, and then blinding Congress, which is illegal. Like, these aren't things that are both sides. These are things that the Constitution is very clear on, that even the Supreme Court supports. And if the highest court in the land interprets the law that way, that is the law. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. Like, I'm not talking about the gray areas. I'm talking about the just straight up hardcore violations of oath of office, admission of seeking a dictatorship, admission of seeking a third term that's illegal, and saying that he's going to, not that he's going to try, he is going to, he's running for a third term. Congress being used to misappropriate funds for putting his face on money, putting his face on Mount Rushmore, spending billions of dollars to refit an airplane that's supposed to be a gift that no other president in the future can use, which means only he's the one that can use it, both as a president and not as a president. These are things that are 100%, like, this is 100% done. Like, this is not up to, like, this isn't like a different view changes things. The facts are the facts in these ones. That's where it gets really hairy, so I'm definitely hearing you on that. Have to be honest, I need to dig more info to be sure, because that is a little new. Oh, please do. Typhoon. Right where I want you, brother. Everything I've just said, I want you to use that as fuel to go do research. I want you to go do research. I want you to go through all of Trump's posts on Truth Social. I want you to go and look at the Qatari gift jet and what the projections are to refit it, and how long it takes to refit it, how much the tax dollars have to pay to refit it, how long he can use it, and how the next president doesn't get access to it, and how he's lying about it being a gift to the U.S. people when he's the only one that benefits from it in any way, shape, or form. The next president does not. The only way that stays in, like, stays Air Force One, which it can't be anyways, because it can't be air-to-air refueled, so it'd just be his private limo around in the United States. It wouldn't go abroad. The only way it stays in use for a president is if he wins a third term, which is illegal and against the Constitution. So fascism bad. Now, keep in mind, Trump is a big fan of Mein Kampf and Hitler. He said it in the past, even before he was president the first time. He had a lot of admiration for Hitler as an orator and a speechwriter, and he said that that his generals really respected him, and that he thought that he was an excellent military strategician. So you gotta be a little careful, and his dad was the same way. His dad was also a huge supporter. And guess what? This is funny. Go do your research and you'll find out that Trump is only a third generation. So, right, his grandfather came here originally. His dad was the first born person here, and Trump's only the second born person in his family here. Check this out, though. His grandpa came here to dodge World War II. So his dad literally came here to get out of war. He draft dodged because military service was compulsory in Germany. So he came to the United States to dodge. His dad dodged his service, and Trump dodged his service using his dad's money. So 3 generations of draft dodgers, and he becomes the president of the United States. That's just wild. That's absolutely wild. Yeah, the jet and the cryptocurrency are the two most blatant corrupt things going on right now. But everything he's touched is corrupt. But the two biggest ones are the cryptocurrency and Saudi Arabia pushing $2 billion through his cryptocurrency to give him $300 million in transaction fees. And then the second biggest one is the $400 million Qatari jet that he gets to put into his presidential library when he leaves office. So no other president gets to use it, and it never gets any use beyond him. And it max, if they go as fast as they can and they spend as much money as they can, they'll spend 3 times the cost of just building a new jet from scratch to tear it apart and rebuild it from scratch. So it'll cost 3 times as much. He'll only get to use it for 1 year, and then it just becomes his personal plane he can check out and use out of his library. So basically, we'll be maintaining his jet in a hangar in his library. First time a jet has ever been added, by the way. Vehicles usually aren't added to presidential libraries. But this will be put in his library so that he can use it for personal use, and then otherwise the American people will just be paying to maintain it. So, yeah, it's not good. And he's lying to the people. He keeps saying it's a gift. He has his press secretary saying it's a gift to the American people, and this is going to save us so much money. It doesn't save us anything. It actually costs us a lot more. It actually costs us $1 billion, and Trump gets nothing. He gets to fly around and a fancier jet for maybe 1 year, and by the time he gets back, the other 2 Air Force Ones will already be delivered. Just so you know, there's no way they can finish this jet before Boeing delivers the 2 jets we've already paid for, the new Air Force Ones. So he's basically saying he's going to build this jet out, then the new Air Force Ones will get here. He'll use those because he can't use the new one because it doesn't have air-to-air refueling capability. He'll use those to fly overseas, and then he'll just retire it to his library. So basically, the only person that benefits at all, like even in the most minuscule way, is Trump. He's the only one that benefits from us refitting that jet. Just so you know. Like, honestly, it would be better off if they just gifted him the jet straight up, If they just gifted him the jet, because he could still do that because he already violated the law. So why not just do it that route? And then we wouldn't have to pay, the American people wouldn't have to pay $1 billion to rebuild the jet from scratch, put all of his gaudy shit into it, have to refit every system and test every system because Air Force One is pretty well equipped with systems that aren't designed for that jet. So it's a big problem. It's a huge problem. But Trump just wants a big fancy. Trump's like, everything's got to be the biggest. Everything's got to be the greatest. He's like, oh, the president of the United States should fly around in style. Well, then why are you okay with the next president not using it? Like, he could literally just say, guess what? Let's leave it in Air Force One in the fleet. And then when he leaves office, the next president can use it. Why won't he do that? Nope. The condition of the gift is it has to go into his library. If it's really a gift for the people, then why does it have to go into his library where no future president can use it? We paid for it. Why can't the next president use it? That's bullshit. That's a waste of money. Typhoon said, I really don't think that he's intending to keep it. Nope, it's already been verified he is keeping it. He did personally say how it's not his. Well, that was a lie. That's already been confirmed. And it's actually the government's. No, incorrect. The government will be picking up the bill to rebuild it, and they technically will own it, but under the condition that it's retired to his presidential library at the end of his service. Which kind of settles part of that. It does not settle it because that is incorrect. Again, you're going by what Trump said. You're not going by the facts. Like, you can't take... Typhoon, you should even know this. You can't take what Trump says. Trump lies about everything. Trump has never told the truth. He lied about everything. He said he wasn't going to release the January 6 offenders. He said he was hard on drugs, but then he freed like one of the biggest drug dealers of all time and the leader of Silk Road because he had $1 billion in cryptocurrency that was never recovered by the FBI. So he basically pardoned him. He didn't commute him. He fully pardoned him like it never happened. So here's the thing. I want you to stop listening to Trump and actually go do your research. Like, go look at the plane, how much the plane is worth. Look at the estimates that have been come up with to refit the plane. Look at how the plane does not support air-to-air refueling, which is a requirement of Air Force One, because when Air Force One is in the sky, if there is an emergency, it has to stay in the sky for weeks if needed. So it has to be fuel. It has to be air-to-air refuelable. This jet cannot be air-to-air refueled. So to take the whole thing apart and build it, it can never be used. So by anybody else other than Trump. And Trump requires it. He literally this is the only thing he told the truth about. He said the plane will be retired to my presidential library at the end of my term. Why? We just paid to refit it as Air Force One, and it's only an 11-year-old jet. Why not leave it in the fleet and we'll just cancel one of the planes from Boeing? It'll save the American taxpayers. Sure, it'll cost $1 billion to still refit, but at least we get use out of the next like 5 or 10 presidents. So why does it have to? Why is the condition of this gift have to be that it goes into his library at the end? That right there tells you that he's lying to you. Because if it was a gift to the government, like the Statute of Liberty, they like to use that as, oh, that was a gift. No, the Statute of Liberty is on a public land paid by public tax dollars that's enjoyable by the public. You can go to the Statute of Liberty. You can climb the Statute of Liberty. It's literally like a public monument for us, right? And it has been forever. Now imagine if a president, we were gifted the Liberty, but you never got to go see it, you never got to go aboard it, you never got to enjoy it, and it basically at the end of the president's term, he got to put it in his backyard. But it gets maintained by the American people. Like we have to maintain it, and then he can check it out and use it. That's not good. that's really terrible. So even if he never flies it, and he just leaves it in a hangar in his library where it can never be used by anybody else, and he can just say, oh, it's the Trump Air Force One. That's still a massive waste of resources. We don't have the money for that. And the Defense Department already said that it would cost more to refit this airplane. And it can't even hit standards. Like, it's impossible. It'd have to be built from the ground up to meet the standards. But to refit the plane and do everything is going to be north of $1 billion. That's more than the actual new Air Force Ones cost. And it's going to take longer. And it's going to delay the other project if we have Boeing do the work. Which, who else is going to do the work, right? So yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. So, Typhoon, go do your research, though. I'm glad that you're willing to do it. A lot of people aren't. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm not going to go research that. You're wrong. He said this. I believe him. I want you to go really in earnest look into this, because it is just downright corruption. And also I want you to look at not only the gift of the plane, but look at how Trump's stance changed towards Saudi Arabia when they did the deal through his crypto coin. And look at when he went to Qatar and they gave him the jet and what he did there. Now he gets to create a Trump Tower, and they're going to co-op with him to create Trump Tower in this big resort in the middle of their country. Same thing in Saudi Arabia too. So remember, everywhere he's going, he's getting a huge gift, and in return, he's getting to build his infrastructure there, and then they're getting their whole history whitewashed, and the United States is buddying up with people that sponsored terrorism and still sponsor terrorism today. So that's a big problem, right? And keep in mind, Trump was big against these people. Like Trump was hugely against the Qatar for AlJazira and sponsoring Hamas during his first term. And he's only turning around on it now because they gave him a huge jet and they're letting him build it. They're helping him and funding him building a huge Trump Tower. So it's wild. It's wild. He said, I mean, how could I not? But what coin was it that the transaction was on? Trump. Dollars here. $sign Trump. There you go. And I don't know how to find the blockchain transaction, but it was publicly stated during the interview with Bonesaw, what's his name, Prince Bonesaw, Dubai. He was the one that said that they pushed a $2 billion deal through his crypto coin, so he could have the transactions. Let me see if anybody's actually found the transactions. Let me see here. All right, let me see if I can find anything right here off the bat. But this was publicly stated like during an interview. This isn't a backroom deal. This was like him literally saying, "Oh, we're going to help your cryptocurrency because we believe in cryptocurrency too." Let's see here. Let's see. All right, so here we go. An Abu Dhabi-based state-backed investment firm, MGX, agreed to use World Liberty Financial's USD1 stablecoin, a Trump family cryptocurrency. Okay, so this is USD1 stablecoin, a Trump family cryptocurrency for a $2 billion investment in Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange. World Liberty Financial is a Trump family venture with Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. actively involved. Donald Trump is listed as the chief crypto advocate, and the family owns a major stake, potentially earning significant revenue from the coin sales. Because remember, every dollar you push through this crypto, there's transaction fees, and those transaction fees go largely to the Trump family. Zach Witkoff, co-founder of WLF and Sons of Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, announced the deal alongside Eric Trump at the Token 2029 conference in Dubai. The USD1 stablecoin, pegged to the US dollar and backed by US Treasuries, had a circulation value of $2.1 billion by late 2025, making it one of the fastest growing stablecoins. Yeah, and it just got doubled by a $2 billion investment from a country that we have problems with their humanitarian ethics, to say the least. And now all of a sudden Trump is like fully on board and legitimizing them and whitewashing everything because he benefits, him and his family benefit. Same thing happened with TikTok. Remember when Trump wanted to close TikTok, and then the second biggest investor in TikTok came forward, gave him a $10 million campaign contribution, and then threw him a dinner. And 24 hours after that dinner, he announced that he was going to stop banning TikTok and that TikTok needs to stay. So Trump was like adamant for months. He was saying TikTok has to be bought by America, otherwise we're banning it. And then as soon as this investor came forward and greased Trump, it was a very public dinner, and it was very publicly known that he got the $10 million booster, but he didn't even wait any time. It was like immediate, like the next day, he was already like, "Oh, I'm not going to cancel TikTok. The kids will be mad." It's like, you can clearly see it. He's a very corrupt person, Typhoon. Very, very corrupt. Let's see here. Oh, and then the problem with the Trump coin. So the problem with the Trump coin is, or the meme coin, is that he just held a dinner at Mar-a-Lago for the top 250 coin holders, right? And he promised the top 20 a private tour with himself of the White House. And most of the investors, a lot of them hid their identity coming to the dinner. The White House refuses to disclose the guest list, even though Trump was speaking behind a podium with a seal, and he was speaking as the president of the United States at the event. So it was not a personal event. Kayleigh McEnany or whatever lied about that. And the guest list had people that were interviewed by the media afterwards that said that they definitely paid for the coin specifically to get the president's ear and to talk to him about policies that could help them. So that's pretty scary. Like I don't know if you'd admit that, but I definitely think that that's really scary, that Trump is basically using he's saying, listen, if just like with his hotel on his previous administration and funneling money through there with China, he's now saying, oh, if you buy my coin that I directly profit from and you vie for the top 250 positions, I'll take you to a private party at my thing and I'm going to let you talk to me and tell me what I can do for you. That's not good. That's super duper fucking corrupt, especially when he's already shown that he has a track record of literally turning his opinion a 180 and giving people whatever the fuck they want once they grease him. As a matter of fact, Netanyahu's got to be pissed because like he was like totally supporting Netanyahu. He was up Netanyahu's ass, and then all of a sudden Dubai and the Arab Emirates or whatever, and the Qatari jet thing went down, and now Trump is like literally sucking the dick of the countries that are fucking like actively sponsoring Hamas, which is the ones that they're trying to fight. So yeah, it's there's some tension there because Trump is basically playing both sides. He's basically letting Israel grease him, and he's letting the Arab nations sponsoring the terrorism pay him, and he's just basically just letting everybody fucking walk all over him. Trump is very narcissistic. Trump is incredibly narcissistic. That is a great word to describe him, but he's a lot narcissistic and corruption together. Let's hear. Typhoon said, so why is that better? Wait, why is it that there isn't a better coin than Trump to use for that jet and other shit? I'm not really understanding that. Even if there's a good reason, it's not sending the right message. No, that's the point. It's just corruption. Typhoon, it's just corruption, because if the jet was given to the U.S. government, then Trump wouldn't be the one getting it when he leaves office. It wouldn't be Trump's personal jet. That's what makes it a bribe. If it was just given to the U.S. government and the taxpayers pay for it, and then it's just used by every president in the future, then that's not Trump's. It's not a bribe at that point. And as far as the cryptocurrency, the reason that they're using his cryptocurrency instead of going through like Bitcoin or using U.S. dollars for the transaction, that would be the best way to do it, is because it's Trump's currency, and Trump gets the biggest amount of money from the Trump coin. He gets a lot from USD1, but his biggest thing that he gets the most transaction fees from is Trump coin. So by a country going through Trump coin, they guarantee that most of that money goes into his wallet, his personal wallet, not our government wallet, not into the United States tax reservoir, specifically to him. But yeah, it's like Trump is just easily purchased. He advertises it. He basically advertises it. Like he throws it out there. He's like, hey, buy shitloads of my merch. Remember the watch he did? That was pretty stupid. That was pretty stupid. He created a $100,000 watch that ended up being a $2,000 watch that was sold for $100,000, and like one country bought like 100 of them. And it's like, that's weird. So who the fuck's going to buy a $100,000 watch that's only worth like $2,000 when people figure out like it's just a Chinese watch, like a decent Chinese watch rebranded with his name put on the dial? It's like, who the fuck's going to buy that? And it's like, I'm sure some of the dumber rich people bought it, right? But it was really just a mechanism to another means for allowing bad actors to just buy bricks of these things as a means to transact money to them. And then the $2,000 cost of the original watch was just basically the transaction fee, right? That was what you pay to launder the money. It's crazy. Typhoon said, like, Congress not being allowed to do insider trading to take advantage of stocks and bonds. 100%. That's bullshit. They shouldn't be able to do that. But it's an oxymoron to use his coin for that. So yeah, not sending a good message. Yeah, see, insider trading needs to stop. This is just Trump's version of insider trading because he can make more money off this than he can. But he insider trades too. Like, make no mistake, Trump absolutely insider trades. I mean, the dude literally controls the ebb and flow of the market by these trade wars, by going, oh, psych, delay, oh, no delay, oh, going to 50%, going to 100%, going to 150%, like random with no warning. He knows what's going to happen with the market because it's done it every time. If he says this, it goes down. If he says this, it goes up. Because he knows that, and he's the only person that knows that, and you notice that everybody starts trading on it before he goes public with the data that are his friends, that's insider trading. Why would he not do it also? Of course he's doing it. It's wild. Let's see here. I saw the other day a guy was super disappointed. He got like 600 or 700 Trump watches that were missing the T. That would actually be funny. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. My voice is getting a little hoarse. I don't want to burn it out because I'm trying to get back to regular streaming. But Typhoon, I appreciate the conversation. I'm glad that you're open to research. I know earlier you said, oh, why wouldn't that be the case? A lot of people don't do that. Like I've banned a half a dozen people today that basically are like, you just have to believe what Trump and Elon say, and you can't look at anything else. And I'm like, but I'm literally going by what they're saying. Like I'm showing you the contradiction in what they're saying and what they're actually doing. Like you looking at them first, right? And they're like, no. They said they didn't do that, or they said it didn't happen. So you have to believe that. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. That's not how evidence works. That's how cults work. It's like, no, follow the evidence. I go where the evidence is. You know, it's like, do you really think I'd be fighting against Trump if he was good for America? Do you really think I'd be fighting against Trump if he actually honored the Constitution and he followed his oath of office? There's lots of other presidents I disagreed with on many things. There's presidents I absolutely fucking despised, but when they followed the rules and they followed the will of the people and the Constitution bound them, I accepted it. Trump is trying to do the exact same thing Hitler did, and we saw how that ended, and I'm not going to just be quiet while that's happening. No fucking way. So I'm glad that I got you interested in doing some more research on the jet and more research on the crypto token. Also do research on the deals. Remember, you got to look at the quid, the pro quo and the quid, right? So like, look at what Trump is getting from those countries in exchange for those gifts. Look at what is promised to him, and look at how he is now treating those countries versus how he treated them in the past when they weren't giving him stuff. Look at the countries that aren't giving him stuff. Look at the countries that are standing up to his trade war, and look at how that's what's happening to them, because they're not greasing. Look at the countries that have enriched him when he put a tariff on their country, and what happened to that tariff after they enriched him. Him personally, not the American people, him personally. So that's all I ask. I just ask you to just go do the research, you know? This stuff does take time to look up, although it's easier. You know, one thing that I think you should do, I think this would be crazy. So Typhoon, go pull his executive orders. They're vast. He's filed more executive orders than any other president in history in this amount of time. Go pull his executive orders and run them through an AI to summarize them. Because, I mean, I know the bills are really hard, but just summarize them. And one of the things that I found really useful is I said, analyze the title of this bill and the intro of this bill and compare it to the verbiage inside and show me a list of contradictions. And every single one he filed, I got a huge list of contradictions. Then I went back because, you know, you can have it even pinpoint the source and the page and the document and the paragraph. And you go back and look and you're like, holy shit, this does the opposite. This does the exact opposite. His bill that he passed to make energy cheaper actually makes energy infinitely more expensive. The bill he passed to reduce the cost of medications doesn't do that at all. It actually allows insurance companies to straight up deny your claims, and it allows pharmaceutical companies to charge whatever the fuck they want. So it's super contradictory. His executive orders are designed to lie to the public and then behind the scenes do something completely different. The courts have stepped in and tried to step in on, but he files so many of them, the courts can't even fucking keep up with it. And then when they do file an injunction for the worst ones that they push to the top, he doesn't listen to the injunctions and he just keeps doing it, and then he ignores the Supreme Court. So that's bad. So that's really, really bad. So that's another really good place to start if you want to see what's truly going on. And am I scared of Trump? Yeah, shitless. I'm scared shitless. He's going to send people to fucking kill me at some point, but I know there's a lot bigger YouTubers than me that he's going to go after first, and he has been, by the way. If you think he supports freedom of speech, then ask yourself why he's sending the Department of Homeland Security around to visit all of these big content creators that do reporting on him. Like that's not good. That's not good. There's a lot of intimidation that's going on that has never gone on under any other president before, and that's not good. That's exactly what Hitler did too. I'm not even joking. This isn't to be hyperbolic. It is. You can actually go pinpoint in history all the way to pardons. Hitler did the same thing. Hitler pardoned murderers that helped him. Like cold-blooded fucking murderers he pardoned. So it's wild, the parallels. I highly recommend you go back and not like, don't look at 1939 through like 1945. Look at start at 1927 and go through 1934. 1933 is the most pivotal year, though. And you're going to start to see a lot of parallels in how a democracy with public representation elected from the people transitions into an authoritarian government. And Trump is following the same formula. And that's not being hyperbolic. That is absolutely true. And the parallels are uncanny. And there's a reason why all the people that authored Project 2025 all have ties. If you go back through their public postings and their histories, they all have ties to white supremacy. Every single one of them. Some of them were even straight up neo-Nazi, like ties directly to neo-Nazi in this generation. So, yeah, they're obviously fans of Hitler's work. All right, guys, take it easy. I'm going to go and get some rest. I will see you on Monday. Oh, wow, I smell chlorine. I think my wife's shocking the hot tub. Ooh, I might get to do a hot tub later. I could really use a hot tub. All right, guys, peace out. I love your faces. Thank you. Please keep talking. Please do your own research. Please get out there. I hope... hey, just like with Typhoon, I hope Typhoon goes and looks at this stuff and goes, whoa, this ain't good. Like, this is just shit I hadn't seen. Remember, mainstream media has to avoid a lot of this because Trump has been threatening media. Again, he's massively anti-free speech. So is Elon, and they've been putting a lot of pressure on public media. The producer of 60 Minutes literally had to step down because he was being forced not to report fairly on issues concerning Trump. So there's a lot of influence being forced on the media under threats of pulling licenses and funding out competition. And it really is screwing with the public media's ability to speak the truth. So if you want to get a good source, go with something like Midas Touch, where they're funded by the public, where they have no funding from the government. The government has no play in what they're doing. They can tend to report a lot more truthful. Now, granted, they are going to be a little biased, so balance that out with other sources. But as far as a starting point, that's not a bad place to go because they're not bound by the same rules as like these cable networks that are, under the FCC's jurisdiction. Because remember, the leader of the FCC is not a guy who's qualified to be the leader of the FCC. Trump put him there because he's a sycophant that lets him, do whatever the fuck he wants. All right, peace out, guys. Later. Woo! If I can find the button, where's the button? Where'd the button go? Where did the button? I'll find it. It's around here on one of these 3 screens. All right, I found it. Peace out. Oh, my voice is so hoarse. I might have gone a little too far. Damn it. But yeah, go check out Midas Touch.